burst into his chest, doing no damage. His Death Lord class kept him immune from the pain of the powerful and deadly blood flame magic. Sam turned and looked at the shield. Well, he smiled. That's impressive. The only other thing left to figure out was how the shield positioned itself. He started to walk away and saw that the shield began to move behind him, connected to his presence somehow. Sam closed his eyes for a second and focused on the shield. He felt a strong connection towards it, similar to how it felt when he observed his mana core just below his chest. I see, Sam realized. The shield is connected to me now. He opened his eyes and willed the shield to float high above him. The shield did as instructed. Sam then willed the shield to float to the other end of the clearing. Once again, the shield did as Sam mentally commanded. Wow, Sam thought. He was very pleased and impressed with Arcane Aegis already. He definitely felt like he had made the right choice with the soulbound scroll. 67. Sam dematerialized the Arcane Aegis into his inventory and looked around the clearing. The sun was setting on the jungle dungeon world. Night was fast approaching. The buzzing sounds of mosquitoes and flies could be heard in the distance. The jungle's insects had already sensed the Devil Fairy's demise and were now cautiously beginning to explore the islet on which the powerful monster had once resided. Other than his battle with the Devil Fairy, the jungle had been quiet until now. He hadn't heard any explosions of magic or special abilities. It made Sam think that the three other challengers were probably all still alive, plotting and preparing for an intense battle ahead. Or one challenger had killed another silently. No big battle, no big hurrah. If that were indeed the case, Sam wouldn't find out who killed whom until the end of the challenge, or if he stumbled upon the fallen corpse of the defeated challenger. The tiniest hint of a sound echoed in the distance. Sam's ears immediately tensed. Someone or something was nearby and approaching in his direction. He triggered his mana sense. His stomach lurched at the knowledge that his mana sense brought him. There wasn't one entity approaching him, but two. Both figures were coming in opposite directions as well, leaving Sam sandwiched in the middle. His heartbeat began to rise. Here comes trouble, he thought. Sam quickly moved to the side and took a hiding position behind a tree. He checked his mana sense again, and the two strong mana sources hadn't altered their course in any way. That told Sam, at the very least, the two entities weren't necessarily chasing after him. That left a few possibilities. Either it was two of the other challengers charging straight into battle with another, two monsters in a struggle, or some combination of those two options. Sam kept his entire focus on his mana sense, keeping tabs on the two approaching entities. They began to swerve in a different direction, away from him. Sam got out of his hiding position and crept in the direction of the two entities. If it was two challengers, he could swoop in and claim the kill from the battle, and enter the final round potentially far less exhausted than his opponent. Sam moved quietly through the forest, getting closer and closer to the two mana entities. In his mana sense, he could see that the two sources had finally approached one another and had come to a standstill. Eventually, Sam came to another clearing in the jungle and could make out two figures facing off against each other. It was none other than Ravenna Shadowmoor and Grendel Blackheart. Sam crouched behind a tree and watched the two fighters stare each other down. The sun had set now, and night had fallen over the jungle dungeon. The glow of the moon and stars kept the jungle lit, but only just. Sam had been dampening his own mana leak with the hope of not being picked up by the two challengers. He was in the perfect position to swoop in and steal the kill of whoever was about to win the battle. It also gave him loads of information that might prove useful in the final round, if whoever he stole the kill from managed to slay the remaining challenger. He was also bearing witness to a great historical what-if from his previous timeline. Grendel Blackheart versus Ravenna Shadowmoor. Both were powerful travelers in their own right. They had never faced off in Sam's previous timeline. For someone who had a pretty good handle on what the future would bring, Sam had no idea what would happen with these two fighting against one another. Ravenna's eyes darted towards Sam in the shadows. He held his breath. She can't see me, can she? She then materialized an orb and smashed it on the ground. A bright light glowed out from the orb and created a glowing dome around Ravenna and Grendel. "Scared I'm going to run away, Ravenna?" snickered Grendel. "You wish," said Ravenna. "I just don't want any interruptions to our fight, is all. I plan on killing you now so I can face off against one of the weaker challengers in the next section." Grendel chuckled menacingly. "Well, aren't you confident?" Sam focused on the battle happening nearby. In one move, Ravenna had destroyed Sam's initial plan of swooping in to steal the kill. However, it made sense for Sam to continue watching the battle. Whoever won would be his opponent in the next round. Witnessing this fight would provide powerful knowledge. He had a fairly good handle on Grendel's abilities already based off his knowledge from his previous timeline, but to see them in action would be good. Same thing went for Ravenna. He also didn't know how the changes he'd done to the timeline might have altered the course of their development and skills. Witnessing their fight would be incredibly beneficial. He watched the two travelers face off with bated breath. Grendel Blackheart glanced over towards the bushes. He could sense the red-eyed kid hiding nearby. What a punk. He then smirked. "Looks like I'll have an up-close audience to see me kill you, Ravenna. You better take notes, you little red-eyed rat." 68. Sam stayed hidden in the jungle's bushes. He crouched down, his knees rubbing against the surrounding shrubbery. Just because Grendel had called him out didn't mean Sam was going to take the bait and show himself. He'd stay where he was, watching the battlefield cautiously from the distance. Sam didn't know what to make of Grendel's words. He knew Grendel was a powerful traveler and fighter, but was he so arrogant to give away the secrets of his abilities to a potential future opponent? For a second, Sam couldn't help but worry that Grendel knew that Sam was already aware of the man's powers, but there was no way he could know that. Nevertheless, Sam didn't believe the man's confidence was warranted, but still, it made him want to witness this battle even more now. He kept close attention on the travelers facing off in front of him, while also keeping his mana sense triggered to make sure no other hostiles were sneaking up on him. He narrowed his eyes on Grendel and Ravenna. Out of these two, Sam wondered, who will win? Grendel rushed forward. The hilt of a long, deadly blade appeared out of nowhere in his grip as he ran. The motion was mesmerizing. Even though Grendel was simply utilizing the inventory ability like all travelers did, it didn't make it any less majestic and incredible to witness. The long, silver blade glinted beneath the stars and moon of the night for a beautiful half-second, before the blade disappeared as Grendel slashed it with incredible speed and strength. The attack was fast and powerful enough to cut Ravenna, a ranger wearing only lightweight armor, completely in half. Except, for as fast as Grendel's slash attack had been, Ravenna was far faster. She flew high above the slash attack with her bow and arrow drawn and knocked. Grendel's eyes widened as he watched the arrow release from Ravenna's pulled grip. The silver-haired traveler leaped backwards, just barely dodging the arrow. Ravenna now had the man on the back foot. She landed back on the ground only to start rushing in a circle around Grendel. She drew another arrow and shot it at the ground near Grendel's feet. "Better improve your aim, girl," spat Grendel. Though the man had to quickly eat his words, as Ravenna had clearly never been intending for the arrow to hit the man. Instead, the arrow exploded right in front of him. A burst of smoke and dirt swirled all around Grendel. "Smart," Sam observed. With his vision now clouded, it will be much easier for Ravenna to now land a hit on him. He won't be able to dodge the attacks nearly as easily. Ravenna continued to circle Grendel, firing off more exploding arrows, one after another. There was no way Grendel could survive such consecutive explosions, one after the other. Ravenna caught her breath and waited for the smoke to clear and reveal Grendel's dying body with missing limbs and flesh from the deadly explosions. As the smoke cleared, her eyes widened with horror. Grendel stood amidst the fading smoke, completely unscathed. "Impossible," she gasped. They were both journeyman tier travelers, so neither one of their stats should really be overpowering the other. However, Sam knew from his previous timeline that Grendel had been an expert mana cultivator and was very adept at channeling his mana and imbuing it into himself defensively. His impressive defense against Ravenna's attack surely had to be down to that. That along with shining black armor as well. Sam had no doubt it was a rare and high-tier piece of equipment. The battle between the two impressive foes continued. Ravenna didn't let herself get discouraged by Grendel's defenses. She just raised the power level of her attacks. She dematerialized her bow and arrows, freeing her hands up for a new form of offense. Ravenna held up her arm and conjured a set of crystal throwing knives in her fingers. Looking closely, Sam could tell these were not items materialized from her inventory, but rather incredibly powerful mana-conjured throwing daggers. Amazing, Sam thought. Ravenna began circling Grendel once more, throwing one deadly dagger after another. She was a truly gifted assassin, throwing the knives with a calculated irregularity such that it was impossible to deduce where the dagger would be coming from next, until it was already seconds away from going right through her opponent's forehead. Despite this, Grendel managed to just barely dodge the attacks. Then, one dagger managed to slice his cheek. A thin line of blood appeared on the pale, silver-haired man's face. He lifted up a finger and tasted his blood, and began to laugh maniacally. Ravenna ignored the man's strange behavior, and conjured another set of crystal knives and continued her assault on the man. It was a more bombastic style of fighting than a ranger was typically known for. However, it made perfect sense to Sam. If Ravenna allowed Grendel to control the battlefield, she'd have to deal with an onslaught of attacks that her class build just couldn't tolerate. It was far better to keep control of the battlefield and keep Grendel at a distance with a constant flurry of attacks. Grendel continued to dodge the daggers, sidestepping the attacks until something changed in the battle. There it is, Sam thought, knowingly. He had been waiting all fight for this to happen, but hadn't been sure if Grendel would reveal his class's main ability, especially with a potential future opponent watching nearby. But it looked as if Grendel had decided to go for it. In the flurry of crystal attacks, Grendel threw out his arm and retaliated against Ravenna with a set of mana-conjured crystal daggers himself. "What?" Ravenna gasped. It was worthy of awe. Sam didn't know any ability quite like it. Grendel Blackheart had a super-rare class known as Vampire Knight. One of the class's main abilities was to temporarily steal skills from their opponents. And so, before Ravenna could even process what was happening, one of her own specialized attacks, the conjured crystal dagger, went right through her throat. 69. Sam watched the conclusion to the battle with horror. The crystal dagger remained wedged in Ravenna's throat. Blood gurgled out from her mouth. She lifted up her hands, shaking with shock. The infamous ranger from Sam's previous timeline was rapidly losing life, even as she attempted to reach for the dagger in her throat and pull it out. Before her fingers could even touch the hilt of the dagger piercing her throat, she fell on her knees. Her skin went pale. She was dead a few seconds later. The notorious assassin had been slain and killed far earlier than she had died in Sam's previous timeline. In many ways, Grendel had done Sam a favor by slaying her. Many innocent lives had been killed by her hands. As soon as Ravenna's body stopped shaking spasmodically on the ground and went frozen like a statue, Grendel disappeared in a blip. He had been teleported to the waiting area until the next challenge started. Sam now knew who he had to face off against in this second challenge if he wanted to continue forward. He would have to battle Raze Ashworth, the wicked pyromaniac. Outside of the irregular challenge gate in the market square of Resfall, Toby stood alongside his traveler colleagues, watching the events inside the dungeon unfold. The whole market square was silent, enraptured by the stunning conclusion of the Grendel Blackheart versus Ravenna Shadowmoor fight. "Oof, that Grendel guy is tough," said Toby. Just thinking about the silver-haired man's skill-stealing ability made him shiver. But there was a new part of the young wizard that viewed the battle differently. He felt something other than fear and worry for a change. Rather, Toby watched the battle between Ravenna and Grendel and was not only fascinated, he felt inspired. The different mix of abilities and fighting styles showed him all the possibilities one could develop as a traveler. The major thought going through Toby's head as he watched was less about the million possible ways Grendel could kill him. Those were certainly there swimming in his thoughts, but a much stronger impulse. A need to train harder, a need to get stronger. I want to be an even better traveler than those two, Toby thought with determination. He turned to Guildmaster Redfield and Olivia and said, "What do you guys know about this Rays Ashworth guy? Will he be more or less of a tough opponent than Grendel?" Both senior members of the guild crossed their arms and considered the question deeply. "I can't say I know much about either of them," Edgar admitted. "But Grendel will be a very tough opponent to beat. The ability to borrow other people's abilities is incredibly strong. One could write a whole towering series of books on a power like that alone." "I agree," said Olivia. "Not only that, but if Grendel can steal abilities, that puts Sam at a unique disadvantage when going up against him, as they are both close-range sword fighters. They potentially have very similar skill sets, with the only major difference being an advantage in Grendel's favor. That's not good." Toby felt his stomach lurch in fear for his friend. He then shook his head, wishing away the worried feelings for his friend. He'd seen Sam take on incredibly tough opponents, and he always came out as the victor. Why would anything be different now? Besides, they were getting ahead of themselves at the moment. Sam had to get through Rays first before he had to take on Grendel. "Let's just focus on one freaky rogue traveler at a time," Toby thought. "So Rays will be an easier opponent for Sam then?" Toby asked, hopefully. Both Edgar and Olivia shrugged. "Hard to say," said Edgar. "We know what he's up against with Grendel, and we saw via the screens that Sam knows what he's up against there as well. With Rays, there's always the danger of the unknown." The unknown, Toby thought, contemplatively. The unknown had never seemed to exist for his friend Sam. Toby couldn't explain it, but it was as if Sam's strange, piercing red eyes knew more than any of the rest of them. For Sam, the unknown was not a cause for concern. Sam rushed through the woods. His heart was racing. His throat burned. "Rays," he thought in his head. "Where are you hiding?" After witnessing Grendel's stunning defeat of Ravenna, Sam knew his first priority was to get away from the explosive scene of the battle. Smoke was emanating from the area, offering Rays a flare of where he could potentially find activity and a challenger to slay. Sam had to quickly level the playing field by concealing his whereabouts while simultaneously hunting Rays down. The fact that he hadn't seen Rays yet made Sam wonder if the rogue traveler had thought similarly to him and had hunted down some of the more powerful monsters that existed in this jungle dungeon realm. Sam doubted that, though, as from what he knew about Rays Ashworth from his previous timeline, was that he was already at journeyman tier. He wouldn't see the value in hunting down these monsters in the same way that Sam did. So what could Rays be doing? Why was he keeping himself so concealed? After 30 minutes of searching the jungle, Sam began to feel uneasy. The match wouldn't end until one of them killed the other. There was no time limit. Sam began to wonder if Rays was using that fact to his advantage. Is the pyromaniac employing psychological warfare against me? Before Sam could overthink what Rays might be thinking, a huge cloud of smoke emerged far in the distance, and it wasn't the remains from the Grendel versus Ravenna battle. So the rogue traveler finally shows himself, Sam thought. Sam rushed towards the smoke, keeping an eye out for any traps. He figured Rays was baiting him, but he wasn't afraid of getting up close and personal with the fire mage. In fact, getting up close and personal was exactly what Sam wanted. He arrived at the source of the smoke to find a huge section of the jungle dungeon world covered in flames. There was only one issue, though. Rays was nowhere to be seen. Sam couldn't even pick the rogue traveler up in his mana sense. He looked around to see off in the distance a new part of the jungle erupting in flames and smoke. "I see," thought Sam, finally recognizing what Rays' strategy was. He was trying to burn down the entire jungle, with Sam along with it. Sam rushed forward. He didn't head straight for where the new fire had been started, but rather tried to coordinate the exact place he was going, based on where he had gone after the first fire had been lit. If Sam had any hope of defeating Rays, he had to do so before this jungle was just all flame and smoke. After another 20 minutes of rushing through the jungle, Sam picked up Rays in his mana sense and hurried towards it. "I got you, Rays," Sam thought. "No more running away." 70. Outside the irregular dungeon gate, Alice Grace watched the screen with her hands covering her eyes. Between her fingers, she'd peek a look at the ferocious trial taking place. "Is this what all dungeon gates are like?" she asked, turning to her handmaiden, Mildred Cross. Alice had never been inside a dungeon gate before, and based on what she was seeing currently, she hoped she would never have to. They appeared to be awful and ghastly places. She shuddered just thinking about the crystal dagger that had penetrated Ravenna Shadowmoor's throat and had gruesomely ended her life. Putting her distaste aside, however, her admiration for the travelers who braved these dungeon gates was only rising in her estimation. Of course, she had always respected these fierce fighters and adventurers, but to see the gory world which they had to live in made her appreciate the difficulty and challenges of their job even more than she had before. "This one is particularly gruesome," Mildred said, finally answering the question. "Normally, travelers work together within a dungeon, but this one has travelers fighting against one another. It's not good." Alice returned her focus to the large mana screens floating in the sky in front of her. She watched Sam sprint across the jungle landscape. The only two challengers remaining now were Sam and that strange old man in the cloak. She had a bad feeling about that cloaked man. She had a feeling that it wasn't going to be an easy battle for either traveler. "Come on, Sam," Alice thought. "Make it to the next trial." Sam rushed through the jungle. He kept his mind and eyes focused on the environment ahead of him, while also keeping his mana sense turned on. The jungle had become scorchingly hot as Rays' forest fire only increased. Black smoke created a moving, ominous fog through the entire throng of trees and shrubbery. After 10 more minutes of running, Sam could see he was only seconds away from approaching Rays Ashworth. The jungle began to clear, and Sam could see Rays standing on his own, grinning at the sight of Sam. The cloaked man wielded 2 fireballs in his hands and whipped them at Sam as soon as they locked eyes. Sam ducked and dodged the incoming fireballs while pushing forward towards Rays. The Blood Knight materialized his berserker sword, getting ready for a long fight ahead. He triggered his pain ring ability. A crimson circle burst out from Sam's chest and created a ring around the jungle clearing. He could feel his power levels instantly begin to raise as soon as the pain ring was triggered. The teeth of the silver dragon armor set were now fueling him with increasing power over time. He slashed at the older cloaked traveler, but the mage moved with incredible speed. Sam knew he needed to step up his strategy. He materialized 3 vials of blood and smashed them within the radius of his pain ring, creating a triangle of locations to utilize. First, Sam triggered Blood Flame, and 3 massive torrents of crimson fire shot out from the ground. But Rays ran circles through it, dodging with ease. All while Sam let out an onslaught on Rays, the traveler threw out fireball after fireball. It was a truly explosive battle of magic and mayhem. Sam gritted his teeth as he dodged the hostile projectiles. He needed to slow Rays down somehow. The mage was just too fast. He must have some special loot augmenting his agility stat. The speed wasn't something Sam had planned for, but he wasn't worried. There was too much at stake for Sam not to have contingency plans on top of contingency plans. There was no way Sam could let himself get defeated here. If he did, he was letting all of Westria down. There were still so many moving parts that needed to be removed to save Westria from the utter destruction of the Demon King and his army. Sam gripped his blade and prepared to utilize his trump card against Rays. The shaggy black-haired traveler rushed right towards Rays, brazenly leaving himself open for countless attacks. Rays snickered and muttered, "Foolish boy." under his breath, and began to whip one fireball after another in Sam's direction. Right as the fireballs all came storming down towards him, Sam smirked and materialized his newest piece of equipment, the arcane Aegis. The glowing blue magical shield appeared right in front of his face, seconds before the onslaught of fireballs would have roasted him alive. The fireballs all reflected off of the arcane Aegis shield and blasted right in Ray's direction. Worse for Ray's, Sam had gotten so close to the old man, and the man hadn't cared at the time because it looked as if Sam had left himself wide open to be killed so easily. Ray's eyes widened with shock as the onslaught of fireballs he'd thrown at Sam were now coming back towards him. Sam quickly dematerialized his sword and conjured blood flame balls in either hand and whipped them at the old rogue traveler along with the other magical projectiles. Within a few seconds, Ray's Ashworth, the infamous pyromaniac, was burning alive, killed by the very thing he loved most: fire. 71. Outside the challenge gate in the central market square of Resfall, the entire crowd of onlookers cheered at Sam's victory over Ray's Ashworth. Edgar kept his arms folded stoically, but he couldn't help but grin. The young traveler continued to impress him day after day. "What do you make of that?" Edgar murmured to Olivia, standing beside him. The adept tier traveler and captain within the guild had once been the shining star of the guild, and there was definitely a part of her that was annoyed by Sam's prodigious talent. Even still, Edgar knew the woman had incredible respect and admiration for anyone who fought and trained with determination like Sam. For Edgar and Olivia both saw themselves in the boy's incredible dedication and continuous outside-the-box thinking to win battle after battle. "It was impressive," said Olivia. "He used himself as bait, convincing his enemy that he was weak and vulnerable when in fact he was setting up a powerful counterattack. I like the kid's style." The two travelers, along with everyone else, watched Ray's Ashworth roast alive on the mana screens floating in front of them. "Me too," said Edgar. "Me too." As soon as Ray's crumbled to ash, Sam disappeared from the battlefield in a blip. "It's time we wait," Edgar thought. "We'll soon find out what's going to happen in the final round." In a blink, Sam was somewhere else. It happened so fast he didn't even know it was happening. 1 second, he was in the jungle dungeon realm fighting against Ray's, and a second later he was somewhere else. It was a starry realm with a misty floor of clouds, very much reminiscent of the class-choosing zone Sam had entered at the very end of surviving the trial of the White Gate. Sam was still taking in his victory over Ray's, the fact that he had teleported to another zone being proof of that. Standing nearby was none other than Grendel Blackheart. The silver-haired traveler with the Vampire Knight class stood tall and proudly with his arms crossed. The expression on his face was one of disdain and impatience. "So you're the one who survived round 2 then," he sighed. "You must be feeling like a lucky little rat." Sam narrowed his eyes at the man and looked away from him. He didn't need to trade insults with this awful man. He would let his actions in the final round show the evil man what he truly thought of him. Until then, he'd keep to himself. He had no need to care what a despicable person like Grendel Blackheart thought of him. But it looked as if Grendel didn't take kindly to someone blatantly ignoring him. The ruler over one of Westria's major provinces had been spoiled into thinking anyone he interacted with would cater to his every whim. "Guess again, fool." Sam smirked to himself. The smirk proved to be too much of an insult for Grendel to bear. In a flash of a second, Grendel was right beside Sam with his long sword drawn out, stabbing Sam right through his armor and chest. Sam didn't feel a thing. Grendel looked down at his blade and moved it side to side, watching it move through Sam's body like nothing more than harmless air. Sam grinned once more at the irritated silver-haired man. "You really are a dishonorable jerk of a human being, aren't you, Grendel?" "You can't kill someone in the waiting area," said Sam. After the second and third challenge gate appeared in Sam's previous timeline,
It had become common knowledge that anywhere in the dungeon world considered a waiting area was off-limits for challengers to harm other challengers. Grendel scowled and spat on the ground near Sam's feet, before marching off away from the boy. "I'll just have to kill you in the next round, then," said Grendel. "So be it." And with those words, a new portal opened up in front of the two challengers. Sam stepped forward and shrugged at Grendel nonchalantly.
"You can try your best, I guess." And with that, Sam stepped into the portal and entered the final round of the turquoise challenge gate. 72. First Sam's foot entered the portal, then his leg, then his whole body, and before he knew it, he was in an entirely different world. It was unlike any dungeon world Sam had ever experienced before. If he hadn't remembered seeing it in his previous timeline, he would have been totally caught off guard. The thing that made this dungeon world so peculiar was that it wasn't your typical environmental biome, but something much more abstract. Sam had emerged on a platform that led to a staircase. The peculiar part was that the platform was one of hundreds of floating platforms in a massive world that seemed to be the inside of a large golden sphere, at the center of which was a glowing blue crystal orb that looked to house a separate biome within it. "This place is weird," Sam thought. "Just as I remembered." Sam already knew that Grendel would spawn somewhere else within this strange world of floating staircases. As soon as he did, the prompt for the challenge would arrive, and the final trial would truly begin. The fact that the prompt hadn't arrived yet meant Grendel was taking his time stepping into the portal from the waiting area. Sam figured the man was probably taking a stamina potion or buff pill of some kind before entering this challenge. Whatever Grendel was doing, Sam was not concerned. Any performance-enhancing drugs the evil man took would not stop Sam from beating him in this trial. Finally, a prompt appeared in Sam's vision, meaning Grendel had spawned somewhere in this odd dungeon world, and the trial was now underway. Challenge 3, Final Challenge. Race to the central point. First person there wins. Sam looked across the sea of floating staircases to the glowing crystal at the center of it all. First step was getting into that crystal. From there, he'd have to reach the central point within that biome, but he could worry about that later. Right now, he had to get a move on. New, white glowing orbs floated at the ends of each staircase platform. They had appeared after the prompt outlining the specifics of the third trial. Sam moved to the end of his platform and up the stairs to where the small white orb floated. He materialized his berserker's sword and swung down on the light, smashing it with all of his strength. Ping! The light made a noise, and then the staircase began to spin in place and to join itself with another floating platform. Just as I expected, Sam grinned. Sam knew from both his memory and reading of historical studies on the Secret Gate affair about how this third challenge worked. You had to hit the orbs to move the staircases a certain way. He looked across the sea of staircases to see if he could make out where Grendel had spawned. The dungeon world was too massive to spot him. It would take the silver-haired traveler at least a minute or two to figure out the orb system of moving the platforms. Sam had to exploit that extra time advantage so he could win the race. Sam stepped onto the connecting platform and hurried down the staircase. Just as he was about to reach the glowing white orb, Sam caught sight of metal talons rushing towards him in an effort to tear massive shreds through his face. Sam immediately pivoted and swung his berserker's sword like a baseball bat at the incoming attacker. The sword smashed right into a metal bird, sending it tumbling back in the air. Sam caught sight of two more of the same kind of monster coming his way. They were vultures, but composed completely of metal, screws, wires, and gears. Their eyes glowed with a blue artificial light, most likely powered by a monster stone of some kind. This isn't right, Sam thought when he took in the birds. According to his memory in his previous timeline, the metal vultures weren't supposed to show up until the final few staircases before entering the crystal biome. Dungeon worlds, especially those housed within irregular gates, occasionally adjusted their difficulty based on the actions travelers took inside of them. The last time Sam had witnessed this was in the final boss chamber of the White Gate almost an entire year ago. All of Sam's actions, Beating secret bosses, unlocking incredibly rare gear, led to the final boss of the White Gate being far more difficult than what had appeared in Sam's original timeline. It looked as if the same thing was happening here inside the turquoise challenge gate. It was annoying, and it might disrupt Sam's current lead over Grendel, but he could deal with it. Sam stretched out his hand and opened his palm and triggered Hurting Hook. A bright orange light sizzled out from his palm like a spear and went straight into one of the metal vultures, dragging it right in Sam's direction. As soon as it was close to Sam, he hammered his berserker sword right into the metal vulture's head. The blow crushed the monster, sending crackling wires, gears, and screws across the platform in a heap of destruction. Sam then turned his focus on the remaining 2 metal vultures. The one difficulty with the metal vultures was that they didn't bleed, meaning his best ranged spells like Blood Flame would be a bit more difficult, unless he wanted to waste a vial of smashed blood to get the job done. In the end, he thought he had a pretty good system with Hurting Hook and a deadly smash of his berserker sword, and finished off the remaining 2 metal vultures in the same way he defeated the first. With the annoying hostile attackers destroyed, Sam smashed the white orb and watched the staircase begin to move and connect with another platform, edging him closer towards the crystal biome at the center of the map. From across the strange dungeon world, Sam heard the screech of one of the floating staircases moving from its original position. It looked as if Grendel had figured out how to move the staircases. The race was on. 73. Outside the challenge gate in the central market square of Resfall, Clara watched the screen of the final trial with utmost focus and attention. While she did find herself fidgeting with her fingers, interlacing them, or rubbing her palms together, her eyes never left the direction of the mana screen. From behind her, someone in the crowd said, "Ah, he won't be able to do this one. Neither one of them can. Look at that world. It's a nightmare labyrinth with metal vultures. They're done for." Clara bristled at the pessimistic words of the onlooker. She agreed with the man that the dungeon world was definitely strange, and its abstractness felt even more dangerous than your typical forest or desert landscape you found in most regular dungeon gates. That said, she didn't agree with the man's sentiment in the slightest. She shook her head just thinking about the man's words. That man doesn't know Sam like I do. Sam didn't approach problems like others did. He always had the answer to a problem, sometimes even before the problem came up. He was incredible. Watching the shaggy black-haired boy with deep red eyes move from one floating staircase to the next, Clara knew in her heart that he had it in him to succeed. Sam smashed down on another white orb, and then watched as the staircase moved and connected with another floating platform. As soon as the platforms connected, he hurried across it and towards the new glowing white orb. "Here we go," he thought. Sam was pleased with the progress he was making so far. Since the initial metal vulture attack, no more monsters had spawned, and he was happily being left alone to speed his way through the labyrinth of floating staircases. Reaching the next white orb, Sam smashed into it, and then watched the orb change its color from white to blue. Sam nodded his head in recognition. He'd reached the middle section of the floating staircase maze. The first section was simple. You smashed the white orb, and the staircase moved. This second section complicated things. You could smash the orb and it would change color. If you smashed it again, it would change to a different color, and so on. Each color represented a different direction the staircase could move in. The first section had been designed mostly to help a challenger get his or her bearings in this new dungeon world. Once you figured out how to smash the white orbs, it was a rather linear path forward, moving wherever the floating staircase connected you to. Now the map was giving Sam options, which made the maze much more puzzling and intricate. Luckily, Sam had an ace up his sleeve. He had the pattern memorized from his previous timeline on how to get to the crystal biome at the center of the map. For instance, in that moment, Sam knew he needed green, so he smashed the blue orb and watched it change to the color he wanted. He waited a few seconds, and the staircase began to move. Once the floating platform connected with another, Sam hurried forward. Things are going smoothly so far, Sam thought to himself. Gotta keep up the good momentum. Just as he was halfway across the new platform, a series of small explosions of purple smoke shot out in front of him. As the smoke faded away, in its place were newly spawned metal monsters. The monsters were 2 metal vultures, along with a metal gorilla. The metal gorilla was a truly disconcerting and monstrous sight. Unlike the metal vultures that looked to be composed entirely of metal, the silver gorilla had the features of a normal gorilla that had been experimented on and augmented with wires and bolted gears. The beast had the artificial blue glow in its eyes, just like the vultures. The monsters rushed towards him, and Sam instantly triggered Pain Ring. A bright red circle shot from Sam's chest and created a large radius that encompassed even more than the floating platform Sam and the monsters were currently occupying. He felt the agony from the gnashing teeth on the inside of his silver dragon armor set digging into his flesh and contributing to his rising power. The metal gorilla leaped high in the air, shadowing over Sam, as it descended in a violent fury towards him with its fist locked in a hammering position. Sam rolled across the platform, dodging the gorilla's attack. The gorilla's blow was incredibly powerful, breaking through the stone of the platform and leaving a crater of destruction. The gorilla was behind Sam now, but due to his dodge roll, he was now up much more close and personal with the metal vultures. He figured it was probably best to take out the annoying and slightly easier monsters first, so they didn't cause him trouble later. Sam stretched out his arms and opened his fingers wide and triggered Hurting Hook. A sizzling magical orange rope shot out from his palm and dug into one of the metal vultures, dragging it across the battlefield right into Sam's orbit of destruction. Sam wasted no time smashing his berserker sword into the vulture's head, splattering its metal brain of gears and wires out on the platform below him. He was about to turn and take on the other metal vulture when he felt the ground get dark all around him. It was the metal gorilla's shadow descending upon him with another leap attack. Sam grinned, triggering Hurting Hook once more while leaping backwards. As Sam leaped away, he watched as the remaining metal vulture got ensnared by his magic hook, and as it got dragged towards him, actually ended up right in the vicinity of the metal gorilla's blow. The metal gorilla's hammering attack smashed right into the metal vulture, obliterating it into tiny little pieces of shrapnel. The metal gorilla's attack landed in such a way that it now had its back turned to Sam. The apprentice tier traveler did not waste the opportunity. He rushed forward with his berserker sword and slashed forward, ripping through its head, decapitating it within seconds. The headless gorilla collapsed on the floor as a mix of blood and crackling electric wires dribbled out onto the platform. Sam caught his breath and stepped over the metallic carnage he'd left behind and went towards the orb and continued his journey towards the next stairwell. He smashed it once to get the blue color, and the stairwell moved accordingly. Even with the annoying monsters spawning sooner than he had anticipated, Sam was still making good time. And that was right when everything started to go horribly. As Sam stepped onto the next platform, a metal gorilla that had spawned elsewhere leaped across one stairwell to another and smashed the orb, moving the stairwell in a new direction. Worse, this was happening all across the map. The stairwells were moving in all sorts of directions. That's bad, Sam thought. Really bad. The metal gorillas were messing up the pattern he had memorized. That was going to significantly slow him down in terms of getting to the crystal biome at the center of the map. Then things got even worse. Across the map, he saw Grendel leaping between the staircases. Sam's heart sank. With the use of his vampire knight's skill to steal other abilities, Grendel was able to steal the metal gorilla's massive leap attack and use that to jump across the floating platforms. Grendel was completely breaking through the puzzle by just leaping across all the platforms in whichever way he pleased. Sam had suddenly lost his advantage in a split second. He was now definitely the disadvantaged party in this race. The tables had completely turned. Sam looked around frantically. If he didn't instantly figure out the right way to move the staircases or think of something quick, the race was going to be lost. Worse, it would mean he'd die here in the challenge gate. And even worse than that, so would all of humanity in a few years' time. He then considered Grendel's strategy of breaking the constraints of the floating staircase labyrinth to his own advantage. Maybe there's something to that. Sam knew he couldn't steal the powers of the mecha gorilla, but maybe he didn't have to. He did have a teleport spell of his own. He had originally discounted such an idea. The problem was the staircases were so massive and spaced apart that he couldn't throw a vial of blood far enough to get it to land on the next platform so that he could trigger blood teleport. But then Sam considered that maybe he didn't have to make the vial land on solid ground. His stomach lurched at the very thought of the insane idea he was about to try. If it went badly, he would die. But it was his only option to catch up with Grendel. All right, here we go. Sam materialized a glass vial of blood and smashed it on the ground. He then triggered level 2 of Blood Flame. The dark blood splattered on the platform glowed brightly as a piece of crimson ash floated up towards his palm and formed a magical sphere of fiery destruction. Sam then materialized another vial of blood and mentally prepared himself for the utter insane feat of gymnastics and skill work he was about to try and achieve. He whipped the vial in the direction of the crystal biome. Sam then narrowed his eyes, watching the vial go further and further in the air. He then whipped his conjured blood flame ball right where the vial was heading. The blood flame ball smashed the vial, creating a huge burst of blood right in the middle of the open air. Sam then triggered blood teleport. He reappeared in the middle of the open air, his stomach lurching. He didn't let his body scramble or freak out, and stayed determined on what he had to do next. As soon as he had re-emerged, he had a new blood vial in hand and whipped it further across the map towards the crystal biome. Seconds later, he was conjuring a blood flame ball and whipping it after the vial. Just as gravity was pulling Sam down towards his death, he triggered blood teleport once more. Sam gasped as he re-emerged once more like he was flying across the map. He'd covered so much extra ground with the initial 2 jumps that he was actually incredibly close to the crystal biome. He only had to pull off the impossible dexterous jump one more time. One last jump, Sam thought. Here goes nothing. 74. Sam crashed through the surface of the crystal biome. His body went through the glowing blue crystal exterior with as much ease as passing through a cloud of fog. He imbued defensive mana into his body as he landed in a patch of grass. Holy moly, Sam thought, gasping for breath. His heart was racing and adrenaline was surging all throughout his body. He couldn't believe his on-the-fly strategy had worked. He was very happy he wasn't blasting his way across the open sky of the abstract stairwell world anymore. It felt a lot better to be on firmer footing. Sam quickly took in the surroundings of the crystal biome. It was a manicured garden with a tiled walkway leading up to the center point where there was a ziggurat-like tower. The central point of the map was at the top of that tower. The tower had multiple stairwells leading to the top, which made a certain kind of sense. Challengers would be entering the biome from different angles, so this kept the race somewhat fair and exciting. Not that the bloodthirsty dungeon world really ever seemed to care about fairness. Sam hurried forward towards the bottom of the ziggurat stairwell, only to leap backwards as the jaws of a flesh-eating plant descended upon him. He quickly took in the garden of the stairwell and saw that all the formerly benign-looking plants actually all had mouths with sharp, deadly teeth and a hunger for human flesh. Sam caught his breath and took it in. It was another divergence in the timeline. Sam could recall the memory in his previous timeline perfectly. He had been standing in the central market square, watching on the mana screens like everyone else, as Grendel and his opponent rushed through the garden to the stairwell with ease. There had been no presence of flesh-eating plants. Sam would have remembered otherwise. The map must be responding to all the trickery both him and Grendel had been displaying within the challenge. Leaping across the platforms on the back of a metal monkey, and Sam's own blood teleportation across the dungeon world. Sam couldn't believe the amount of divergences that were happening within this single trial. Of course, it was the final trial, and dungeons did like to save the most difficult challenges for the end. Sam figured he had a moment to plan his next move, as he assumed flesh-eating plants were mainly stationary and could only attack as far as their movable stem allowed them to. And it was at that moment that 3 flesh-eating plants leaped out from their roots and started crawling towards him. They had multiple thick green vines for legs, reminiscent of a spider. Growing out from their central neck was a large mouth full of countless thick and large, sharp teeth, perfect for chomping through armor and flesh. The vine monsters crawled with ferocious speed in Sam's direction. Sam materialized his berserker sword and triggered Pain Ring. A crimson circle shot out from his chest and formed a large radius in the manicured garden of the crystal biome. The teeth from the silver dragon armor set, endlessly eating away at his flesh, began to empower and strengthen him now that he was standing in the comfort of his most fundamental ability, Pain Ring. The vine monsters rushed towards him, and as soon as they stepped within the Pain Ring, he got to work. He rushed forward and slashed at one of the vine monster's legs, cutting it off cleanly. Sam's plan was to completely cut off each of the vine monster's mobility. That would make fighting the three of them slightly easier. He rushed towards the second and third, slashing off their legs. But then, somewhat frustratingly, the vine monsters sprouted out new vines and were mobile within seconds of Sam cutting off their limbs. Still, Sam's power was only rising due to the Pain Ring, and he was not worried in the slightest. He materialized his fiery flame sword in his other hand and rushed at the vine monsters, slicing and slashing like a demon who fed on chaos. Soon enough, the vine monsters were nothing but crumbled flames on the ground at Sam's feet. He didn't wait for the monsters to disintegrate down into monster stones, as he was in a hurry. Sam rushed forward and was about a minute away from the stairwell when something wrapped around his arms and then legs. Powerful vines squeezed against his muscles, entrapping him. Sam couldn't see the origins of the vine or monster, but he just could see that he was trapped. The vines pressed into his limbs with such a violent force, he couldn't even swing the swords in either of his hands. He was completely frozen. In the end, he decided to drop his sword and materialize one of his blood vials. But as he tried to materialize a vial, nothing happened. Sam couldn't believe it. The vine must have some kind of inventory negating ability. Sam didn't have time to waste. He could see only one situation out of this bind. He bit down into his lip, squeezing his teeth as hard as he could until he popped through the flesh and blood began to leak out from his lips. He then spat his blood-drenched saliva onto one of the vines and then triggered Blood Flame. The vines immediately retreated and recoiled as the blood flame spread across it. "That's right." Sam grinned and pushed forward, free from the paralysis of the deadly vines. He sped through the remaining bit of the garden, fighting any plants that dared to come against him and his ability to set them aflame, eventually reaching the bottom of the ziggurat stairwell. Outside the challenge gate, Queen Alice Grace watched the mana screen above the market square with an intense focus. The final challenge was quickly reaching its conclusion. Both Grendel and Sam had reached the bottom of the ziggurat stairwell, meaning it was a race to the top to determine the victor. "What do you think is going to happen, Mildred?" Alice asked. Alice knew the answer she hoped for, but didn't know which outcome would be reality. "It's too close to say," sighed Mildred. "Though if I had to guess, based on my assessment of both Grendel and Sam's speed, Sam has 5 minutes to get to the top of the ziggurat if he wants to win the race against Grendel." Alice nodded at her handmaiden's words. Mildred Cross was an incredibly dedicated fighter and traveler, and had one of the sharpest eyes out of anyone she knew. If Mildred said Sam had 5 minutes, then Alice believed her. 5 minutes, Sam, thought Alice. You can do this. I believe in you. 75. Sam ran up the stairs, going up 3 steps at a time. He kept his eyes facing forward, taking in the summit of the stairwell. It was still very far away. The race to the top stairs was more like an arduous climb than anything else. It was crazy to think that so much was at stake in this one simple race. His life was on the line. The elven race's entire existence was on the line. The entire world as well. All if Sam failed to run up these stairs faster than the evil vampire knight known as Grendel Blackheart. He kept pushing himself. His heart raced. His throat burned. He needed to put all of his strength and endurance into climbing to the top of this stairwell. Sam was about 1/3 of the way up when, as he had remembered from his previous timeline, 3 spectral warriors emerged from the grounds of the stairwell. The spectral warriors looked like classic knights in armor except for their blue translucent sheen. They were spirits, ghosts. The biggest challenge against fighting the 3 spectral warriors was the fact that they had a height advantage over Sam, and they weren't out of breath and panting like a dog in the way that Sam currently was. But Sam knew how to beat them. He materialized another trusty vial of blood and smashed it on the ground. He then triggered level 3 of his blood flame ability. The blood on the ground glowed and flew toward Sam's hands, quickly taking on the shape of a sword composed entirely out of blood flame. The spectral warriors were immune to normal physical attacks, but Sam knew that already, so he didn't have to waste any time figuring that out. He rushed forward with his blood flame sword, slicing off the head of one of the spectral warriors. He then stabbed his blood flame sword right in the chest of another spectral warrior, right where its heart used to be. The amount of damage delivered to the heart area still counted as a killing blow, and the spectral warrior's eyes bulged as the pain overwhelmed and killed him for good. Sam then sliced the remaining spectral warrior cleanly right in half, the 2 sides of the man shattering in destruction. The 3 spectral warriors' brief second chance in the afterlife was completely destroyed. With 3 hostiles dead, Sam continued up the stairwell. Unbeknownst to him, he had only 2 more minutes to get to the top first. Outside the challenge gate, Toby watched the mana screen, feeling more and more nauseous and sick as he witnessed the trial happening before him. Running up some stairs sounded simple enough, until the stairwell started spawning ghost warriors for Sam to fight. What is the challenge going to throw at him next? Toby felt both sympathy for Sam having to undergo such a dangerous trial, and also impressed admiration at his friend's fearlessness and unwavering determination. On the screen, Toby watched as Sam finished off the spectral warriors and started hurrying up the stairwell. "He's got just under 2 minutes, I reckon," said Edgar, standing a bit further front in the square from where Toby was standing. Toby peered around at the group of onlookers. More and more people had gathered in the market square to watch the ongoing challenges. Every building and terraced house nearby had multiple people peering out from every single available window. There were even citizens sitting on rooftops. Toby picked up on an energy in the crowd. The feeling of dread, terror, and panic that had filled the citizens' hearts when the turquoise gate had first appeared had suddenly disappeared. There was an excitement in the air, a feeling of pride. The crowd felt as if Sam was going to win. They were watching with the eagerness that one might watch a sports team on the precipice of scoring a goal. They really believe in him, Toby thought, looking around. He felt his own fear fade away, and he suddenly felt a rush of excitement for his friend to defeat that evil jerk, Grendel. It was at that point that the stairwell Sam was rushing up began to collapse beneath his feet. It started at the bottom of the ziggurat. The first staircase began to crumble into some unknown abyss below. Then the second staircase fell, then the third, and so on. It was like the entire dungeon world, or at the very least, the insides of the crystal biome, was caving in on itself like a massive black hole, a whirlpool of destruction leading to some great unknown. Well, it wasn't entirely unknown. Sam figured it was safe to assume the unknown at the end of the collapsing stairwell was death, nothingness. The biggest challenge of the actively crumbling stairwell was that it was crumbling at a faster rate than Sam could run. Sam had known this destruction of the stairwell was coming, and he had planned accordingly. In fact, he'd already used a variation of that strategy recently. He materialized a vial of blood in his hand and whipped it forward up almost 10 flights of stairs. The vial smashed, leaving a pile of crimson blood on the stairwell. Sam wasted no time and triggered blood teleport, a mere second before the stairwell beneath his feet crumbled into nothing. Sam was no longer running up the stairwell, but flinging vials of blood before teleporting to that new destination. Less than a minute later, Sam had ping-ponged his way all the way to the top of the stairwell. He had done it. He had reached the summit. There was just one problem. Grendel Blackheart had arrived there at the exact same time. 76. Sam's eyes widened at the sight of Grendel Blackheart standing on the other side of the ziggurat's summit. Upon reaching the top, the stairwell below them stopped collapsing in on itself, leaving Sam and Grendel standing upon a floating platform, high above the manicured garden of flesh-eating plants below. This didn't happen in the first timeline either, Sam thought. Grendel had reached the top, and the challenge ended soon after that. 2 people hadn't reached the summit at the same time. What happened now? Sam's question was answered by a prompt in his vision. Tiebreaker challenge. Destroy competing challenger to win. Sam materialized his berserker sword, triggered Pain Ring, and rushed ahead, ready for the fight of his life. Outside the challenge gate, Clara and everyone else was deadly silent as they watched the clash between Sam and Grendel Blackheart begin. Clara felt a dread in her stomach as the mana screen focused on the silver-haired traveler, equipped in his shadowy black armor. I don't like that man, Clara thought to herself. She had sensed his presence earlier before all the rogue travelers had entered the turquoise challenge gate. There was something about him. The man gave off a sinister air. Clara wasn't just watching the fight unfold on the mana screen floating above the market square, but also watching Olivia and Edgar. They were the 2 strongest travelers she knew. Their commentary was as compelling as the fight on the screen itself. It was their exchanges that held the most weight out here in the market square. They had the best read and understanding of the battle happening right in front of them all. So that was why Clara's ears perked as she saw Olivia turn to Edgar. "This isn't good," said Olivia. "Don't count the boy out yet," said Edgar. "He's done plenty of impressive things before this." "Grendel is a full tier higher than him," hissed Olivia. "His attacks won't be strong enough to break through his rare equipment, let alone the man's toughened skin." Clara didn't like what she was hearing, but both she and Toby knew a little bit more about Sam's traveler profile than the others did, enough to know that he did have special advantages of his own. For one, he had 2 classes, and she was fairly certain one of them allowed him to take pain and convert it into power. Surely, Sam would be able to push forward and take this evil guy out. She was hopeful for Sam. But the looks Olivia and Edgar were giving each other was enough to make her feel uneasy. Seconds after kicking his boots off the ground and raising his berserker sword in the air, Sam's blade came crashing down against Grendel's silver longsword. A sharp clang echoed across the battlefield of the 2 powerful swords colliding up against one another. "Just give up now, kid," hissed Grendel. "Putting up a fight is futile and you know it." Sam gritted his teeth and yanked his berserker sword back, ready for another swing at the man who went on to become one of the greatest war criminals in Westrian history in Sam's previous timeline. His Pain Ring ability had been active for at least 20 seconds by now, and he was quickly gaining power as the gnawing teeth on the inside of his silver dragon armor set dug into his flesh again and again. Grendel might be more powerful than him right now, but Sam wondered if the man would be able to still fend off his blows in 5 minutes or so. Sam sliced his sword downward at Grendel, and their swords clanged once again. Both Grendel and Sam ripped their swords away only to swing them right against each other a second later. Sam only needed to bide time, as his Pain Ring gave him more and more power. "Foolish boy," said Grendel. "You think I don't see that red circle around us? Let me find out for myself whatever trick you have up your sleeve." Using his Vampire Knight's ability to steal abilities, Grendel triggered a Pain Ring of his own. A crimson circle shot out from the man's chest and took over the battlefield. The red radius of Grendel's ability hovered right over top Sam's original Pain Ring. Sam grimaced. He had always known that there was a strong possibility that Grendel would start stealing his class's abilities, but part of him had hoped that Grendel's arrogance would get the better of him. Sam knew the simple version of his strategy was now no longer viable. Sure, Grendel didn't have the pain of the silver dragon armor set, but he would gain power every time Sam now attacked him with his own increased power, meaning Sam wouldn't be able to completely catch up. For those who didn't know better, they might think that it was this moment that Sam's doomed fate had been sealed. But Sam was not concerned at all. He actually had Grendel exactly where he wanted. In Sam's previous timeline, he had researched the secret gate affair zealously, poring over whatever information he could get his hands on. Not once had he ever been able to discover what Grendel Blackheart's weakness was. Every traveler had a weak point, a disadvantage, some more obvious than others. The fact that Grendel didn't have one had led Sam to concocting a risky yet ingenious strategy. In preparation for the secret gate affair, Sam decided he would artificially create Grendel Blackheart's own weakness without the evil man even realizing it. Grendel had an incredibly powerful ability in that he could steal his opponent's skills. But Grendel didn't know how those skills worked, meaning if Sam was adept enough, he could make Grendel think they worked differently than he realized. And in so doing, Sam would create Grendel Blackheart's weak point for him. The battle was far from over. It was just getting started. 77, Sam and Grendel clashed swords once more. The silver-haired travelers sneered at Sam with anger and disgust. Sam could tell behind the man's vicious veneer he was actively trying to piece together what exactly the pain ring ability would do for him. Perfect, Sam thought, making sure not to reveal any sort of pleasure or cunning on his face. Grendel was now in the first part of Sam's trap. Sam now had to execute on the second stage of his plan without Grendel catching on, and it wasn't going to be easy. It was time to get started. Sam leaped away from Grendel's swing, creating a distance between the two of them that hadn't existed since the beginning of the battle. It had been a grueling clash of swords for the last few minutes, and now Sam was backing away. "Need a breather, huh?" hissed Grendel. "You're a pathetic weakling, you know that. I can't wait to watch you die." Sam ignored the man's taunt and got to work on his plan. He materialized a vial of blood into the palm of his hand from his inventory and then smashed it on the ground. The glass shattered into a countless number of tiny pieces, while a large splotch of blood lay in a puddle at the center of the floating platform they were battling on. Sam then triggered Blood Flame, creating a burst of crimson fire right in front of himself. He swiped his entire arm through the flames in a display of utter showmanship. Will Grendel take the bait? Grendel scowled at Sam's gesture. "You foolish, foolish boy," Grendel laughed. "You really think I'd fall for that? You think others haven't tried to trick me on the nature of their abilities before? I saw you bristle with the pain from your own blood magic back in the first trial, or do you think I had already forgotten? You see, I keep an eye on everyone's abilities before I use them, always thinking a step ahead of my enemies." Sam kept his face placid. He didn't smirk. He didn't say a word back to his enemy. Grendel thought he had outsmarted Sam by staying a step ahead of him. There was just one problem. Sam had made sure to stay 2 steps ahead of Grendel, not just one. Back in the first trial, he had made sure that Grendel witnessed him grimace at the pain from the raging blood flame. He knew Grendel would be observing him, trying to gain knowledge about his abilities. Sam also knew Grendel would never suspect that Sam would have been tricking him about his ability in that instance, because Grendel hadn't revealed his Vampire Knight skill until the second trial. It would never have crossed Grendel's mind that Sam would be potentially misleading him on the nature of his abilities in that moment. But, unfortunately for Grendel, Sam had been doing exactly that. The most recent display of waving his arm through the blood flame was all just a ruse, a double bluff. Sam rushed forward, moving around the torrent of blood flame at the center of the battlefield, keeping up the ruse that his blood magic harmed him when in reality it did nothing of the sort. Grendel quickly cut his hand with his sword and threw blood on the ground himself. Then, taking advantage of his Vampire Knight class's steal ability, he then triggered Blood Flame, and then leaped away from it so he didn't get hurt from it. Perfect, Sam thought. Grendel now thinks that his use of the Blood Flame ability harms him, even though it doesn't actually affect the person who triggered the ability. Sam knew it was time to exploit his carefully crafted advantage. He moved forward towards Grendel, all while materializing more vials of blood to shatter on the ground around them. Slowly but surely, Sam kept triggering Blood Flame to box them into a more and more awkward position. He did have to be slightly careful, though. He'd seen battles between other classes that utilized blood magic, and most of the time one was only protected from blood magic that they casted themselves. They were not immune against a hostile version of their same abilities. Soon enough, Grendel and Sam were surrounded by a raging torrent of blood flame in all directions. They had very little room to maneuver. "You think I don't see what you're doing?" snapped Grendel. "You've clearly boxed me in, but you failed to recognize that my sword-fighting style is designed for narrow, close quarters. You're done for." The two travelers swung their swords through the air, meeting each other in a mighty clash. Grendel Blackheart swung his sword down against the young traveler's blade. The boy had gotten stronger over the course of the battle, but so had he. It must be that red ring ability of his that he'd stolen with his vampire knight abilities. The boy pulled his blade away and swung it at Grendel's head. Grendel ducked and came at him with an uppercut thrust. The boy jumped backwards, the sword almost grazing his face. "It's so close," Grendel thought. "It's almost over. I'll finally get to relish defeating this insolent little runt." Their swords clashed once more. Grendel pushed against the boy's blade with all of his might. He could feel his power overtaking Sam. Grendel had enough strength to overpower the boy and his blade from their current position. Only a few more seconds and he would break through. 4. The boy conjured a blood flame ball in the open palm of his hand. 3. It didn't matter. Grendel would kill him before he could do anything with that projectile. 2. The boy whipped the ball with such bold ferocity it was easy enough to dodge. Grendel snickered as the boy watched his last hope of survival fail. 1. "It's over now, boy," screamed Grendel. Sam, who had made sure to not reveal anything on his face the entire battle and keep everything as close to the vest as possible, finally let out a smirk. "Think again." The blood flame ball that Grendel had dodged with ease had never been intended to hit Grendel in the first place. At least, not initially. The blood flame ball flew past Grendel's head and smashed into the reflective energy of Sam's newest piece of equipment, the arcane aegis. Sam had situated the floating and powerful shield when Grendel hadn't noticed. The blood flame ball smashed into the reflective aura of the arcane aegis, and the powerful projectile bounced off of it and shot back right into Grendel's head, sending his hair and face into a huge pit of fire, roasting his brain until his consciousness and soul was completely burnt to ash. 78. Everyone in the central market square of Resfall watched the conclusion to the battle between Sam and Grendel Blackheart with a stunned sense of awe. They all watched in silence as Grendel Blackheart's head and then entire body roasted alive at the hands of Sam's blood flame attack. Queen Alice Grace hugged her handmaiden, Mildred Cross. Toby and Clara hugged each other with excitement. Edgar turned to Olivia with a grin and said, "What did I tell you?" All across the central market square of Resfall, everyone cheered with excitement. Sam had done it. He had defeated Grendel Blackheart. He had won the challenge gate. Everything was going to be okay. And then, a second later, Sam disappeared in a blip. It happened so fast it caught everyone by surprise. The moment of jubilance had been snuffed out in a second. Everyone blinked and waited for something to happen. For Sam to re-emerge outside the dungeon gate, safe and sound. But he didn't reappear. In fact, nothing happened. The mana screen stayed focused on the platform where Grendel Blackheart's corpse lay dormant. Suddenly, nobody was sure what was going to happen next. Sam fell to his knees. He had known the teleportation was coming, but he hadn't known the exact second, and it was all still a lurching shock when it happened. His whole body shook and he felt nauseous. It took him a moment to get his bearings. He looked down to his knees and the floor below him. A light mist lingered in front of him with the sparkle of starlight below. Off in the distance, there was the faintest hit of a complex and wondrous nebula of life and other worlds. As Sam adjusted himself to this new realm that the challenge gate had sent him to, he started to realize he had been in a similar zone to this before. It was very reminiscent of the class choosing zone at the end of the White Gate. Sam knew from his previous timeline that after winning the third challenge, Grendel had disappeared somewhere. He never divulged where he went, but it was suspected he had gone to a place where he was rewarded with the weapon that led him to slaughtering thousands of elves with ease during the horrible historical moment known as the Elven Genocide, the demonic rune blade. Other victors of turquoise challenge gates that had yet to emerge in Sam's new timeline had divulged a bit more information about a final zone after the last trial of a challenge gate. They all mentioned the Starry Realm and the Mist, but none of them had linked the similarity to the class-choosing zone. Sam wasn't sure what to make of that, but it did make him wonder. Even with all the knowledge that Westrian civilizations had been able to discover about the dungeon gate system during the period of time that Sam lived through his first life, there were still many mysteries to how and why it operated in the way that it did. Sam promised himself to not let his knowledge of the future blind him from pursuing future discoveries into the unknown of the dungeon gate system. He hadn't been sent back in time just so he could exploit everything he already knew about the dungeon gates, but he had a second chance now to discover new things as well. After the brief moment of reflection, Sam got to his feet and looked out at the challenge gate's final section, the place that eventually came to be known as the reward zone. A few meters away from him stood two large slabs of stone. Even from a distance, he could see that the stones had carvings on them, symbols and information of some kind. He took a step towards the two slabs. He was deeply eager and excited to see what the reward options were for being the traveler to complete the first-ever challenge gate to emerge in Westria. He knew the demonic rune blade had been an item Grendel had been offered, but he had no idea what his second option had been. Once again, Grendel had been reluctant to share any information about the challenge gate with anyone else in Sam's previous timeline. Sam was curious to see if he would be offered the same choices as Grendel, or would he have a whole new crop of items chosen for him based on his performance in the dungeon gate. He assumed, like the class-choosing zone, the stone slabs represented items that he could choose from, and, just like that experience, he frustratingly only got to choose one. The first stone had the carvings of a necklace, with a rare-looking medallion hanging from its center. As Sam took in the stone, a message came up in his retina. Necklace of Power, Mythic, Tier, Adept, +5 to all stats. Sam's eyes widened at the option. An item with mythic rarity at Adept tier was nothing to sneeze at. The buffs from the item were simple but powerful. He already had a few pieces of equipment now that were buffing his stats, and they made a huge difference. To get that kind of stat bonus to everything would just be an all-round improvement to his general capabilities as a traveler. Sam was impressed. He moved over to the second stone. The carving on the other stone was that of a long and deadly-looking sword. Sam recognized it even before the item details came up in his vision. Demonic Rune Blade, Mythic, Tier, Adept, +5 Strength. Kill Stacker, Special Ability. Demonic Rune Blade gains more power each time you slay something. Power growth only stops if 15 minutes go by without a kill. He had never known the specifics of Grendel Blackheart's powerful sword back in his previous timeline, but he could have guessed it had this kind of ability. The way he had torn through elven soldiers and citizens alike with such speed and ferocity could only be explained by an ability like the one referred to in his retina as Kill Stacker. Seeing the full details of the sword in front of him, he couldn't deny that it was truly a powerful and incredible piece of weaponry. There was no contest in Sam's mind about which item was the better and more optimal item to choose, but he felt himself hesitate. What did it mean that the challenge gate had offered him this sword? What did it mean that the challenge gate perceived that Sam should wield the exact same weapon that an evil man like Grendel Blackheart had used to kill countless innocent people? It could be simply because Sam and Grendel had similar classes and fighting styles that lent themselves to wielding swords. It could just as likely not mean anything at all. The gate may have offered this sword to whoever won the challenge gate. Nevertheless, it did make Sam wonder. Could a sword that had been used for such evil deeds in Sam's first timeline truly be used for good? Sam came to the conclusion that a sword could never truly be good or evil. Rather, a sword's deeds were always dictated by the swordsman who wielded it. He'd take this weapon that had ended so many innocent lives in his first timeline And, like so much of what he'd done already in this new second life, he'd rewrite history. He'd rewrite the history of the demonic rune blade through the new actions he'd make it do. Sam would change the scrolls of the historian's chronicles with this new sword, using the blood of his enemies as ink. 79. A man stood on a flat roof near the central market square of Resfall, clutching a pair of binoculars. He was trying to focus in on the bottom of the turquoise gate that had completely upended everyone's lives in Resfall that morning. The man imagined that was where the shaggy, black-haired traveler Sam would appear from. Any good birdwatcher knew that sometimes you didn't look where a bird currently was, but rather where you suspected it to go. The man suddenly felt a jolt in his ribs. "Oi, you see anything?" "Shh, you'll scare him away." "I ain't scaring away nothing," barked the man. "We're waiting for a traveler, not a bird." The philosophy of birdwatching can be applied to all aspects of life, a lesson you seem to refuse to learn, said the man. "All right, Mr. Birdwatching philosopher, here's a question," said the other man. "What do you do when a bird disappears out of nowhere and then doesn't reappear?" The man with the binoculars frowned and then let out a sigh. He then picked up his binoculars once more and kept focused on the spot he had been staring at before. "You wait," said the man. "You wait and you hope." On the opposite end of the square stood Edgar and the other members of the Travelers Guild. The guildmaster could see the crowd was growing uneasy. Questions hovered in everyone's mind. Why hadn't Sam immediately returned to the market square after defeating Grendel? What the heck was going on? Questions weren't just what lingered in the air. There was also growing fear. Had Sam teleported to some unknown location for a final challenge, and the reason he wasn't back in the square yet was because he failed said challenge? Did that mean a dungeon break could erupt at any moment in the square? Edgar kept his face cool, not revealing any sense of concern he may have had. The last thing he wanted to do was cause a greater sense of panic. If anything, he wanted his stoic demeanor to help keep everybody calm. Still, he needed to say something to his allies and comrades in arms. He spoke softly to Olivia. "I don't want you to react to what I say next," Edgar began. "Remember, everyone in the square is looking at us. They want to see how we react. If we react in any way that could be perceived as negative, we'll be causing widespread panic in the streets. The last thing we want to do if, and I emphasize if, we have to deal with a sudden dungeon break." Olivia nodded her head. If she was surprised or jolted alert by Edgar's words, they were such micro-movements no one watching would have even noticed. "Spread the word, slowly and quietly," Edgar continued. "Be prepared for anything." Edgar looked at the turquoise gate still floating in front of the market square. He desperately hoped his preparations would prove to be unnecessary. Queen Alice stared at the turquoise dungeon gate with an intense fixedness. She couldn't understand what was happening. Sam had defeated Grendel Blackheart, so why hadn't he reappeared outside the dungeon gate? Alice took a step towards the edge of the roof, and Mildred suddenly jolted her arm out in front of her. She'd seen Mildred do that before. It was a signal to stop moving, to stay alert, to not come any closer. Did Mildred really fear that after such a moment of jubilance with Sam defeating Grendel, that danger could follow after it so quickly? Her stomach fell. She did not like this. Sam had helped save her and all of Resfall many months ago, and continued to do great work that protected them all. He was an important asset that she didn't want to lose. More than an asset, she begrudgingly realized. He was a person in her life that she did not want to disappear. She was not ready to say goodbye to Sam, like she'd already painfully said goodbye to both her mother and her father. It was at that moment of fear and hopelessness that Alice's eyes burst with excitement at the sight of something emerging at the bottom of the turquoise gate. "Look!" All across the central market square, everyone's eyes widened with intensity and wonder. Reappearing below the turquoise blue gate was none other than the shaggy, black-haired traveler with deep red eyes known as Sam. The boy stood there with a powerful and fearsome sword in his grip. It was a sword unlike anyone in Resfall had ever seen. It was long, sharp, and inky black. Except it wasn't all black, though. All along the blade were glowing red markings in an unknown ancient language. The sword emitted a sense of intense power. There was a brief moment of silence as everyone across the market square was shocked with relief at the sight of the young traveler. Only a second later did everyone start cheering. Sam smiled and lifted the sword above his head, accepting the city's applause. As he did so, he could hear the crowd begin to chant. He was so tired from the challenge gate that at first he couldn't hear what they were saying, but then he finally did. They were saying his name, Sam, over and over again. He smiled with relief. He had changed the course of history once again. The devastating consequences of the secret gate affair had been averted. 80 things calmed down briefly following the events of the secret gate affair. The month of Novriel soon turned to Wintersmid, and along with it came a hearty blanket of white, powdery snow. Snow was everywhere. It covered the rooftops of Resfall like icing on a cake. It coated the ground each night, only to be trampled on by the citizens going to and from their daily lives, leaving behind streets dotted with inches-deep footprints. Most of the adults of Resfall were not pleased with cold weather and the runny noses and coughs that came along with it. The exact opposite feeling, however, was held by the children of the capital city. Snowmen and snow forts abounded, as did snowball fights that always resulted with a member of the spectral church or some easily offended noble becoming collateral damage in the process. Along with the snow came the Hearthmas season, which brought its own sense of festivity and cheer. It was safe to say it was a happy time for all in Resfall. Well, except for those who got regularly hit in the face with a snowball. Beyond their regular duties of helping out citizens and destroying dungeon gates, the travelers of Resfall's official Travelers Guild were also very focused on decorating their guild building for Hearthmas. It was still quite a few days away, but bunting was already set up along the stairwells. Special multicolored lights had also been adorned everywhere, and a giant pine tree had been brought into the common room. One morning, Sam came across Curtis looking around the common room, muttering to himself. "No, that won't do," he said. "That won't either. The angles are all wrong. The degrees and positioning need to be as precise as possible. If not, everything falls apart." "What are you talking about, Curtis?" Sam asked, curious about what the elf was trying to do. He looked around to make sure no one was around. The elf then leaned conspiratorially over to Sam and revealed his plan. "You are familiar with the Hearthmas tradition when two people stand beneath a mistletoe?" "Yeah," said Sam. "The two people have to kiss, but that's just a saying. People don't actually do that." "For you, perhaps," said Curtis, and then he looked up at the ceiling with awe. "But if I can map my coordinates precisely, I can predict my beautiful Captain Olivia's route across the Hearthmas party, and I can time it to such a degree that I'll just so spontaneously end up under the mistletoe at the exact same time as her. It will be perfect." "Sounds, very romantic," said Sam. "Isn't it?" said Curtis, clutching his hands together and looking up with moony eyes, like he could actually see his own fantastical daydream playing out before him. Sam left Curtis to his oddly mathematical plans for seduction and headed toward the dining hall to get a cup of coffee. On his way, he noticed two surprising figures were stepping into Guildmaster Redfield's office. It was none other than Mildred Cross and Queen Alice Grace. Sam looked up with curiosity. I wonder what that's about. Edgar Redfield held open the door to his office, ushering in Mildred Cross and Queen Alice Grace. The Queen was wearing a hood that kept her identity concealed as she traveled across the city. The threat of assassination had lessened since the battle for Resfall at the beginning of summer, but it was still an ever-present worry. Enemies both within and beyond Volsumgar would love to see Alice die, if only for the simple reason that it would symbolize their nation's loss of power. Which made it all the stranger that the Queen accompanied Mildred for their meeting that day.
Mildred had sent a note to Edgar a few days before, saying there was some concerning news to discuss. Edgar hated concerning news, yet was ever on the lookout for it. That was his job as the guild master of the Travelers' Guild. "Your Highness," said Edgar, closing the door behind them.
"I'm surprised to see you today." Alice smiled. "It is always a pleasure to see you, Edgar. Please do not let my presence come as a surprise. The Travelers' Guild is the most important institution to Volsunger's defense and livelihood. I've realized after the Secret Gate affair that we should be having more meetings than we currently are having. Next time an emergency of that scope happens, I want to be in the war room with you." Edgar smiled and nodded his head. He was caught off guard. The Queen was really coming into her own in the position. Being leader of a nation wasn't easy, and to be given such responsibility at her age, it must be tough, living up to all that's expected of her. The guildmaster couldn't help but be a little disappointed, though. When Mildred had sent word that she was coming, he had felt the tiniest flutter of a feeling in his chest. He couldn't describe what that feeling was, but it was something. Excitement, perhaps? He wasn't sure. He just knew that it had only been in the last year or so that the frost that had developed between Mildred and him had finally begun to thaw. Edgar knew things could never go back to how things were between them once long ago, but he still hoped that maybe something good could still grow between them. "Can't it, Mildred? Is this what you do all day as guildmaster?" Mildred balked. "Stare into space?" Edgar shook his head. "My apologies. What was it that you needed to talk to me about?" "The Shadow Network has sent word about trouble brewing between the dwarven factions," Mildred explained. Mildred was a traveler with a very powerful class known as ninja. Most travelers with the class ended up becoming deadly spies and assassins. Many of them had formed their own network of back channels and hidden societies to pass information through. If anything big was happening anywhere in Westria, the Shadow Network would be one of the first to hear about it. Worse than it's already been? After a few quiet months, the different factions are all increasing their militaries and spending, and have all been unleashing more and more hostile attacks on one another. You add in the rising power of the emissaries of the Fallen, and the situation is growing dire. Edgar nodded along. While human and dwarven relations had never been incredible, the arrival of the dungeon gates a few years prior had only led the dwarves to pursue their traditional inclination to isolate themselves from the rest of the world even more. The dungeon gates allowed them to pursue their own network of travelers and use them to fight against one another in their long-standing civil war. That, and from what little humans could gather on dwarven society, study the gates to create technological advancements. It was a far cry from the elves' reaction to the dungeon gates, which was to see them as pure evil and seal them with their use of old magic. Edgar turned to Queen Alice. "And what do you think we should do?" Alice nodded and took the question seriously. "It doesn't seem like we have a lot of options at the moment," Alice mused. "If we send travelers to the Snow Peak Mountains, we could end up simply worsening the already simmering tension between all the different dwarven factions. The problem all comes back to dwarven isolationism. I think the best thing for now is to keep as close an eye on the situation as we can for now, and try and open a communication channel with whichever dwarven factions will communicate back with us. We can go over the situation in a few weeks' time once we've gathered more intel." Edgar and Mildred shared a look and a smile. Alice's cheeks instantly went red. "What is it? Oh no, Mildred, do I have something in my teeth again? You promised me after the noblewoman's luncheon for charitable giving that you'd tell me if that ever happened again." Mildred's response was as stoic as ever. "And did I send you the signal that you have something in your teeth? No, I did not. Why? Because there is nothing in your teeth." Alice's eye twitched. Diffusing the situation with the flustered queen, Edgar jumped in. "We were only smiling because we were impressed with your assured and astute decision-making. We can send a messenger to open up communication with the dwarves. I think that's a great place to start." Edgar walked the two of them to the door of his office and held it open for them. The guildmaster considered all the infighting, rogue travelers, coup attempts, and other challenges that had come with the emergence of the dungeon gates just in the Volsungar nation alone. The idea of getting involved with the dwarves' own version of all that trouble was an overwhelming thought. They had a lot of work to do. 81. Sam was on his way back from the dining hall when he saw Queen Alice and her handmaiden, Mildred Cross, step out of the guildmaster's office. He'd asked the travelers eating in the dining hall whether they knew anything about the meeting, and they all shrugged their shoulders. They were too preoccupied with their own missions, class progression, and, of course, the Hearthmas holidays to be concerning themselves with the guildmaster's meeting schedule. He smiled up at the Queen as she began her descent down the stairs. Queen Alice smiled back. Sam had only seen the Queen once since the conclusion to the secret gate affair, but in that time alone he felt as if their relationship had changed. Tensions had eased. He wasn't really sure why, but he had felt a difference. The Queen treated him with a greater kindness and warmth, and in turn he did the same. It was quite nice, actually. In Sam's previous timeline, Sam had only seen the gorgeous, blue-eyed princess from afar, and after her assassination, she became a figure known only to history. She had been merely a faint memory and a collection of inky letters in a dusty book in one of the city's great libraries. Now, she was something else to him. Before Sam could contemplate what exactly Queen Alice Grace was to him, he was interrupted by the Queen suddenly screaming, "Ah!" She was falling down the stairs, heading for a faceplant that would leave a big bump on her head for weeks, if not months. Sam reacted in a split second. There was no doubt what he had to do here. He swerved on his feet and held his arms out, catching the Queen in his arms and breaking her fall with a firm hold. His right hand clasped Alice's bare back exposed by her dress, the palm of his hand against her soft, cool skin. Meanwhile, his left hand was caught in the frills of her dress, holding up the gorgeous girl's legs. Alice caught her breath. She looked up to Sam with her beautiful blue eyes, locked in a daze from her sudden fall. Her mouth pouted slightly. Then, like a flip of a switch, the moment passed and everything changed. Suddenly, Alice was red in the face and squirming in the arms that had saved her. "Let me go, you creep!" Sam helped her to her feet until Alice could effectively push him away while retaining her balance. She turned to Mildred. "I'll be waiting outside in the carriage, Mildred. Make your goodbyes, and then let's go." Queen Alice Grace stomped off, exiting the Travelers' Guild with a slam of the door. Edgar, who had stepped out of his office after hearing all the kerfuffle, looked to Sam and said, "You know she helps pay for half of the facilities in this place to operate." Sam shrugged and made an awkward face. Alice's behavior made no sense to him. She seemed to bristle and get upset whenever he did something nice for her, like, for instance, save her life or stop her from breaking her back. "I'm sorry, Guildmaster," said Sam. "What would you have liked me to have done? Let the queen of our nation crash on the floor and break her spinal cord?" "Of course not," said Edgar, reaching behind his own back like a pain had suddenly begun throbbing there. "You're an incredibly gifted traveler, Sam. Can you not show a bit more talent in social diplomacy?" Mildred made a loud interrupting cough to Sam and Edgar's conversation. "I think in this matter things are a bit more complicated," said the Queen's handmaiden. "Let me explain. Many years ago, Alice was a happy little girl, adored by both her mother and father and the kingdom at large. She was the princess that could do no wrong, the beautiful little girl who was the heir to the kingdom. "Every day you amaze me," Alice's mother would say to her as they walked through the palace's garden. The Queen would nuzzle her nose against little Alice, tickling her and causing her to giggle. "You're my little sweet sugar bug," the Queen would call Alice endearingly. "I'm not a bug," pouted Alice. "But you are sweet, though," said the Queen, smiling happily. At night, both Alice's mother and father would snuggle up in her bed on either side of her and read her bedtime stories, fairy tales about far-off lands and magical creatures. Alice would fall asleep between her mother and father, happily knowing that she was loved. And then one day the happy times came to an end. Alice woke up and her mother wasn't at the breakfast table. No one was. She could see guards and servants hurrying through the palace, others whispering to one another, Something was wrong. Alice crept down the hall to where her mother and father slept. She saw maids running from the room with white cloths stained in red. As Alice got closer, loud and violent coughs echoed from the room. She arrived at the open doorway to the bedchamber. Her eyes widened at the sight. Moving spasmodically on the bed was her mother, clawing at sheets, moving violent, and coughing up large amounts of blood. Little Alice then heard someone say that she shouldn't be here, and she was quickly swept away by one of the servants. That was the last time Alice saw her mother. The woman who had showed Alice so much love and happiness died of a vicious disease known as the scarlet cough. There was no cure for it, and Alice's mother was dead by the following morning. The changes to Alice's life were like an avalanche. No more walks in the garden, no more kind words, no more fairy tales at bedtime. Her father disappeared, locked himself away in grief. Alice noticed the man could barely look her in the eye now. She reminded him too much of his wife whom he had loved. Days passed, then weeks, then months. Alice accepted her new cold world and reality as it was. One day, her father, along with his advisor, Clarence Erdstrom, introduced Alice to her two new handmaidens, Ethel and Winifred. "These are your new handmaidens, Alice," said her father. "They'll look after you. Think of them as friends." But they were anything but friends. "We've been told to teach you how to be a proper princess," said Ethel with a malicious grin on her face. "Show us, Alice, how you think a princess should walk." Little Alice took a step forward, and next thing she knew, she felt a push against her back and her face slammed on the ground. Ethel and Winifred laughed behind her. "You're expected to be our leader one day, and we can't have you tripping or stuttering or making mistakes. Now show us. Walk like a princess." Little Alice got back on her feet and stepped forward. Next thing she knew, she was back on the ground. The whole afternoon proceeded like this until she was covered in open, bloody scratches and bruises. Alice tried to talk to her father, but he was busy and preoccupied. Everybody was. Glowing portals had started emerging across Westria. Portals to other worlds. Portals that, if left alone, spawned monsters and terrifying beasts to wreak havoc on the lives of innocent people. Finally, when she did get a word in with her father, Winifred and Ethel were there. "Oh, I think what the princess means is that we just had a bit of a rough scuffle playing in the gardens. Isn't that right, Alice?" The two handmaidens made Alice pay for her attempt to save herself from her torture at their hands. For 3 days, they locked Alice in her closet and wouldn't let her out. "A weak little princess doesn't tell on her handmaidens," they hissed. "This is your punishment." Alice kicked the door and cried, but no one heard her. They starved her, only feeding her a minimal bowl of porridge during the entire 3 days. "You're not a good princess," they hissed through the door. "You deserve nothing but darkness like the little rodent that you are." After the 3 days, they let her out and let her eat. Alice wasn't the same after that, fearful of the torture happening again, so she kept her mouth shut. She began to think she deserved all this. She began to rationalize the torture of her two handmaidens. She was a princess of a kingdom, a privilege most people would never feel. A few people being mean to her wasn't that bad. There were larger things to worry about, like the dungeon gates sweeping the land. She found herself always looking over her shoulder, her mind racing 10 steps ahead to make sure she could avoid any more torture and humiliation if she could. But all that extra thinking, planning, and worrying led her to trip downstairs, stutter her words, and continuously make mistakes all the time. This became just another piece of Ethel and Winifred's arsenal against her. "A weak little princess doesn't deserve to be queen. You can't do anything, can you?" And no one seemed to catch on that the nation's own princess and heir was being abused by her handmaidens for years. Ethel and Winifred got away with it by putting on a facade to others that they were loving and adoring servants to Alice, and as soon as no one was looking, they would continue their never-ending torture of the princess. Alice just accepted that this was her life, and the years went by until one day she woke up and her two handmaidens were gone. The man who had hired the two women, Clarence Erdstrom, had been the one to fire them in the end. "They weren't the right fit for you, were they, Alice?" said Clarence with a kind grin. "Your father has actually decided to pick a handmaiden for you this time. Let me introduce her to you." A demure, quiet woman walked to Alice and bowed her head to Alice. "Princess, I'd like you to meet Mildred Cross." Alice didn't know it then, but her years of torture and abuse were finally coming to an end. 82. "She was a lot clumsier when I first started working for her," sighed Mildred. "It's what happens after years of psychological abuse like that. Being told over and over again that you're not good enough, strong enough, or smart enough to do anything. You start to believe it and internalize it. The constant stress and anxiety takes over, and you make mistakes again and again because you're always on the lookout for danger." Edgar shook his head. Sam felt a sickness in his stomach. He had never heard of any of this in his previous timeline. This was one of those secrets kept hidden from the records of time. Sam felt a deep, empathetic sadness for Alice. He knew what it felt like to lose everyone you love and be thrust into a torturous situation. Just hearing about it made him angry. He imagined Clarence Erdstrom had hired these handmaidens to make her feel weak, and then fired them years later so that he could be seen as good in Alice's eyes. Scumbag, Sam thought as he considered all the insidious, horrible, rotten things that man had done in both this timeline and in Sam's previous lifetime as well. Edgar slammed a fist in the wall. The guildmaster's face was red. "I've known Alice since she was a little girl," said Edgar. "This happened under my watch." "You weren't there in the palace every day," said Mildred. "How were you supposed to know? That's the power of psychological torture. It's invisible to everyone but the abuser and their victim. It is what it is." "What happened to those two scummy handmaidens? Where are they now?" "After Clarence fired them, they disappeared," said Mildred. "No one saw them again. Some believe they were killed by a dungeon break, but no one knows." Sam shook his head. He then slowly remembered why Mildred had told him this story in the first place. "So, as you can see," said Mildred, "the Queen's clumsiness, while certainly amusing and charming at times, comes from a deeply sad place in her life. So when she falls, and then you, Sam, or should I say, Mr. is always in the exact right place at the exact right time, effortlessly saves and catches her, her reaction is one of agitation and stress." Sam and Edgar nodded. "It doesn't excuse her behavior," said Mildred, "but maybe you can understand a little bit more why she behaves the way that she does." Mildred then walked towards the exit of the guild. "I don't think there's anything more I can say. Happy Hearthmas and New Year if I don't see you before then." Mildred then opened the door and stepped out into the cold, wintry streets of Resfall. Sam and Edgar both turned to another, crestfallen. The guildmaster's eyes stared into Sam. "Stop being so perfect around the Queen," he barked. "That's an order." Sam was still thinking about Queen Alice, even as he sat down for dinner that evening. He didn't even touch his steak and ale pie or mashed potatoes, just staring into space, thinking about the discussion he had had with Mildred earlier that day. He kept thinking over and over again how he could do things differently. Maybe the next time the Queen inevitably tripped and fell, he could still catch her, but he could do something super goofy and embarrassing afterwards. That way he could protect her both physically and emotionally. It wasn't a perfect plan, but it would do for now. Really, it would be best if he could do something to show her that she had it within herself to get things right the first time she tried them. "Are you going to just sit there and not eat or talk?" said Clara, interrupting Sam from his contemplations. "Yeah, what's going on, Sam?" asked Toby. "You seem a bit out of it." Sam sighed. "Oh, I was just thinking about the Queen is all." Clara and Toby shared a grinning look with one another. "Oh, were you?" said Toby, blushing a bit. "Could you tell us more about these thoughts?" Clara slapped Toby in the shoulder. "Rude. We're at the dinner table, Tobes."
"Come on, you're curious too," said Toby.
"Not in whatever weird boy way that you were suggesting," said Clara. Sam cut his two friends' bickering short. "It's not like that. I was just, I don't know, like, the three of us. We've always had each other, and now we have the guild. It's like our own family is growing."
But who does Alice have? Her mother and father are both gone. She really just has Mildred, and that woman isn't the warmest person in the world. I don't know. I just think it must get quite lonely in that palace on her own." Both Clara and Toby sighed with deflation. "Well, that killed the mood," said Clara. "Yeah, I'm too sad to eat any more now," said Toby. Sam's eyes glazed over, ignoring his friends. He was getting an idea. "I know what I have to do," he said, slamming his hands on the table. There was only one solution to the current situation, and Sam knew exactly what it was.
83. Sam woke up bright and early the next day, more determined than ever. He quickly washed up, got dressed, and went down to the dining hall to get a bite to eat before he set off on his day's work. His plan was a simple one. He was going to invite the Queen to the Travelers' Guild Hearthmas dinner. As he munched on his scrambled eggs and bacon, he considered ways to approach the subject with Queen Alice Grace. Sam was used to dealing with dungeon gates and secret boss monsters, but inviting one of the most stubborn people he'd ever met to Hearthmas dinner at the Travelers' Guild, well, that was going to take some determination and grit. He sipped on his coffee and considered the different ways to approach the situation. He briefly considered an elaborate scheme involving anonymous notes and a scavenger hunt, all of which would lead the Queen to the Travelers' Guild Hall on Hearthmas Day, but ultimately decided it was too complicated. Sam decided the best way forward was the simplest. He would visit the Queen that morning and invite her and Mildred to spend Hearthmas at the Travelers' Guild. He finished his coffee and breakfast and brought his tray up front to be collected and washed. He grabbed a banana from a basket and ate it in the front hall as he materialized a winter coat from his inventory. Once he was all dressed for the cold wintersmid morning, Sam stepped outside and made his way to the keep. Sam ambled through the streets of Resfall, passing by sparkly Hearthmas decorations and smiling snowmen constructed by children from the day before. The windy night hadn't been kind to the snowmen, many of whom were now missing an arm or a nose. The warm smell of a bakery putting out its first loaves of bread and muffins wafted down the street in the direction Sam was walking. Alice might enjoy a chocolate chip muffin or two. Sam grinned. He picked up some pastries from the shop and a nice warm hot chocolate for him to drink on his way towards the Queen's Palace on the other end of the city. Just under an hour later, Sam approached the gates of the Queen's Palace in a thoroughly good mood. He hadn't taken a relaxing morning like the one he had in quite a while, and he felt a great sense of refreshment. He even felt extra eager to get back to his work as a traveler, especially now after being reminded of the quiet joys and simple pleasures of being alive. Who knew a hot chocolate on a cold winter's morning would be reason enough to want to stop the apocalypse? Sam's pleasurable jaunt, however, came to an end when he saw the gates to the Queen's Palace were completely shut. Sam took a step forward towards the gate when a guard hurried over towards him. "Sorry, sir," said the guard. "No one is allowed in the palace at the moment. Direct orders from the Queen." Sam looked at the guard quizzically. He couldn't be serious. The Queen of all of Volsungar couldn't possibly not let anyone into the palace. What if there was an emergency? Sam said as much to the guard. "Yeah, we asked her about that and she said we could bring any emergency requests to her and she'd then decide whether or not she'd see said visitor. We already had to send away Lord Odo Bumblefumble, and he was not happy about that. She also said specifically to send away any black-haired travelers with red eyes, but also to make sure we didn't say that part to the... Whoops." The guard blushed as he realized Sam fit the exact description of the type of person the Queen had described. "So Alice had expected I might come visit her," Sam mused. "Interesting." Sam gave up on trying to pester the guard and walked away from the palace down a side street where the guards wouldn't be watching him. He wasn't going to let an obstacle like this get in the way. Sure, the guard said he wasn't allowed to enter, but what was to stop him sneaking in? Sam went down another side street and zigzagged his way until he was far from the front gate of the palace, but near an unguarded wall that he could climb over. He materialized a vial of blood from his inventory and threw it right at the wall, smashing it. He then triggered blood teleport, disappearing from the bottom of the empty road to the top of the wall, only for an intense reverberation of mana to emerge and shoot Sam right off the wall back towards the street floor. Sam quickly spread mana into the palm of his hands and feet to break his fall on the cold, cobblestoned ground. He quickly got back up on his feet and looked up to the wall. What the heck was that? The guard from earlier ran over. "I told you, didn't I? The Queen doesn't want to see anyone." Sam wiped bits of snow off his jacket. He really didn't know what to say. The guard had caught him red-handed, flagrantly ignoring what he had told him not to do only moments before. "You thought with your high and mighty traveler powers you'd bypass some regular human guards like me, huh?" said the guard. "Well, guess what, pal? You can't. After the battle for Resfall, the Queen made sure to add in new defenses to the palace, including a special mana field that could block out any unwanted visitors." Sam sighed and apologized to the guard. He looked up to the palace once more, despondent. There really is no way to get in there, huh? The days began to pass, and the date of Hearthmas got closer and closer. Every morning Sam went by the palace, and still the Queen was refusing to see anyone. "Maybe she just doesn't want to spend Hearthmas with us," said Toby, taking a bite of his pork chop at dinner one evening. "That's fine," said Sam, "but I'd rather hear her say that to me personally. The holidays bring out strange behavior in people."
"Tell me about it,"
said Clara, leaning in and beginning to whisper.
"Both Curtis and Brock have come up to me to ask what present they should get Olivia for Hearthmas. They're both trying to outdo each other. It's madness. I asked them both if they ever considered just telling Olivia how they feel about her. Both just scoffed at me and said that was the most preposterous thing they'd ever heard. It's madness." "Yeah," said Toby, nervously. "In the matters of the heart, it's super easy to figure out and behave accordingly." Both Clara and Sam looked at Toby oddly. "See what I mean?" said Clara. "Tobes is 10 times weirder on Hearthmas." They laughed, and as they finished dinner, Sam began to come up with a new plan with regards to the Queen. He was going to make sure Alice didn't spend Hearthmas all alone, and he now knew exactly what he needed to do.
84. On the morning of Hearthmas, Queen Alice Grace found herself sitting by herself in one of the palace's many common rooms. She'd sent all the palace workers and guards home for the day so that they could spend it with their families. So long as her handmaiden Mildred was with her, she really didn't think it was that much of a security risk without the guards on duty. And, in that exact moment, Mildred wasn't even with her. The handmaiden had gone off in search of firewood to bring more light to the cold common room they'd chosen to spend Hearthmas in. As she stared at the blackened fire pit and the cloudy day outside, a tear ran down Alice's cheek. It was her first Hearthmas as queen. Her second without her father, the former king. She thought this year might be easier than last, but she still felt a knot of sadness in her stomach. She wiped the tear away. "It will be fine," she thought. "Mildred will be back soon, and hopefully we'll have a nice, cozy, warm fire for the two of us." Alice tried to cheer herself up, thinking about things that made her happy, like memories of her mother, only to be interrupted by a large banging sound happening outside. "What in all of Westria is that kerfuffle about?" Alice thought to herself. Alice got up from her couch in the common room and went across the hall towards a window that could see out towards where the noise was coming from. Her heart raced as she approached the window. It sounded like a catastrophic crash of some kind. Her thoughts immediately went to Mildred. Had she tried to carry too much firewood and fallen over? Alice couldn't really see Mildred doing that, but even still, she was very worried. Yet, when she looked out her window, she couldn't see Mildred anywhere. In fact, she couldn't believe what she saw. The gate to her castle had been battered down by what looked to be a large cow with a spiraling unicorn horn at the top of its head. The unicow, which was now hanging out in the snow in the middle of the palace's courtyard, let out a loud moo. The strange unicorn-cow hybrid had reins attached to it and was dragging a large sleigh behind it. Sitting at the front of the sleigh, holding on to the reins, was none other than the shaggy, black-haired traveler she had come to know as Sam. He was wearing a red Hearthmas hat on his head. Sam, she thought to herself. She felt her heart flutter. She felt a slight tinge of anger at his destruction of her palace gateway. She felt an uncomfortable level of confusion at the strange cow that was driving his sleigh. She smiled, looking down at the boy in the center of the courtyard, and could think only one thing. Sam, you're unbelievable. Sam grinned up to the castle window where he could see Queen Alice smiling down at him. He hated leaving things to the last minute, but he had a feeling that the Queen would have sent all the workers home for Hearthmas, and the manna field might not be operating without any guards on duty. His plan was proven right, and, in the end, Roxy, the unicow, had helped him bash his way through the palace gates. Everything was going exactly to plan until he felt an intense, hostile energy come his way. He leaped away from the carriage and saw a figure with intense, quick speed emerge out of nowhere in the snow. It was none other than the doughty Mildred Cross in her black and white handmaiden uniform. She narrowed her eyes at Sam and muttered, "The Queen said she didn't want any visitors at Hearthmas." She began to pull out her hairpin. The same hairpin she'd stabbed countless rogue travelers and evil spectral church members around 9 months ago with. "What am I going to have to do to get you to leave?" Before a fight or anything worse could break out, a voice yelled out, "Stop!" Both Mildred and Sam turned to look and see Alice, stomping out into the snowy courtyard in her boots and jacket.
"What are you doing here, Sam?"
she said. Sam smiled at the beautiful Queen and said, "I was wondering if you and Mildred cared to join me and the rest of the Travelers Guild to celebrate Hearthmas." Alice's shoulders fell. She looked both relieved and defeated. She wiped another tear from her eye. Her reason for crying all morning had proven unnecessary. She and Mildred weren't going to spend Hearthmas all alone after all. All across Resfall, little kids ran down joyously from their bedrooms, their little feet clambering down the wooden staircases of their homes. They rushed with glee and excitement to the living room of their family homes, rushing to unwrap Hearthmas presents beneath decorated trees. They squealed in delight as they opened up boxes filled with dolls, wooden toy soldiers, kites, bouncy balls, candy, and all other sorts of amusing and wondrous delights. And just as the kids thought the excitement was all done, they heard the sound of jingling bells ringing outside their window. The streets of Resfall were mostly empty, which was to be expected with everyone at home spending quality time with their families, which made it all the more peculiar to the children at home who heard the jingling sound. The kids ran up to their windowsills and looked out to catch for a brief second a wondrous and adorable cow with a unicorn horn galloping across the snowy streets of the capital city. And right behind the galloping unicow was a sleigh carrying 3 people. It all happened so fast none of the kids could say with enough certainty what they saw was indeed real. But each kid had the exact same question surface to their mind. Is that Queen Alice riding a sleigh dragged by a unicow? It was an unbelievable sight. None of the children's parents believed them when they recounted the event at lunch that day. But when the kids met up a few days later to play in the snow and they all shared and recounted a similar story, they realized then that they had witnessed a true Hearthmas miracle. 85. "Wait, what?" Olivia shrieked in the common room upon hearing that Queen Alice Grace was going to be spending Hearthmas with them all. "The Queen is joining us," she said, panting her breath in panic. "Why did nobody tell me this? I can't be lounging in my pajamas drinking my 5th glass of eggnog if the most important woman in all of Resfall is going to be celebrating the holidays with us." "You can go upstairs and change," said Toby. "And who cares if you had so many mugs of eggnog?" Brock nudged Toby and muttered, "It ain't the eggnog in that mug that's the problem, lad." "I have to change. I have to get ready. Oh my gosh," said Olivia, clambering over the presents and couches of the common room to go back upstairs to her room. Olivia wasn't the only one running around. All the travelers were frantically trying to dress themselves up or clean the guild hall itself up in an effort to impress the Queen. Most travelers all seemed to agree that pajamas were unsuitable to be wearing in the presence of Alice Grace, and they all needed to change out of them. Only Brock refused. "I'm not getting out of my gym jams even if the ghost of Ulfrock joined us." "Who's Ulfrock?"
Brock shook his head and drank another sip of his mug of eggnog. Kids today don't even know about Ulfrock, the ancient dwarven warrior, he sighed. What can you do? The whole guild hall was alight with activity, when from the window they could see Sam pull out front of the guild with the queen and her handmaiden in his sleigh. She's here! She's here! She's here! The whispering spread throughout the guild hall like wildfire. Olivia was fully dressed in her best attire, running down the stairs to greet the queen. Sam walked in with Queen Alice and Mildred Cross behind him. Merry Hearthmas! The whole guild cheered, welcoming Alice and her handmaiden. The queen blushed at the enthusiastic welcome. The next thing the queen said none of them had been expecting.
Is there anywhere I can change? All the travelers blinked in confusion. Then the queen lifted up a pair of pink pajamas and said, Sam told me to bring these along? Once everyone settled down from the arrival of Queen Alice joining them all for Hearthmas, and everyone had returned to wearing their comfy and cozy pajamas, Hearthmas in the guild hall truly began. They all played puzzles and games while sipping on hot cocoa and marshmallows. The fireplace never died out, crackling and keeping them warm all throughout the day. Christmas dinner happened late in the afternoon, where the entire guild gathered in the dining hall for a feast of epic proportions. There were multiple turkeys, slabs of ham, bowls of mashed potatoes, pigs in blankets, Brussels sprouts, and more. Brock filled up his plate so that it was a mountain of meat, potatoes, and gravy. You didn't put a single vegetable on your plate, Brock, Olivia chastised him. Why would I ruin a Hearthmas meal by putting vegetables on it? Grunted the dwarf. For your general well-being and nutrition, perhaps? Chimed in Curtis. This giant piece of ham is improving my well-being by the second, Brock replied. Across the table sat Sam, Alice, Clara, and Toby, laughing and giggling at the conversation between the older travelers. After dinner, different groups exchanged presents with one another. Brock and Curtis approached Olivia with a sudden nervous caution. Oh, watch this, whispered Clara to Alice. This is sure to be good. The fighting between Brock and Curtis to get the best present for Olivia had gone on all week. Both of them had tried to spy and find out what the other had gotten. It had been an arms race of chocolate, flowers, and stuffed animals, each one trying to outdo the other. My money is on Curtis, said Toby. You're just saying that because he's your mentor, said Clara. Toby shook his head. Curtis is one of the smartest people in the guild. I don't think he'd screw up his present for his captain. Brock, on the other hand? Clara put her hands on her hips. What are you trying to say? That travelers with the warrior class aren't as smart as those with the wizard class? Toby blushed. No, I was just going to say that Brock is pretty single-minded in his love of fighting and drinking, and that wouldn't set him up very well to be a good present giver is all. Well, said Clara, I'll have you know that I helped him extensively more than I helped Curtis, so we'll just have to see. I bet you 10 gold coins that Olivia prefers Brock's present. What do you say, Tobes? You're on, said Toby. Alice turned to Sam. You guys are all really weird. The group went quiet as they listened in on the older traveler's conversation. We weren't sure what to get you, said Brock. So we decided to pool our resources and get you this, said Curtis. They then lifted up a single wrapped present for Olivia. Oh, you too, said Olivia. You shouldn't have. The captain unwrapped her present. She gasped when she saw it. She hadn't been expecting it. Her arms trembled as she held an old book in her hands. It was an old book of fairy tales her father used to read to her, that both of them had found in an old antique bookshop. Tears fell from Olivia's eyes, and she reached out and clasped both Brock and Curtis in a tight group hug. Thank you, you two, she said, her eyes closed and smiling with bliss. Sam turned to Clara and Toby. Does this mean you guys owe me money now? They both crossed their arms and scowled. I would never have guessed that they would have teamed up, said Clara. Why wouldn't they have? All three of them turned to Alice.
It was an unexpected comment, considering Alice probably knew the elf and dwarf travelers the least out of the three of them. "They fight alongside each other day in and day out," the Queen said.
Maybe they squabble over their captain's affections, but at the end of the day, they're comrades. More than that, friends. Before the group could comment on Alice's insightful point, Guildmaster Redfield stood up. His cheeks were red, and his lips stained with red wine. He burped and then materialized a large pole in his hand. "All right, travelers, the most important part of the evening is now at hand. We're playing a game of limbo. Now get in a line." The Guildmaster held up the limbo pole with Mildred holding the other end. Another group of travelers materialized a set of bongo drums and other instruments to create a musical beat, and then the game of limbo began. The first few rounds went by slowly with everyone getting through. Curtis proved to not be as flexible as the others and was knocked out first. But a surprise to everyone was Sam, who was knocked out second. The Queen grinned at him. "I'm glad to see you're not so perfect at everything," she giggled. Sam smiled back at her, happy to see the Queen feeling more cheerful. "Oh, I'm bad at all sorts of things," he said. "Oh, really?" she said. "Such as?" "Well, for one thing, I can't whistle," he admitted. Her eyebrows raised at that. "Sam, the winner of the first ever challenge gate, can't whistle, huh?" "That's top secret knowledge," Sam said. "I'm entrusting you with it." "Fair enough," she said. "As Queen, I could probably get you kicked out of the Travelers Guild for such a shortcoming." "You wouldn't," Sam grinned. "You never know," she said. And then, as she walked away to get herself another glass of punch, she whistled a tune and gave him a wink. Later on in the evening, long after a drunken Olivia and Edgar had faced off in their annual dance competition, concluding in who could outdo the other in the prized dance move known as the floppy eel, Sam found Curtis enjoying a coffee on his own. "Merry Hearthmas, Curtis," said Sam. "What happened to your mistletoe plan?" He smiled and shrugged. Seeing how happy Olivia was when Brock and I gave her a gift felt so perfect. I wouldn't want to ruin such a wonderful moment with anything else. Given the calculations I did in my head, the mistletoe had a 55% success rate, with a likelihood of increased happiness of 35%, but an even greater likelihood of 75% sadness. And that was not even considering the variable if the mistletoe went badly. Sam made a quizzical face at the elf, not fully understanding how exactly math and percentages fit into the man's love life. "Could you say that again with less numbers, maybe?" Curtis sighed. "Maybe one day there will come a point where Olivia chooses one of us, or maybe there won't be, but such a day would put a strain on our squad and the friendship between the three of us. Until we destroy the very last dungeon gate, I don't want to see that day." "Wow," said Sam. "That's really mature of you, Curtis." "Well, I am 89 years old," the elf smirked. The pair of travelers grinned and took a sip from their coffee. Sam contemplated how wonderful a day it had been, from breaking down the gates of the palace to fetch Queen Alice to the wonderful meal to the laughter shared between friends. He remembered that 2 years ago, Sam had spent Hearthmas in a freezing cold orphanage, huddled with other starving and malnourished children. Now, for the second year in a row, he had the chance to experience one of the most joyful days of his life. And each year, Hearthmas only continued to get better and improve. It felt like a measure of how much Sam had changed his previous timeline, that all this happiness and joy that was brought into the world hadn't existed before, and with each change he made, each significant alteration to the historical timeline, he helped improve the world in big ways and small. And one of those ways was the improvement of his own personal life, and the lives of all of those he cared about around him. And just when he thought the day couldn't get any better, one last memorable moment happened there and then. "Look," said the elf. "Maybe someone else is taking advantage of my intricately designed mistletoe setup." Across the hall, Sam saw Clara and Toby in the common room on their own. They were getting closer and closer to one another. Are they about to? Every second, they got closer and closer. Both Clara's and Toby's cheeks were blushing red, their eyes soft and gazing on one another. "Uh-oh," said Curtis. "I forgot to remove a—" Toby suddenly tripped. "Ah!" Things then went from bad to worse. Toby flew right into Clara, head-butting her in the forehead. "Ow!" The two lovebirds went hurtling backwards onto the floor. Toby's leg pulled on a piece of string that disrupted the guild hall's mana lighting system, instantly sending the entire guild into pitch blackness. Suddenly, the whole guild was screaming, and Edgar was barking, "Who's fooling around with the lights?" A few minutes later, they had lit candles and fireplaces, and everyone had pieced together what had happened. The episode came to be known and laughed about, to both Toby and Clara's embarrassed dismay, as the infamous mistletoe debacle. You couldn't ask for a better Hearthmas, Sam thought, chuckling to himself. 86 Hearthmas came and passed, and soon enough it was the last day of the month of Wintersmid, and it was time to celebrate year's end. Queen Alice had a massive party at the palace, where all the Travelers' Guild was welcomed along with many of the city and the nation's nobility. The entire Travelers' Guild got dressed up for the occasion, and found themselves standing around, drinking bubbly water and eating tiny little food served up on platters by the palace staff. "I don't trust all this tiny food," said Toby, looking down at the little pieces of bread with some kind of salmon-y spread on them. "You know, neither do I," said Clara. "Remember how when we used to steal from nobles we'd always ignore this kind of stuff? Food not worth stealing is food not worth eating, in my humble opinion." "Did someone say nobles getting food stolen?" said an older noblewoman passing by. "My Hallows haunting evening was ruined a year ago with the disappearance of my golden hog. It was a travesty, I tell you." Sam, Clara, and Toby all went pale white, and then, with very serious expressions, said, "Yes, that sounds dreadful." When the woman was out of earshot, they all burst into laughter. "Who knew we'd have to confront the victim of our crimes?" cried Clara, wiping a tear of mirth from her eyes. "All I know is that lady's hog was definitely worth stealing," said Toby. "Agreed," said Sam. "Look," said Clara, grabbing Toby's arm. "I spot normal-sized food over there. Let's go check it out." Toby and Clara moved across the party while Sam stayed where he was sipping on his bubbly water. Across the party, Sam noticed Brock standing on his own in his crumpled tuxedo, trying to eat a tray of tiny food that he kept crushing to inedible bits with his burly dwarf fingers. "This food is too tiny for my fingers, lad," sighed Brock. "Is everything all right, Brock?" asked Sam. "Beyond the tiny food portions, I mean." "Ah, I'm all right, thanks for asking." "I am a bit glum, to be honest," answered the dwarf. "I just received word that my brother is coming to Resfall as a diplomatic envoy." "Oh, I thought that would have been a good thing?" Brock shook his head. "Not really, no. I don't get on with my brother very much." "Did something happen between you?" "Yes and no," sighed Brock. "It mainly comes down to he's just an irritable piece of crap is all." "I can't wait to meet him," said Sam. Sam quickly tried to think of a topic he could change the conversation towards. "Did Curtis not come out tonight?" The elf was nowhere to be seen. Brock shook his head. "No, he gets a bit funny this time of year." Before Sam could inquire more about Brock's statement, the Queen's handmaiden, Mildred Cross, suddenly opened up the doors to the balcony and began shooing everyone out there. "It's almost time, everyone," she said, pushing everyone out into the cold air of night. Clara and Toby joined Brock and Sam on the balcony, along with the other travelers of the guild. Even Alice left the important nobles and merchant families she was doing political work with to stand with Sam and the others as they counted down the time to midnight. 3, the crowd all cheered together. 2, 1. Across the city of Resfall, fireworks shot out into the clear night sky, exploding into massive, wondrous, and beautiful lights across the city. The year of 1767 had come to an end. The apocalyptic destruction of Westria by the hands of the Demon King was still many years away,
But Sam felt the slow, dreadful march of time drag them closer and closer to that terrible event. After tonight, the winter holidays were over. Sam had to get back to work.
87. Sam woke up the next morning bright and early. It was the 1st of January 1768. The event, known as the Dwarven Cataclysm, was still a few months away, but was fast approaching nevertheless. He grimaced just thinking about the horrible event. Even now, much of the particularities of the Dwarven Cataclysm were shrouded in mystery. But there were a few things Sam knew for sure, and a few other things he could guess. He knew for sure that the outcome of the historical tragedy resulted in the total annihilation of the Dwarven civilization. He also could guess that much of the blame could be attributed to the Dwarven death cult known as the Emissaries of the Fallen and their evil leader, Theorin Silverblood. Sam shivered just thinking the despicable man's name. The man was responsible for so much death and misery across Westria. While Sam couldn't outright prove the connection, the dungeon orbs used by Clarence Erdstrom and the Archbishop in their attempt to take over Resfall last spring had Theorin's fingerprints all over it. Sam wouldn't have been surprised if he learned that Theorin had purposely led the Spectral Church to the discovery of dungeon orb magitechnology. The cult had even pushed its experiments and evil deeds onto the poor innocent mermaids and fishfolk of the Crystal Sea. Finally, in Sam's previous timeline, Theorin Silverblood's fanaticism had led to the wholesale destruction of the dwarves. Anger rushed through Sam the more he contemplated the evil deeds of the Dwarven death cult's leader. The key to stopping the Dwarven Cataclysm lay in stopping Theorin Silverblood himself. There were a lot of steps between now and facing off against Theorin Silverblood, however. Sam knew he had to be patient. He also knew he didn't have any time to waste. Sam quickly washed up, got dressed, and headed down to the dining hall for breakfast before he went ahead and started tackling some missions and pursuing his traveler training regimen. As he gobbled down some bacon and washed it down with a mug of coffee, he contemplated Brock's words from the other night. A Dwarven envoy was on its way to Resfall and would be arriving at the start of the next month. In Sam's previous timeline, Clarence Erdstrom had ordered the execution of that envoy, worsening human-Dwarven relations for what ended up being forever. With Clarence dead, Sam knew he didn't have to worry about the envoy getting killed before they arrived. That said, they would present the perfect opportunity for moving forward with his goal to stop the Dwarven Cataclysm. All of which meant Sam had a month free to keep training and improving his stats. It was time to step it up. Sam finished his breakfast and coffee and quickly put his tray away and then headed towards the mission board to see what was available to a one-star apprentice-tier traveler such as himself. Once at the mission board, Sam scanned the missions that were available, trying to see if there were any particular missions that stuck out to him, where he'd be able to exploit his knowledge of the future for some special gains. Nothing was immediately jumping out at him, though. After going over the missions the first time, he started looking over them again in an attempt to decide which one was the most optimal for his progression. He had narrowed his choices down to 3 when a hand slammed into the mission board, immediately breaking his focus. The hand belonged to Olivia, Brock standing right behind her. "Sam," said Olivia, "we need your help." The two travelers looked deathly ill, definitely from drinking too much the evening before. "I'm surprised to even see you two awake," Sam chuckled. "I would have stayed sleeping, but she woke me up," complained Brock. "What's going on?" said Sam. He was beginning to get genuinely worried. "It's the elf," said Brock. "He won't get out of bed," said Olivia, worry filling her eyes. "Yeah," said Brock. "And meanwhile, some of us actually drank heavily last night and deserve to sleep in." "Will you come check in on him with us?" said Olivia. Sam agreed, and the group went up to Curtis's sleeping quarters. Upon reaching journeyman tier, a traveler was given one's own smaller private sleeping quarters, a step up from the dormitories Sam and his friends slept in. Curtis's room was very dark, with the curtains blocking out any light. The room was very neat and tidy, with a tall bookshelf full of tomes, a desk with an alchemy set, and the walls adorned with maps of Volsungar and his elven homeland of the Glittering Forest. Multiple wizard staves of different styles and proportions leaned against the wall. Amidst all of this, Curtis was nowhere to be seen, though Sam guessed the hidden huddle beneath the blankets must be him. "Hey, Curtis," said Sam. "Is everything all right?" "No. Go away." "Aw, come on now, Elf, don't be like that," said Brock. "Yeah, Curtis, we want to help you," said Olivia. Curtis emerged from the blankets and leaned up against the wall. He looked paler and more skinny than usual. He had bags under his eyes despite having slept all night. "You can't help me," he said. "I'm full of IDGAF energy." "I don't know what that is," said Sam. "You know, I don't got any fun energy inside of me," said the elf. "It's one of the biggest symptoms of WBS." "WBS, you say?" said Brock. "Sounds like a whole lot of BS if you ask me." Curtis ignored the dwarf's taunt and focused on Sam. "WBS stands for Winter Blues Syndrome," explained the elf. "It's very common. It was first diagnosed back in the—" Brock made a fart sound with his hand. Olivia tried to stifle a laugh. "Very funny," said the elf. "You wouldn't catch me farting if I knew you were depressed." "Hey now, Curtis, come on, don't do me like that," said Brock. "It wasn't like it was a real fart." Curtis scowled and descended back beneath his blanket. "You guys just don't understand," said the elf. "You think I want to be here, stuck in bed? I just can't get out. I feel trapped." Olivia and Brock turned to Sam to do something to help their friend and companion out. "Hey, Curtis," said Sam. "Why don't you come tackle a dungeon gate with me?" The elf rolled over. "Why would I want to do that? I can't even get out of bed." Sam grinned. "I don't know a lot about this winter blues syndrome condition you have, but I bet getting good sunlight probably helps, right?" "Yeah, that's true," said Curtis. "But have you looked outside? The sun hasn't shone through the gray clouds in weeks." "Which is exactly why you should come with me to a dungeon world," said Sam. "It will probably be sunny there." Curtis grumbled, admitting to the wisdom of what Sam was saying. Sam now had two goals. The first goal was to train and get stronger for the upcoming dwarven cataclysm, and his second goal was to cure Curtis of his winter blues syndrome. 30 minutes after cajoling Curtis the elf wizard out of bed, the two of them were borrowing horses from the stable and heading off in the direction of a reported dungeon gate a few miles outside of the city. As they exited the eastern gate of the city, Sam couldn't help but be worried for Curtis. The elf was noticeably silent. Sam tried to engage the elf in his favorite conversation topics: the greatest wizard-class practitioners, recent discoveries in the realm of alchemy, the similarities and differences between elven old magic and magic users in the dungeon gate system. Curtis merely sighed and shrugged and continued to look off in the distance. The elf wasn't really riding his horse very well either. He was putting in the minimal amount of effort to have the horse move in the direction they needed to. As the horse clopped along, Curtis swayed almost like a lifeless corpse, bending without any will to the wind or anything else. As they traveled across the cold, desolate winter farmland outside of Resfall, Sam made it his top priority to get within the dungeon gate they were heading towards as soon as possible. "I need to get Curtis out of this gray, cold environment and somewhere sunnier." They eventually arrived at an old barnyard and farm. There were no trees for miles, just a huge, untouched blanket of snow stretched on for miles. Off in the distance, hovering above the white canvas of snow, was a glowing green portal, an apprentice-tier dungeon gate. "There it is," said Sam. He was looking forward to checking out the dungeon world inside. Sam loved being a traveler, training, slaying monsters, gathering loot, and getting stronger. It was what he lived for. A dungeon gate was a promise of all those things. It also had the potential to cure Curtis of his WBS. Sam was hoping the dungeon world did exactly that. If Curtis was cured of his mental affliction, they would be able to slay monsters twice as fast, and, who knows, maybe they could squeeze another dungeon gate in before they returned to Resfall. Sam could only hope. It all started with entering the dungeon gate hovering in the distance before them. They tied up their horses in the old barnyard and then trekked across the field of snow to the massive green portal floating just above the ground. "All right," said Sam. "This is it. You ready, Curtis? Can we go home?" "Buck up, Curtis," said Sam. "What is that thing Brock's always going on about?" "Hype juice. That's right, hype juice. This dungeon gate will be our hype juice. Get your sunglasses ready, Curtis, because we're about to go on a monster-slaying holiday of sunshine. Let's go!" Sam stepped into the portal, and Curtis followed right behind him. Sam's face fell as soon as he saw the dungeon world they had arrived in. They were in a snowy, mountainous landscape in the midst of the worst blizzard he'd ever seen. Oh, and it was hailing too. Darn. There was no sunshine in sight. Sam could barely see a few meters ahead of him even. Sam turned to Curtis. Without Sam even noticing, Curtis had materialized and gone inside his own tent. Sam opened the tent to find Curtis, lying in a sleeping bag, slumped over just like he had been earlier that day in his room. "Too cold, too gray. Come find me when you've cleared the dungeon." Sam shook his head. In his efforts to make Curtis less depressed, he'd only ended up worsening his WBS symptoms. Just as Sam was trying to think of ways to convince Curtis to get out of his sleeping bag, he heard a roar behind him. Sam looked over his shoulder and saw 3 ice bears galloping towards him. "Can't these monsters see I'm trying to help my friend be less depressed?" Sam thought with annoyance. The ice bears had shaggy white fur and multiple sharp horns jutting out of their face and arms. Sam materialized his berserker sword and rushed to meet the ice bears head-on. Right before they clashed, he triggered his Blood Knight ability, Pain Ring. A blast of crimson light shot out from Sam's chest and created a large red circle in the snow. Sam instantly felt his power begin to increase as the teeth of his silver dragon armor set began to dig in and out of his flesh, the pain ring rapidly taking the hurt and agony and transforming it into raw power and strength. The ice bears all descended upon him at once. Sam crouched down and used an ability he hadn't used in a while. He triggered the Silver Dragon armor set's ability unlocked with the Growth Stone. Dragon Defense. The sharp teeth gnawing inside of Sam shot outward right into the stomachs of the 3 ice bears that had leaped onto him. The sharp dragon teeth ripped right through their flesh, and the ice bear's white fur was suddenly drenched and sticky with their own leaking blood. Sam then triggered level 1 Blood Flame, and the 3 ice bears were suddenly enveloped in flames, roasting alive. "That's what you get, stupid ice bears, for not helping Curtis get out of his funk." 89. After gathering up the monster stones from the fallen ice bears, Sam went back to Curtis's tent of moping and kicked it down. "Hey, what are you doing?" moaned the elf. "I don't care if you have WBS," said Sam. "You said you'd come help me with this dungeon gate, and that's what you're going to do. Got it? Besides, if you help me, the faster we can get out of here, and the sooner you can get back to your room at the guild hall to mope. How does that sound?" "Blah," said the elf. "Everything is hopeless." Sam kicked the elf in the ribs. "Why are you hurting me?" "Because you're being ridiculous," said Sam. "Now come on." The elf got up, and the duo began their trek across the blustery, snow-filled dungeon world. As they traveled across the cold dungeon realm, they fought frost beetles, icicle pixies, and snow tigers. Sam did most of the heavy lifting in terms of defeating these monsters, though Curtis did throw out the odd lightning blast here and there to help out. The young apprentice-tier traveler was not going to waste the training opportunity while he was here, even if he was anchored by a mopey elf wizard. After a couple of hours, they eventually cleared the whole dungeon and made it to the entrance to a sequestered wildwood that appeared to be the dungeon boss's lair. Sam turned to Curtis. "I'm happy to carry us forward, but I'll need your help with the boss. Is that all right?" Curtis sighed. "I'll try my best." They weren't the most encouraging or reassuring words, but Sam figured that if they got themselves into real danger, Curtis would step it up and bring some powerful magic to the fight. The elf was a journeyman-tier traveler after all. Sam figured they should be fine. If Curtis hadn't come with him, he had planned on solo clearing a dungeon on his own anyway. "Well, I guess I'll lead the way," said Sam, taking a step into the sequestered wildwood. The wooded area was different from the rest of the dungeon world. As soon as they stepped into the forest, the blustering flurry of snow died down around them. The forest was filled with tall trees with empty branches. The snow on the ground was wet and slushy. A faint turquoise mist filled the gaps between the trees. Eerie, Sam thought. He triggered his mana sense and couldn't pick anything up nearby. He continued forward, Curtis walking behind him. They walked for another 5 minutes when suddenly Sam saw the flash of something move in the distance. He instantly stopped and took on a fighting position. He materialized his new demonic rune blade and then triggered Pain Ring. A bright red light shot out from Sam's chest and created a large radius across the slushy patch of snow. "Get ready, Curtis," said Sam. "Something's coming." Sam's eyes darted all around as the black flash moved between the trees. He triggered his mana sense and could see it pulsing haphazardly here and there. "Oh, that's not good," thought Sam. The boss monster was able to control its own mana sense, turning its signal on and off to confuse them. For most in this situation, it made relying on one's mana sense to track the incoming hostile enemy a dangerous proposition. But Sam had an idea on how to make it work for them. If the boss monster was signaling where it was, it most likely was going to strike in the opposite direction of where it wanted you to think it was heading. Meaning, Sam thought, swerving on his feet, it's going to strike right here. His demonic rune blade clanged against the claws of a terrifying monster that had suddenly appeared before them. The horrific creature hovered in the air, locked in its clash with Sam's blade. Sam was close enough to stare into its face and feel its otherworldly damp breath against his skin. It was unlike any monster Sam had encountered before. The creature had a skull-like face with 2 antlers poking out the side of its head. It was incredibly tall with pitch-black fur and a lanky build. Its claws were composed of the same ivory-like substance as its head. While Sam had never faced off against this particular foe in his previous timeline, he had read about it. It was none other than an undead deer fiend. The boss pushed its claws into Sam's demonic rune blade before ricocheting off it, backflipping in the air and landing in the slushy snow before them. Not taking a second to catch its breath, the undead deer fiend rushed at Sam once more. The creature moved with a deadly speed, appearing in front of Sam in less than a blink of an eye. He lifted his sword to block the attack, clanging with its claws once more. Sam quickly materialized a vial of blood in his hands, and rather than smashing it on the ground, he crushed the vial in his own hands, letting the shards of glass stab the palm of his hand. With his hand now coated in blood, he triggered level 3 of his blood flame ability. A sword composed entirely of blood flame emerged out of nowhere, the handle gripped tightly within Sam's hand. He thrust it forward at the undead deer fiend, who quickly leaped backwards to dodge the attack. Changing its tactic, the undead deer fiend swiped the air in front of him, and suddenly countless puddles of inky black magic formed on the ground in front of them. The puddles quickly began to bubble until the tops of heads began to come out of them like figures emerging from beneath the surface of water. The figures were miniature versions of the undead deer fiend. There were so many of them it was difficult to count. "All right, Curtis," said Sam. "No more taking a back seat, you hear?" The miniature monsters rushed forward and Sam started swiping his blades in a wheel of destruction. Both his crimson blood flame sword and his new demonic rune blade ripped through the flesh of the miniature deer fiend spawnlings. He hacked off limbs and heads with ease, and it only got easier as his pain ring continuously gave him more power, along with his demonic rune blade's kill stacker ability. Behind Sam, he could hear a crackle of magic, and soon enough, flying over his shoulder were bright shards of lightning. The electric bolts blasted into the spawnlings, exploding and then paralyzing them. The undead deer fiend responded by creating more waves of spawnlings to send after Sam and his companion. Sam and Curtis continued to blow through the waves. The undead deer fiend then shot its hand forward, and in a split second, a black puddle was below Curtis's feet. Multiple shadowy arms pulled out from the puddle and gripped Curtis in place. The elf whipped his staff at the gripping hands, but it didn't seem to do anything. Sam looked over his shoulder with concern. He couldn't go slice off the shadow hands without turning his back on the hordes of spawnlings currently attacking them. Curtis would have to deal with the paralysis on his own, or until Sam defeated the spawnlings currently surrounding them. Sam rushed forward and demolished more and more spawnlings with his demonic rune blade. It didn't matter how many of them he killed, the undead deer fiend kept summoning more. Sam was in the middle of slashing a spawnling in half when a message suddenly appeared in his prompt. Herding Hook has leveled up. Sam's eyes widened with glee. His Herding Hook skill had leveled up from level 1 to level 2, meaning it had a new evolution that he could take advantage of. And right now, Sam needed every advantage he could get. Sam dematerialized his Bloodflame sword to free up his hand. He then triggered Herding Hook. A bright orange chain shot out from his palm and knocked right into a spawnling's chest. The Herding Hook then started dragging the spawnling closer to Sam, just as it had always done. But there was something different about the ability now. The chain felt less sturdy. It was more bendable now. Sam grinned and then whipped the spawnling on the hook, sending it hurling into a crowd of spawnlings, knocking them over. "Aw, yeah," Sam thought. "Let's do this." 90, Sam then rushed through the horde of spawnlings, slicing them up into little bits with his demonic rune blade. When he needed to catch his breath, he triggered Herding Hook, taking hold of a spawnling and then spinning the chain around, using the spawnling like a powerful destructive flail. The spawnling on the hook's head and claws smashed into its allies, wreaking destruction. Soon, Sam was destroying the horde of spawnlings faster than the undead deer fiend could summon them back. Finally, Sam took hold of one spawnling with his Herding Hook ability, and with the combined strength from his Pain Ring and the Kill Stacker ability, he whipped the spawnling right in the direction of the undead deer fiend. The spawnling flew through the air until it smashed the undead deer fiend's head and, like a cannonball, blew it right off. Sam caught his breath as he watched black blood spurt out from the undead deer fiend's neck where its head used to be. The creature's body collapsed onto the slush-filled ground. As its body hit the floor, a loud thump sound echoed across the dungeon world. The spawnlings all melted away, disappearing into the slush of the forest's snowy ground. That was exhausting, Sam thought, catching his breath. But not too bad either. The dungeon boss had been annoying with its ability to spawn loads of tiny miniature versions of itself, but it actually lent itself to his new demonic rune blade's Kill Stacker ability. All in all, it was a tough fight, but Sam got exactly what he wanted out of it. His Herding Hook ability had leveled up, pushing his progress as a traveler even further. He quickly reviewed his stats to see what powers he had gained. Sam, Class, Blood Knight, Super Rare, Rank, Apprentice Tier. Abilities, Pain Ring, Novice Tier, Level 2. Mark part of the battlefield as yours. Within that circle, the more you are hurt, the more powerful your attacks. Battle awareness also now increases as you take more damage. Herding Hook, Apprentice Tier, Level 2. Shoot a hook rope that if it hits an enemy, it pulls them back closer towards you. Hook can be bended at will to whip and hurl enemies with. Class, Death Lord, Legendary, Rank, Apprentice Tier. Abilities, Blood Flame, Novice Tier, Level 3. Morph all spilled blood in a nearby radius into a powerful magical fire. Can also create blood flame projectiles in hand from spilled blood. Can now conjure blood flame sword from spilled blood. Blood Teleport, Apprentice Tier, Level 1. Teleport to and from spilt blood on the battlefield. Strength, 33.1. Agility, 32.2. Endurance, 32.7. Magic Affinity, 32.9. Skill Quests. Pain Ring, Level 3. Destroy 3,000 monsters with the aid of battle awareness. 1,800/3000. Blood Flame, Level 4. Gain mastery with your Blood Flame sword. Herding Hook, Level 3. Gain mastery over your new Herding Hook. Blood Teleport, Level 2. Gain mastery over Blood Teleport. Sam grinned at his progress. Being able to bend hurting hook would make the ability so much more versatile, which was fantastic. Beyond the great new ability evolution, Sam was pleased to see all of his stats had steadily grown as well. He was a long way off journeyman tier, but he was glad to see he was already in the process of getting there. Sam? Sam turned around to see Curtis still caught in the paralysis puddle spell the undead deer fiend had created. The elf was squirming and jabbing the strange, shadowy hands emerging from the puddle with his staff. Neither magic nor physical attacks seem to be stopping the paralysis, said Curtis. Luckily, it only seems to be a positional paralysis. I can still move the majority of my body. Sam's brows furrowed quizzically. He walked over to Curtis and lifted up his sword. "Ah, what are you doing, you maniac?" cried Curtis. "You'll accidentally swipe my legs." Sam swished his sword, only for it to go right through the shadowy hands gripping Curtis's legs. Curtis blinked, and then sighed with relief to see that his legs were still intact, and that Sam had not cut them off from his body. "You should be more careful," chastised the elf. Sam smirked. "You're not the only one who knows his angles, Curtis. I'm 100% confident in my swordsmanship skills. If I wasn't, I wouldn't have dared slashed so close to your legs." "Humph," said the elf. "Easy for you to say when your legs aren't at risk. That said, the angle at which you slashed your sword was indeed perfect." "I'll take that as a thank you," said Sam. "For what? I'm still not free from this thing." "I find that very troubling," said Sam. "The paralysis attack should have faded away along with the undead deer fiend. The only possible explanation would be—" Curtis's face went incredibly pale. His eyes widened. A creeping shadow began to loom over both of them. Sam turned around to see the undead deer fiend had gotten back on its feet and even grown its head back. Worse, it had more than quadrupled in size. The undead deer fiend's formerly spindly body had grown bulging muscles across its entire figure. "Oh, crud," Sam thought. "The boss has more than one phase to it." "Okay, stay where you are, Curtis," said Sam, his eyes narrowing on the new incarnated form of the boss monster. Based on the creature's transformation, Sam assumed this new phase of the boss monster had given it a significant increase in its stats. However, Sam's initial pain ring was still going, so he should be able to take it out fairly quickly, considering how much power and strength he had boosted already. He was still within the time limit from his demonic rune blade's kill stacker ability as well. Sam rushed forward. When he got in range, he pushed his feet off the ground and sent himself hurtling high in the air. As Sam rose higher and higher in the direction of the undead deer fiend's giant chest, he slashed his sword down across its chest. The tip of the blade skidded across its front, not dealing any damage whatsoever. Sam's eyes winced with disappointment. He didn't let up, though. Still in the air, he swirled, going for a second attack. Again, it was completely ineffective. Maybe it's his chest, Sam thought. Perhaps it's invulnerable in that specific part of its body. As soon as Sam's feet hit the ground, he immediately went to work putting his new theory to the test. He did a rapid flurry of attacks at the creature's legs. He screamed with rage as he did so, putting all of his might into the attack. When the dust settled, his blade hadn't laid a single dent. The boss monster retaliated, throwing a massive punch towards the ground where Sam stood. Sam jumped away, just barely dodging the attack. It seemed safe to assume that the creature was heavily immune to physical attacks. That, or the monster had reached very high tiers of endurance and strength, in which case Sam could try his sword again in a couple of minutes after his pain ring had raised his power levels even higher by that point. That meant Sam would have to defeat the monster with magical attacks. Keeping his distance from the massive creature, Sam ran circles around it. As he did that, he triggered the level 2 evolution of Blood Flame, drawing upon the dead flesh of the defeated spawnlings from earlier to create a powerful crimson blood flame ball in the palm of his hand. He whipped the magic attack at the boss monster. The blood flame ball hurled through the air and then smashed into the creature's chest. "You gotta be kidding me." Sam continued to circle the monster, using his blood flame projectile attack. He whipped one magic ball after another at different parts of the boss monster's body, all in an effort to discern where its weak point was. After 3 or 4 minutes of not dealing any damage, Sam had come to a very disconcerting piece of knowledge. The boss monster was invulnerable to both physical attacks and blood magic. It was impossible for Sam to defeat the undead deer fiend on his own. Curtis simply stood there and watched the battle between Sam and the undead deer fiend unfold. The strange shadow magic still kept him locked in position, unable to move anywhere else. All Curtis could do was stand there and watch the battle happening in front of him. Sam threw out magic ball after magic ball, followed by one sword strike after another. Despite the fact that Sam's attacks seemed to be completely futile against the monster, the boy didn't let up. Why does he keep fighting? Why doesn't he give up? Why doesn't he see the battle as hopeless? Curtis couldn't answer these questions off the top of his head. They didn't make sense to him. They didn't have a logic or a reason to explain why Sam kept fighting. It was as if he was fighting despite the hopelessness. Curtis couldn't believe what he was witnessing. The passion, the drive, the optimism. Curtis felt a flurry of emotion rush through him, like something had snapped in his mind. What the heck am I even doing? 91, Sam kept slashing against the boss monster. His attacks continued to do nothing. But still, he held out hope. The pain ring would eventually push his power levels up, and then he'd break through. He had to. He wasn't going to let this boss monster defeat him. Sam kept slashing resolutely when a massive chained hook composed entirely of crackling blue lightning shot forward right through the undead deer fiend's chest. The boss monster shook spasmodically until the lightning hook wrenched itself from out of the fiend's chest, pulling out its beating black heart along with it. Sam turned to look at Curtis in shock. As lightning magic crackled all around Curtis in a display of absolute raw wizarding power, the slouched shoulders and depressed face that had accompanied the elf for the last few days had suddenly disappeared from him, as if they had never been there in the first place. In one of the training courtyards of the Resfall Travelers Guild Hall, Brock shouted orders to a group of new recruits. The young travelers, all recent survivors of the White Gate, were shivering in fear as the burly, red-faced, and angry dwarf shouted at them, spittle falling onto his beard as he did so. "Lift your weapons! Strike! Block! Repeat!" This was basic warrior class training. Drilling the basic movements of battle to the point that you didn't have to think about them in the middle of battle, you just did them. The movement had to become ingrained muscle memory. Of course, many of these recruits had already undergone similar training before going into the White Gate tutorial dungeon, otherwise they wouldn't have survived to make it this far. But Brock was a big believer that it was at this crucial moment in a traveler's development that they go back to basics. Sure, they had survived an incredibly dangerous dungeon gate. And sure, they now had a class with magical abilities of some kind. But that was not enough. Many travelers at this point thought they were over the hill and could now coast on an easy life of loot and riches. Most travelers who thought that way didn't live very long. So that was why Brock had to remind these kids of the basics, even if they thought they knew them. "Again!" he shouted. The new recruits shivered as they continued their fighting drill. As they thrusted their weapons into empty air and imaginary enemies, Brock's squad captain, Olivia, joined him in the courtyard. "Glad to see training new recruits is going well," she said. "They all look a bit pale and terrified, though. What are you doing to them, Brock?" "Ah, just getting them into fighting shape, Captain," Brock replied before shouting, "Again!" "Changing topic. Sam and Curtis have been gone a while," said Olivia. "Do you think the young traveler boy will be able to cure our depressed elf of winter blues syndrome?" "I've seen that young man, Sam, do a lot of impressive things," said the dwarf. "But healing an elf from its crazy elf ways, that I'll have to see to believe." A huge sound of pots and pans being clanged together came from inside the guild, along with strange shouting that sounded oddly like Curtis, the elf. Both Olivia and Brock turned to each other with concern. Brock ordered the recruits to keep following their training drill and then hurried into the guild hall behind Olivia. All the clambering noise and shouting led the two travelers to the dining hall, where they found Curtis standing on top of one of the tables with a pint of ale in hand. "Curtis!" shouted Olivia. "Get down from there! What are you doing?" "I refuse to be sad by the lack of sunlight," shouted Curtis. "I'm a new Curtis. Curtis reborn. The Curtis of fun." "A fun Curtis?" Brock balked. "That will be the—" Olivia nudged the dwarf in the ribs. The two of them saw Sam in the corner, drinking an amused cup of coffee. "What have you done to our Curtis?" said Olivia.
"He's acting like a completely different person."
Sam simply grinned and shrugged. "I don't know what to say," said Sam. "All I did was go out and clear a dungeon with him." Both Olivia and Brock turned back to look at the elf with concern. "Now listen," said Curtis. "As a new practitioner in the art of having fun, I've discovered a few very important rules. Rule number 1 is to relax. Breathe in, breathe out. See? It's easy. Rule number 2 is to be spontaneous, just like me standing on this table. These are the core building blocks to fun optimization. So, if you'll all gather around, let us now have an academic discussion on the artistry of relaxation and spontaneity. Doesn't that sound like fun?" "I take it back," muttered Olivia. "It's the same old Curtis." "You know, I listened to the elf ramble on for this one occasion," said Brock. "I'm just happy to see him get over his WBS." As the day came to a close, Curtis smiled at the companions who had spent the afternoon with him. Brock was snoring against the wall, while Olivia and Sam and a few others were tidying up the dining hall after they had made a mess of it after all of their exercises and lessons on having fun. "I'll help you with that," said Curtis, getting up and assisting Olivia in moving some chairs back to their original spot in the dining hall. He couldn't put his finger exactly on what happened, but Curtis knew for sure in that moment that he had changed. There was a satisfaction in tidying up the dining hall with his companions. It made him think of potential future activities they might all do together, future progress they'd make in their traveler goals, engaging discussions that they had yet to have, unknown meals and drinks they had yet to share together. Curtis realized then and there that he had learned a valuable lesson that didn't exist in the scrolls and books and academic knowledge that he so cherished and coveted. He had learned that no matter how hopeless a situation might feel like, be it the deepest bowels of winter blues syndrome or an impossible battle with a bloodthirsty undead deer monster, anything could be accomplished with the help of good friends. 92 Guildmaster Redfield stood by the window of his office, sipping on a cup of black coffee. The older traveler was staring out at the rooftops of the city of Resfall, staring and thinking. Is it really that time of year again? The sky above the city was gray and gloomy. Flecks of snow still drifted in the air, but the fluffy white coldness of the previous winter months had hardened and turned into frozen sheets of ice on the roofs and streets of the city. It was the last and worst month of the winter season, February. The month brought the worst out of Edgar. He felt a swelling aggravation, both from the chronic pain in his back, but also from the anticipation that this month was not just the coldest and frostiest month of the Royal Westrian calendar, but was also the month that brought his least favorite holiday, Love Spells Day. Where did the stupid holiday even come from? Edgar grumbled in his head as he took another sip of coffee. It was definitely created by all those chocolate and flower merchants trying to make a few extra bucks off of people. They're all in cahoots, I tell ya. The problem with Love Spells Day was that it always caused chaos and trouble in the rank and file of the guild, let alone the city itself. And with a very important dwarven diplomatic envoy currently due to arrive any day now, the guild really shouldn't have its mind on anything else. He finished his coffee and just shook his head at the thought of Love Spells Day. He then tried to clear his mind and get back to work. Sam placed his tray of food down at a table in the dining hall and sat down. He had a plate full of scrambled eggs, bacon, sausage, baked beans, hash browns, and a mug of coffee on the side. "Ah, nice," said Toby, filling up on a classic full Westrian breakfast. Such was the name of the classic breakfast dish served all across Westria in pubs, inns, and other culinary establishments. Neither Sam nor anyone else who grew up in the orphanage could ever afford a full plate of one back in those days, but now they could feast upon one of their own customization every morning if they wanted to. As Sam dug into his meal, Brock joined them with a big plate of his own breakfast, which consisted of just a giant pile of bacon and sausages. "Everyone knows a full dwarvish breakfast is the far superior option," said Brock. "I mean, I could understand getting rid of vegetables or something like that," said Toby. "But the full dwarvish doesn't even have eggs and hash browns. The full dwarvish is exclusively meat." "That's for sure," said Brock heartily. "It's the greatest breakfast meal there is. Sausage and bacon, what more do you need?" "Speaking of dwarves," said Sam, "have you heard anything about the envoy that's meant to be arriving soon?" Brock's face suddenly went glum, and the dwarf slumped onto the table, his head falling into his hands. "Oh, laddie," he said. "Don't remind me." Sam listened intensely to Brock's words. The status of the incoming dwarven envoy was of great importance to Sam. In his previous timeline, the envoy had been murdered before they could even reach Resfall. The horrendous Clarence Erdstrom had ordered the group's assassination before he even heard what they had wanted from them. Scholars wondered for years afterwards what the envoy may have been coming to ask for, whether or not the meeting between the humans and the dwarves might have resulted in a different outcome than the devastating event known as the Dwarven Cataclysm. With Clarence now dead and out of the picture, and Queen Alice Grace on the throne, the possibility to see what the Dwarven envoy wanted would be enough to help Sam push forward in his mission to stop the Dwarven Cataclysm and ultimately the apocalypse of all of Westria in a few years' time. The meeting with the dwarves was of the utmost significance. Brock sighed once more. "My brother should be here in the next couple of—" A young traveler ran into the dining hall, panting and out of breath. The woman was red in the cheeks with a few tears in her eyes from running so fast. Everyone turned to look at her with alarm. Sam knew exactly what her face foretold. Danger, crisis, emergency. It was all the features of panic and fear, features that were now also on Toby's face, following the woman's arrival into the dining hall. "What is it?" asked Sam. His mind suddenly raced. Something couldn't have happened to the Dwarven envoy, could it? Clarence Erdstrom was dead, hence no assassination. Don't tell me fate had it in store for that group of dwarves no matter what. Then the young traveler spoke, and it wasn't at all what Sam was expecting to hear. "There's a strange man on the eastern wall of Resfall," said the woman. "He seems to be unleashing some kind of magical spell." Sam had no idea what was going on. His knowledge of the future hadn't prepared him for this. This was definitely something unique to this new second timeline. Are we undergoing an attack of some kind? Everyone in the guild hall got up and ran outside. A huge crowd had formed near the eastern wall of the city. Clara, Olivia, and Curtis were there as well. Everyone gathered and looked up at the looming figure standing on the wall on his own. Hanging from the mysterious man's shoulders and held in both of his hands was a powerful mana-powered guitar. He began to play, unleashing an incredible guitar solo that echoed across the entire city. "Wow," said Clara. "That guy's amazing," said Olivia. "Who is that guy?" said another woman nearby. "He's so cool. What a rebel." All the women blushed and squealed with delight. Toby, Brock, and Curtis all looked at each other with concern on their faces. Brock grumbled. "Let me introduce you to my brother. He goes by the name of Shredder." 93. "Oh my gosh," said Olivia, blushing. "Is that really your brother, Brock? Will you introduce us?" Both Clara and Olivia looked absolutely giddy. Sam looked up to the man playing the epic riffs on his mana-powered guitar above them all. The dwarf wore a red bandana over his head and black sunglasses to cover his eyes. He had a long gray beard that went well past his neck. He wore a ripped jean jacket with a black t-shirt underneath. The t-shirt said, "Steel Soldiers, Boldheim, 1765. "He's so cool," said Clara, clutching on to Olivia. Olivia turned to Brock. "You will introduce us, won't you?" Curtis coughed and turned to Brock. "May I have a private word with you, dearest Brock?" The two men walked off to the side. "Are you thinking what I'm thinking?" asked Brock. "Of course I am," said Curtis, holding out a hand to be shaken. Brock clasped it, and they both declared at once, "We must form an unlikely alliance to stop Olivia's infatuation with the dreadful Shredder from going any further." The guitar solo came to an end and everyone cheered. The dwarf musician then jumped from the wall, doing a front flip as he descended and then landed perfectly on his feet. A glow of mana rippled off his boots right where he had landed. The man strode forward, clearing a pathway of admiring women and citizens as he moved. He went right up to Brock and held out his hands for a hug. "It's good to see you, little bro," said Shredder. "We're twins," said Brock. "We're the same age." "Sorry, little bro," said Shredder, "but one of us had to come out first, and that person was me, which makes you, ipso facto, my highly impressionable little munchkin of a bro." Brock's eyes narrowed, and his cheeks went beet red with anger. The dwarf rolled up his sleeves and said, "I'll arm wrestle you right now to see who's the littler of the two of us. Come on, Shredder, let's go." Entering from the gate nearby was a group of 3 other dwarves. They strode towards Shredder and Brock. "That arm wrestle will have to wait, Brock, or should I say, little Brock," chuckled Shredder. "Oh my God, he's so funny," giggled Olivia and Clara. Toby and Sam turned to each other. "Tell me I'm not losing my mind, Sam," said Toby. "Little Brock, was that not hilarious? Oh goddess, is this how I die in the end? By losing my marbles?" Sam grinned. "You're not losing it, Tobes. Some guys just have so much charisma even their goofy jokes land." "Man," said Toby, "that Shredder guy must drink so much hype juice, it's unreal." The rest of the dwarven envoy caught up with Shredder. The dwarf musician turned to Brock and said, "We've actually come here for a very serious reason, bro. We seek counsel with Queen Alice Grace. I hate to cut our pleasant reunion short, but we're here on an urgent matter that cannot wait." Shredder, along with the rest of the dwarven envoy, started heading in the direction of the royal keep. As they walked away, many women in the crowd watched Shredder with a dreamy look in their eyes. "Wow, I wonder what they all see in him," said Toby. "What do you think, Sam?" But Sam was nowhere to be found. He had just disappeared out of thin air. Toby blinked. "Sam?" Queen Alice Grace was sitting in her library reading a book on dwarvish history. She was studying up in preparation for the arrival of the dwarven envoy that was supposed to be arriving in a few days' time. Her head was spinning with the names of ancient kings and former wars and never-ending grievances with the elves. This was going to be her first major diplomatic meeting with another one of the many races of Westria. She did not want to screw it up. "Just don't trip on your dress," she said to herself. She had another couple of days to rehearse and practice pretending that she wasn't a clumsy klutz. Loud footsteps echoed from down the hall, breaking Alice away from her concentrated reading. Soon, her handmaiden, Mildred, appeared at the door. The woman looked out of breath and slightly flustered, which was not a common sight for a woman like Mildred Cross. "Your Highness," said the handmaiden, "it looks as if the dwarven envoy has arrived sooner than we expected, and they're on their way to the palace now." Alice's eyes widened. "But I've only gotten through Volume 1 of the Encyclopedia of Dwarven Myths and Legends," she cried. "Volume 2 is just going to have to wait," said Mildred. Alice shut the book emphatically and stood up. "You're right, Mildred. We don't have a lot of time. Tell the palace staff to get the throne room ready and make sure the dwarven envoy has a warm welcome. Let's make this meeting one to be proud of." Mildred grinned. "Sounds good, Your Highness. I'll let the others know now," The handmaiden disappeared down the hall, and Queen Alice went to follow after her, when a new commotion emerged from the other end of the hall. It was the shaggy, black-haired traveler boy known as Sam. He was pushing his way past a group of servants. "The dwarven envoy has arrived," said Sam. Queen Alice scrunched her nose in annoyance that Sam thought she didn't know that already. Nor did she want him to know that she only found out roughly 30 seconds earlier. She flicked her hair behind her shoulder and said, "I'm well aware." "Okay, great," said Sam. "Here's the thing. This meeting is far more important than you might realize. Please listen carefully to what I'm about to tell you, Your Highness. The fate of Westria depends on it." 30 minutes later, Queen Alice sat on her throne with Mildred and Sam standing quietly behind her. A servant held open the door at the end of the hall and welcomed in the dwarven envoy. "Here we go," said Queen Alice under her breath. The biggest diplomatic moment in the history of her time as queen was now upon her. For most of Westrian history, humans acted as a middleman between the elves and dwarves. Their relationship with either race was mostly neutral more than anything, but in comparison to how the two other races felt about each other, it was a lovey-dovey friendship. But since the arrival of the dungeon gates, communication between the humans and dwarves had slowed down, and with the ever-growing intensity of the dwarven civil war, the dwarves had grown increasingly more isolationist and hermetic. This meeting today would hopefully move things towards a better, more open relationship between the two powerful groups of people. For Alice, that felt like enough pressure. But now she was dealing with the fact that, according to Sam, the entire history of Westria hinged on this conversation. Sam had told her it was of the utmost importance to get the dwarves to agree to letting a group of travelers return to the Snow Peak Mountains with them. She couldn't see how Sam would even be able to know something like that, but she didn't have time to argue with him. And if the situation was as dire as he claimed, sending travelers into the Snow Peak Mountains would be beneficial for both humanity and the dwarves. The group of dwarves marched with a stern seriousness towards Alice. There were 4 of them. They were led by a stern, red-headed dwarf with a large, bulbous nose and a thick red beard with multiple braids hanging down from his face. The man went by the name of Ulfgar Stonebrow. He was the senior diplomat and second in command of the Dwarven Union, which was the largest alliance of different dwarven factions. They wanted to see a united dwarven kingdom and wanted to see the dwarven civil war come to an end. On either side of Ulfgar were 2 burly dwarven warriors in powerful golden armor with large axes strapped to their backs. Behind the 3 dwarves was an odd-looking dwarf with a bandana and sunglasses and ripped denim vest. Queen Alice couldn't help but find the strange dwarf oddly striking and kind of handsome. In the corner of her eye, she noticed Mildred Cross, normally cold and statuesque, blush at the sight of the confident dwarven man. Who is this odd dwarf? Alice shook the thought away. She needed to stay focused. In the brief moments before the dwarven envoy's arrival, Sam had explained that she needed to make sure the dwarven envoy would allow the Volsungur nation to send a group of travelers to escort them back to the Snow Peak Mountains. This was of the utmost importance. "Welcome, Ulfgar Stonebrow and your fellow dwarven compatriots," said Queen Alice in a stately tone. "We are honored and grateful for your visit to our dear capital." The 4 dwarves all bowed at Alice's words. "Thank you for having us, young Queen Alice Grace," said Ulfgar. "It is you who has done us a deep honor." Alice smiled and nodded at the man. She could tell the pleasantries were coming to an end. The real discussion was about to begin. "Alas," said Ulfgar, "we did not travel down from our home in the Snow Peak Mountains merely to speak kind words to you, lovely as that might be. The dwarven race is in grave trouble." Alice nodded. "Does the civil war continue to take the lives of many?" "So you've heard," Ulfgar sighed. "It's good to know news of our plight has managed to leave the confines of our mountain homeland. But things have worsened greatly. The emissaries of the fallen have grown in power. Their dark magic and experiments have led to our underground civilization being overtaken by horrific monstrosities of their own creation. Alice listened closely to the diplomat's words. She had heard of the emissaries of the fallen before, and fairly recently as well. She recalled Sam informing her in his debrief of the Crystal Sea Mermaid crisis that it was this particularly evil dwarven death cult that had been behind the mermaid kidnappings. So it looked as if they were causing just as much trouble, if not more, mayhem in their own dwarven lands. "Given the current direness of our situation," said Ulfgar, "we've come in search of aid. The emissaries and the other major faction in the dwarven civil war, the Rostock League, are now working together, and they've managed to derail many of our main supply routes. We come to you, Queen Alice, as a society in desperate need of help. We humbly request that Volsungar help us in any way they can, supply us with food and weapons to assist us in our plight." Alice nodded her head at the important dwarven diplomat's words. She gulped, knowing that the time had come to do what Sam had asked her to do. It wasn't just a simple request, for no leader of Volsungar or any other human kingdom for that matter had dared request access to the Snow Peak Mountains in the last century of Westrian history. The dwarves would potentially see it as a huge affront to their sovereignty and way of life, and would send diplomatic relations between humans and dwarves to an even worse place. Probably not as bad as the frosty relationship the dwarves shared with the elves, but still, Alice didn't want to be known in the history books as the queen who sabotaged Volsungar's ties with the dwarves of the Snow Peak Mountains. "Speaking on behalf of my nation," Alice began, "I want to help the Dwarven Union as much as we possibly can. Beyond sending supplies, don't you think it might be worthwhile for Volsungar to send some of our best travelers to help out in the war effort?" Ulfgar's eyes widened at that. He was clearly not expecting Alice to make such a bold statement. The dwarves have been proud and content to keep their mountain affairs and civilization to themselves for centuries. "I thank you for the offer, Queen Alice Grace. But at this point in time, unwanted guests is the last thing we need." Alice nodded her head at the man's words. She realized Ulfgar wasn't going to make this easy for her. But she ignored her fears and concerns, taking solace in the fact that Sam had told her that all of Westria needed them to find a way into the Snow Peak Mountains before it was too late, and something truly terrible happened. "Let me put it another way," said Alice. "You'd like Volsungar to help you, and we'd be glad to help. But our aid isn't free. If you'd like us to supply your people with food and weapons, you would need to accept letting a group of travelers from the Resfall Travelers Guild enter the Snow Peak Mountains to take stock of the situation." Ulfgar and the other dwarves were taken aback, so Alice continued. "The endless bloodshed from the Dwarven Civil War has to come to an end," she said. "I believe the Dwarven Union, along with our help, has the power to do it. Together we can unify the dwarves and stop this war from claiming any more innocent lives." Before Ulfgar could say anything, one of the warriors put a hand on his shoulders. "One moment, Your Highness," said Ulfgar. The dwarves moved down the hall out of earshot of the queen to whisper amongst themselves. Alice watched nervously as she watched what seemed to be an animated back-and-forth discussion between them. After a few minutes, the envoy returned to Alice to present their opinions. "We have considered your offer," said Ulfgar. "And our answer is—" Alice's heart began to race. The fate of all of Westria came down to this one decision. No. 95. Alice couldn't believe it. "No!" Ulfgar Stonebrow's rejection echoed in her mind far beyond the man's own utterance. She was taken aback. She didn't understand. The dwarves weren't in a position to be rejecting her offer. Not only that, her offer was put forth in an effort to help them. Her stomach lurched. Had she really just sealed Westria's fate to something truly horrible? She wanted to turn behind to Mildred, or even Sam, and ask for help and guidance. But she knew she couldn't. It would show weakness in the eyes of the dwarves. She needed to stay strong and absolute in her initial opinion. Before she could say anything in reply, Ulfgar spoke again. "Right now, we decline the offer," explained the dwarf. "However, we've agreed we need time to think. The current situation in Resfall doesn't inspire confidence." Alice's eyebrows furrowed. "The current situation in Resfall doesn't inspire confidence?" she thought. What's that supposed to mean? Despite being irritated by the man's words, she also felt a sense of relief. Alice's heartbeat steadied. "There's still hope," she thought to herself. "You are welcome to stay in the guest rooms of the palace," said Alice. "You can stay as long as you'd like, and I urge you to stay for the annual Love Spells Day ball. You'll be honored guests." The dwarves nodded. "We'd love that," said Ulfgar. "Thank you for your hospitality. Let us chat more soon." With that, Ulfgar turned around and led his envoy of dwarves out and away from the throne hall. Sam's heart raced. It didn't slow down until the dwarven envoy had left the throne room. He even used his mana sense to track them down the hall to ensure in his mind that they were completely and utterly out of earshot. Mildred and Alice must have been thinking the exact same thing, because neither one of them moved either. Finally, when it seemed safe to talk, Sam turned to both of them. "Well, that was interesting," he said. The conversation between Alice and Ulfgar hadn't gone as perfectly as he had hoped, but thankfully there was still reason to be optimistic. They said they were going to think about Alice's offer, and they also had a clue as to why at the moment they didn't want to take it. Ulfgar's words echoed in his mind. The current situation in Resfall doesn't inspire confidence. They needed to figure out what the dwarven diplomat meant by that, and rectify it immediately. Once they did, hopefully he would allow for the safe passage of Volsungar's travelers into the Snow Peak Mountains. The dwarves had been incapable of stopping the dwarven cataclysm in Sam's previous timeline, and he didn't have faith in them to stop it in this one. They needed outside help, and Sam needed to figure out a way to let them swallow their ancient pride and stubbornness, and allow him and his colleagues to assist them. "Interesting?" Alice moaned. "More like total and utter failure. What are we going to do?" "We must find out what's troubling them about Resfall," said Mildred, "along with the name of that incredibly handsome dwarf at the back of the envoy." Sam smirked. He couldn't quite understand why the ladies of Resfall seemed to swoon over Brock's brother so unabashedly. He definitely believed it had to be a piece of equipment with a rare passive charm ability, or just as likely, a specialized bard skill of some kind. "The dwarf's name is Shredder," said Sam. "It's my colleague Brock's brother." Before Mildred could say anything else, Shredder rushed back into the throne room. Both Mildred and Alice blushed, adjusting their hair nervously. "Queen Alice and accompanying dudes and dudettes," said Shredder, bowing quickly. "Excuse my sudden return, but I want to help both of our nations desperately." Alice smiled. "Okay. Can you tell me what's the issue with Ulfgar? What is troubling him here in Resfall? It's not like we're in a civil war." Shredder nodded vigorously like he was shaking his head to powerful music. "Listen, Queen Alice. Your offer to Ulfgar was totally radical and righteous," said Shredder. "But you have to understand, Ulfgar, he's more of an old-fashioned dude, and he's got some pretty old-school beliefs. I've tried to tell him time and time again to loosen up, man, or chill out, dude, but he just doesn't have it in him." "Okay," said Alice. "But what does that have to do with me and Volsungar?" "It's all-encompassing," said Shredder. "First off, us dwarves are a prideful bunch of dudes and dudettes, you dig? So let's say Ulfgar can get over that stubborn pride and accept your righteous help. It then opens up a whole host of new diplomatic issues. Such a move would be seen as a powerful and bold gesture of goodwill towards Volsungar. Will that anger the southern human kingdom of Opali? Will that worsen domestic issues in the Snow Peak Mountains? I can see the slogans now. First they let humans in here, next they'll bring elves." "All right," said Alice. "I think I'm following what you're saying. How do we put Ulfgar's mind at ease then?" "Most excellent question,"
said Shredder. Everywhere Ulfgar looks in Resfall, he sees new figureheads, new institutions, change and progress everywhere. It makes him uneasy. It makes him fear you as allies, for he questions the very stability you stand on. You're a very young queen. That troubles him most severely. You have no heir or continuing bloodline. If you were to fall ill or be assassinated, it would be chaos in the streets, a power vacuum. It would put the Dwarven Union on the back foot after boldly deciding to work with you. Alice crossed her arms. What would you like me to do? Get married and pregnant in the next week, then? That's ridiculous. Shredder shook his head. No, that would be too extreme.
It's my belief that all Ulfgar needs to see is a bit more stability here, or the potential future for greater stability. Remember, he has an old-fashioned mind. I think if he were to see you with some kind of promising suitor, that would maybe alleviate his concerns, and he would then accept your offer.
A promising suitor? Alice balked. I hate that idea.
Mildred chimed in. It might not be such a bad idea, Your Grace. Remember, it doesn't have to be a real suitor, just someone that seems legitimate in Ulfgar's eyes. So excellently put, charming Dudette, said Shredder. No one's asking you to fall in love, just to put up an appearance that you might be. Honestly, it could be any dude within reason. For instance, this dude right here would be perfectly suitable. Word of his feats have reached and impressed the dwarves in the Snow Peak Mountains. Alice turned to Sam, blushing deep red, and then frowned. Sam felt a bit uneasy in his stomach. Both Shredder and Mildred grinned devilishly.
No,
said Alice. There must be another way, said Sam. And so began a new plan to win over the dwarves. Sam and Queen Alice would have to pretend to be in love. 96. Just over a week later, the Royal Love Spells Day Ball arrived. Sam waited in the foyer of the Resfall Travelers Guild Hall. He leaned against a nearby wall in his black and white tuxedo, fiddling nervously with his bow tie. He looked at the clock on the wall. Where is everyone? He wondered. It was agreed they'd all be here in the foyer by now. He was feeling nervous and agitated. Last year, he had attended the Royal Love Spells Day Ball with the mission of getting more intel on Clarence Erdstrom and saving Mildred Cross from assassination. Now, he had a very different type of mission this evening, and one that required a particular set of skills. A particular set of skills that were not as immediately accessible as the ones associated with his two powerful traveler classes. Tonight, he had to pretend to be courting Queen Alice Grace, and that they were madly in love. Only Alice, Mildred, and Shredder were aware of this plan. Everyone else was in the dark. Their performance would have to convince everyone if it were to succeed in convincing Ulfgar Stonebrow. Sam pulled out a handkerchief and wiped sweat from his sleeve. "Oh, look who's nervous," chuckled Brock, arriving in a tuxedo of his own, alongside Olivia and Curtis. Olivia was wearing a long violet gown with a low neckline and an ever lower droop exposing her back. "Hoping to dance with a special lady, Sam?" asked Olivia. "No, Love Spells Day is the day to pursue it," said Curtis. "Thank you, no, I was just a little sweat." Brock handed him a flask. "Here, have some hype juice." Olivia swatted the dwarf's hand away from Sam. "You know the guildmaster doesn't want the younger travelers drinking," said the adept tier captain. "And besides, I could use some hype juice myself." She then snatched the flask out of Brock's hands and took a big swig. Curtis and Brock exchanged a look. Sam knew the two men were both madly in love with their captain, but they also knew that Olivia had a powerful drunken alter ego. The floppy eel dance she liked to do at Hearthmas was one of the stronger examples of this alternative persona of Olivia's. "Okay, Olivia, that's enough for now," said Brock. "You don't need any more hype." Olivia crossed her arms and pouted. "One can never have enough hype. Besides, I don't want to be nervous when I see Shredder again." She blushed, just thinking about the dwarven bard. Curtis and Brock then exchanged another look of knowing intent. What are those two up to? Sam wondered to himself. He couldn't contemplate the question for long, as his attention was soon turned to Toby and Clara standing at the top of the stairs. Clara was wearing a stunning red dress, and Toby was wearing a tuxedo but with a red bow tie and a red handkerchief. Did they color coordinate their outfits? Both of them blushed as everyone looked up at them. "Well, aren't you two cute?" smiled Olivia. Toby and Clara didn't say anything, but then reached out an arm and clasped each other's hand, and then walked down the steps together. Everyone cheered. "Glad to see the mistletoe debacle didn't finish you two off," laughed Brock. The group complimented one another on their outfits until finally Guildmaster Redfield stepped in from outside. "All right, the carriages are here," declared the Guildmaster. "Remember, tonight is all about work and showing that the Travelers Guild is an important and respected institution. I don't care what you think Love Spells Day might be about, or a feeling you have in your tummy, or a poem that you wrote. I don't want to hear it. Tonight is all about work. Nobody fall in love, got it?" Sam's right eye twitched. The collar of his dress shirt suddenly felt very tight. Sam sat to the side in the carriage and looked out the window as they strolled through the streets of Resfall. Pubs were filled with merry groups of people dancing, while restaurants were filled with couples eating between dim romantic candlelight. "It shouldn't be called Love Spells Day," sighed Curtis, looking out at all the different couples holding hands. "More like Single Awareness Day, am I right, Elf?" said Brock, taking a swig of his flask. "Agreed," said Curtis. "Besides, we have other things to focus on tonight." Brock's eyes narrowed and nodded at the elf. "Indeed." "Whatever you two are up to, you better not embarrass the guild," said Edgar, staring at them both sternly. Of course, said both Brock and Curtis rapidly, like two children caught creating mischief and trying to deny any involvement whatsoever. Sam couldn't even laugh at his two traveler colleagues. His eyes were focused on the silhouette of the royal palace in the distance. He couldn't stop thinking about the plan for the evening. They needed to convince Ulfgar Stonebrow that he and Alice were madly in love. He hoped it would work. When the goddess had sent him back in time to save Westria, this was far from what he imagined the monumental task would entail. The carriages pulled into a large courtyard just outside the palace. Many horses and carriages of visiting nobles were already parked outside. "Good," said Edgar. "We're not the first to arrive. We want the guild to look punctual, but cool. Everyone understand?" Brock, Curtis, and Sam all nodded vigorously at their leader. "Glad to see we're all on the same page," Edgar smiled. "Remember, no falling in love." "Understood, Guildmaster," they all said in unison. "Good," muttered Edgar, narrowing his eyes as he looked up to the windows of the ballroom high above the palace. "Now let's go celebrate the stupidest holiday ever to be put in the calendar. Travelers, move out." A few minutes later, Sam and the entire group of travelers from the guild attending the ball stepped into the royal ballroom. The room was filled with glamorously dressed nobles in regal finery and beautiful, sparkling jewelry. The dwarven envoy, including Ulfgar Stonebrow, stood in traditional dwarven embroidery, looking very out of place among the human crowd. The palace staff were walking around with plates of little appetizers and glasses of champagne. In the distance, Sam overheard a conversation. "Oh, it is so wonderful to have a creek on one's estate," said one man. "You have a creek on your estate, don't you, Lord Odo Bumblefumble?" "I've heard very mixed things about having a creek on one's estate, actually," said the other man. "I hear the water can be very dirty, if not downright dangerous. You should check to make sure you don't have any bacteria sucking your life away, Earl Fitzy Foppleplop. No, I dare say I wouldn't ever dream of wanting a creek on my estate." Sam scanned the crowd, looking for the Queen. He couldn't see Alice anywhere. Then he felt a tap on his shoulder and words whispered in his ear. "The Queen wants to see you, urgently." It was the voice of Mildred Cross, and her words had the undercurrent of a threat. "Yes, ma'am," said Sam. He followed the handmaiden to a surreptitious side room. Sam imagined the room was designed as a place for the royal family to bring visiting nobles or important figures to have important private conversations during large social gatherings. "What's the matter?" said Sam to Mildred. "I thought we'd gone over the plan all—" At the end of the private chamber was the queen, standing with her back to them. Even before she turned around, Sam was taken aback by her beauty. She wore a blue-tinted crystal dress, and when she turned around she was absolutely radiant. The dress brought out her large blue eyes and sparkled almost as gorgeously as her smile. Sam wanted to say something complimentary, but the vocal utterance, was the closest thing to any kind of actual vocabulary that came out of his mouth. Sam's language proficiency had suddenly dropped out of nowhere. "What are you wearing?" snapped the queen. "I told you what I was going to wear. You were meant to match it." "Really?" said Sam. "I thought you were just telling me that as a piece of general knowledge. Wouldn't matching be overdoing it?" Flustered, the queen turns to Mildred. "Can you believe this guy?" "Don't worry," said the handmaiden. "I feared this might happen." Mildred then materialized a lightly tinted blue handkerchief and bow tie. "Change your clothes," said Mildred. Alice crossed her arms and shook her head. "For this to work," said Alice, "we have to appear like we're crazily and stupidly in love. Are you capable of doing that?" Looking at the queen's angry face, Sam couldn't help but wonder if she was capable of doing that, but didn't want to upset her anymore. She is cute when she's angry, though, Sam thought. He wasn't going to say anything of that, though, in fear of bringing out more rage from her. Sam simply nodded his head as he undid his original tuxedo bow tie. "All right, you better be," said the queen, loosening up a bit. Our backup plan is for Mildred to put on a mustache and pretend to be a very rich nobleman from Opali. And here I was thinking our plan was a long shot, said Sam. "Are you questioning my ability to pretend to be a man?" said Mildred sternly. "An assassin must take many disguises, you know." Sam's skin suddenly went cold, and he dropped the topic entirely. He quickly finished changing his outfit, and Queen Alice smiled and then blushed. "What?" Alice looked away and took on a more stoic expression. "Nothing," she said softly. "You look acceptable, that's all." Sam nodded. "Fair enough. If it means anything at all, I think you look amazing." Alice was taken aback and suddenly looked flustered, and then looked as if she was about to start yelling at him again. She then looked up and smiled at him cheerfully. "Thank you, Sam," she said. "Now let's go make everyone think we're madly in love." Unlike most people attending the Royal Love Spells Day Ball, Guildmaster Redfield scanned the crowd not for potential matches in love and romance, but rather for important, rich, and influential targets to help fund and solidify the Travelers Guild's power amongst the elite of Resfall. He'd already spoken to Lord Odo Bumblefumble and Earl Fitzy Foppleplop, both of whom were stingy and more obsessed with whether a creek improved one's property, and so left them to their bickering. He had his eyes on a few more nobles he needed to speak with that evening, when he noticed Mildred from across the room, in a demure but pretty black dress, clinked her glass of champagne and said, "The Queen will soon emerge for the first dance of the evening." Everyone in the room suddenly quieted down. Edgar made sure to send looks to Sam and every other traveler attending to be on their best behavior. This was a critical point in the evening. Everyone looked to see where the Queen would enter the room from. The lights then went low, and a voice powered by a mana-charged speaker spoke from across the room. "I don't normally like to play acoustically," said the voice, strumming a guitar. "But when I get a request from a beautiful queen to use my talents for the celebration of love, how can I resist?" A spotlight shot out across the ballroom to a dwarven bard, strumming a guitar on a small stage across the room. It was none other than Shredder. He then began to sing beautifully, and all the women in the palace swooned. Even Edgar felt a tear fall from his eye and run down his chiseled cheek. "He's so bloody charming," the guildmaster thought. "And now," sang Shredder softly, slowing down his voice so that it was somewhere between singing and talking, "I present the Queen of Resfall, Alice Grace." A spotlight then shone on the Queen emerging from a side entrance, dressed in a beautiful, shining dress. Who will she pick to dance with on a special day like Love Spells Day?
Edgar nodded his head in understanding. So she's reviving an old tradition, huh? The former queen, Alice's mother, before she passed away, used to make a big show on Love Spells Day about coming out and asking the king to dance. It was a romantic gesture that showed the solidity of their marriage and union. But why is Queen Alice doing this? And who is she going to ask? Shredder returns to playing a slow and melodic tune on his guitar as the queen slowly walked towards the center of the ballroom, where space had been made for dancing. She began to approach the crowd of onlooking nobles and guests. Then the queen presented her hand, and the crowd stirred. The hand clasped back. Edgar looked over and couldn't believe it. Is that Sam with the queen? The two figures walked onto the ballroom floor and began to dance to the sweet melodic tune. They make a cute pairing, huh? Said Mildred, who had suddenly appeared at his side. Yeah, they do, said Edgar softly. They remind me of a couple I used to know. Stop it, said Mildred. Just watch. You need to stare into my eyes more, hissed Alice. Sam focused his eyes on the queen. Smile, you dolt, she said. Act natural. Sam mustered a grin while thinking to himself, how am I supposed to act natural with you barking orders at me? But he knew bickering with the queen in front of all these people would be the last thing to do to convince them that they were in love. Alice took a step towards him. Hold me closer, she said gently. Sam felt a shock as he placed his hand on Alice's back. He felt even more of a tingle as he felt the young queen's fingers clasp behind his neck. They danced while everyone watched on with admiration. Mildred smiled at the two young people dancing together. She saw how the crowd of ball-goers stirred. First, they stared. Then they whispered with delight. The handmaiden kept her eyes on Ulfgar Stonebrow and watched how the older dwarf man smiled at the sight of young love. Indeed, that was how everyone across the ball was perceiving the dance between Sam and the queen. Mildred grinned, watching Sam and the queen stare into each other's eyes. There were only 2 people in the entire ballroom that night convinced that the dancing pair were only pretending to have feelings for one another, and they went by the names of Sam and Alice. Following Sam and Alice's dance, Shredder invited more people to the floor to get dancing. "Aw, what?" crooned Shredder. "Are you all too shy to dance with the one you fancy the most? That's okay. The queen said I could play a few of my favorite tunes to help loosen you up. So, people of Resfall, are you ready to rock?" Shredder began to infuse mana into his fingers and play at the guitar, creating a more electric sound like he'd done when he had first arrived standing on the walls of the city. He began to create an epic guitar solo before a whole band emerged behind him, with a drummer and bass guitarist. They started playing a song, and everyone began jumping up and down on the dance floor, shaking their head and hair, going wild. "'Tis the opposite of an elegant affair," harumphed Lord Odo Bumblefumble. "Indeed," sniffled Earl Fitzy Foppleplop. It was the first time the two noblemen had agreed on anything that night. An hour later, Curtis and Brock stood by the punch table, furtively glancing over their shoulders. "No one seems to have caught on to our plan, Elf," Brock mused. "Indeed," said Curtis. "Operation Destroy Shredder's charming allure on the ladies can finally begin." The two comrades gave each other a nod and went to work on their plan. Hanging high above the ballroom was a floating magic bucket full of mud. Curtis had provided the magical floating charm and the schematics and general know-how of the palace ballroom on where to situate it most effectively. Brock had provided the mud. When the lights had dimmed for Alice and Sam's dance earlier that night, Curtis had used that opportunity when all eyes were focused on the two of them to let his floating magic charm let the bucket fly above Shredder's head. Obviously, they couldn't trigger their trap then without spoiling Sam and Alice's dance. They chose to wait until later in the evening, and that moment was now. Brock and Curtis stood at opposite ends of the ballroom to make sure their angles were right. From Brock's side, he gave a thumbs up.
Curtis took in the angles from his side. A quick calculation in his mind showed him that now was the perfect opportunity to trigger the floating charm once again and have the bucket tip over and splash mud all over Shredder's face. Let's see how charming the man is when he's covered in mud, thought Curtis, snapping his fingers. The bucket, high above the palace ballroom, began to dip, and just as the bucket was about to descend upon Shredder and where he was standing, something terrible and unforeseen happened. He invited Olivia and 2 other noble ladies to dance on stage with him and the band. Oh no, thought Curtis. Olivia's going to get completely splattered with mud all over her beautiful face and dress. She'll never forgive us. In that moment, time seemed to slow to a crawl. The bucket tipped over and mud began to pour out of it. In 4 seconds, it would be all over Olivia. Brock and Curtis exchanged a look of utter horror and regret. 3 seconds. They both covered their eyes. 2 seconds. What have we done? 1 second. Watch out! Shredder pushed Olivia and the noble ladies aside and jumped straight into the falling mud, absorbing it all and protecting the noble women from getting even a speck of mud on them. The music stopped and everyone blinked in shock. Shredder was drenched in so much mud you couldn't see his face. He wiped the mud off of his eyes and mouth. "It ain't a real party unless you get a bit dirty, am I right, people?" shouted Shredder. "Who's ready to rock?" Everyone clapped and cheered. "Shredder is so cool. He's the best. Whoever tried to pour mud on him is clearly just jealous and will never have as much charm as Shredder." Brock and Curtis slumped off into a corner in dismay. "I'm glad Olivia didn't get hit with that mud," sighed Brock. "Me too," said Curtis. "Me 3, said Guildmaster Redfield, appearing behind him. "You guys should know better than to behave that way. You're both charming enough men that you don't need to resort to petty mudslinging. Now repeat this mantra. I am enough." Said Brock. "That seems a bit, just do as I say." And so, as everyone danced and enjoyed the Love Spells Day ball, 3 men could be heard in the corner yelling at each other again and again the words, "I am enough. I am enough. I am enough." Toby looked at the Guildmaster, Brock, and Curtis with a quizzical expression on his face. They were huddled together shouting some bizarre chant about being enough. "Love Spells Day definitely brings out the weird side of people, that's for sure," said Clara, taking a sip of punch beside him. Toby agreed with Clara more than she might ever know. Weird did not begin to describe Toby's odd reactions, muscle tics, and strange neurotic thoughts that had been swirling in his mind for the last 10 minutes or so. "Just ask her to dance already, you dummy." "You can say that again," said Toby, laughing nervously. Clara blushed and stared down at her drink. "Do you want to dance?" he asked. Clara's face lit up and smiled. "Of course. I'm impressed you're no longer afraid to do so," she said with a wink. "There's a lot of things I'm no longer afraid of," said Toby, impressed with his own sudden suave smoothness. He made sure to not add the full truth to his most recent statement, that while he might be afraid of a lot less things than he was a year ago, he was still afraid of quite a few things, namely, sharing his first kiss with Clara. He wasn't afraid of the act itself, or, at the very least, it was at the bottom of his list of many paranoid concerns. He was more afraid of something going wrong, of the moment not being perfect. He tried to rid these thoughts from his mind as Clara took his hand and they walked out to the dance floor. Shredder was singing a slower ballad, and many couples were dancing happily in each other's arms. Clara wrapped her arms around Toby's neck, while he put her arms around her waist and back. She stepped closer to him. He could feel her chest against his. It was an amazing moment. Right now would be the perfect time for them to share their first kiss. They were dancing together in the Royal Palace Ballroom on Love Spells Day of all days. Things couldn't go as badly as the mistletoe debacle, or even last year's Love Spells Day when assassins showed up. That wouldn't happen again. Clara looked up at him with her gorgeous green eyes. The moment was perfect. Toby leaned forward, puckering his lips. Is this really it? Are Clara and I really going to finally kiss? And it was at that precise moment, 0.5 seconds before Clara and Toby were about to share their first kiss, to be exact, that multiple explosions went off across the ballroom. 99 clouds of purple smoke exploded all across the ballroom. Tables knocked over. Champagne glasses were dropped in shock. Glass shattered across the floor. People screamed. "We're under attack!" screamed a noblewoman, jumping to hide underneath a table. Sam scanned the purple smoke. His mind raced, trying to decipher what was happening. The Royal Love Spells Day Ball of 1768 hadn't fallen under attack in Sam's previous timeline. But then again, Clarence Erdstrom had never hosted a Love Spells Day Ball in his entire tenure as ruler of the Volsunger nation. This was clearly the result of Sam's tampering with the original timeline, along with the Dwarven envoy surviving its trip to Resfall. Sam quickly deduced that the group behind this attack could be none other than the emissaries of the Fallen. As the purple smoke cleared and burly dwarves in cloaks with the Death Cult's insignia on it appeared, Sam's deduction was instantly proven correct. All of the travelers across the ball instantly materialized weaponry and magical projectiles in their hands and rushed towards the emissaries. The Dwarven cultists did the same. Guildmaster Redfield appeared behind one with almost instantaneous speed. Pink spirit mana rippled around his hands, and he thrust it right into the back of one cultist before twisting his wrist and wrenching out the death cultist's heart and squeezing it into nothing. Edgar yelled out with rage, "Travelers, get to work!" An all-out brawl in the ballroom began. As soon as the explosion went off, Toby and Clara let go of one another. They spun around each other in the opposite way. "Guard my back, Tobes," said Clara, materializing her spear. "And you mine," said Toby right back, materializing his wizard staff. He was incredibly annoyed with the emissaries of the Fallen. Not only were they awful criminals who had done heinous things to a countless number of people, including kidnapping and attempting to ritually sacrifice a group of young innocent mermaids, but they had also ruined what would have been a perfect moment shared between Clara and him. That alone was enough. He could not forgive these evil people. He would show them no mercy. Two dwarven cultists rushed towards him with swords raised. Toby clutched onto his wizard staff in one hand and conjured mana in his other. The mana started as pure standard mana from inside of him, but quickly mixed in with the air and mana circling around him, and transformed into a swirl of deadly water. He swung his hand forward, letting go of the swirling ball of torrential, deadly water and letting it fly right into the incoming cultist. The water blast smacked right into the cultist's jaw, cracking its bone and sending the cultist's head upright, snapping his neck and knocking him down to the floor. The remaining cultist swung his blade, and Toby quickly pulled back his wizard's staff and thrust it right into the gut of the incoming cultist. He knocked the evil dwarf back a step, which gave Toby enough time to conjure another water blast. He flung it forward, hitting the cultist right in the cheek with enough force to twist his neck and send him toppling to the ground, defeated. "That's for interrupting what would have been my first kiss, you jerkheads." Brock swung his battle axe down on a cultist's head. The axe blasted right through the skull and bones of the cultist, obliterating the enemy dwarf entirely. "That's right," yelled Brock. "Get the heck out of the palace, you cultist swine." Brock had been able to defeat the cultist with ease due to his impressive strength stat, his amazing battle axe technique, and with the help of his level 1 warrior class ability, Attack Burst. The added strength and mana made his swing so much more powerful that the cultist's defense could not survive the blow in the slightest. The dwarf traveler rushed forward to take on another cultist about to attack some seriously panicked nobles. "Someone help us!" screamed a noblewoman. Brock leaped through the air, swinging his warhammer like a baseball bat. He landed on the ballroom floor just as his swing connected with the death cultist, sending his head off towards the ceiling and crashing into the extravagant chandeliers. "Thank you," said the nobles, sighing with relief. "Don't thank me," said Brock. "I'm just doing my job. But if you do want to show me your gratitude for saving your lives, Please keep tally of how many cultists I destroy." In that moment, Brock's entire life mission was to beat more cultists than either Curtis or Shredder combined. Alice looked around her ballroom with horror. It was no longer a ballroom, even. It was a battlefield. Blasts of magic flung across the broken tables and shattered glass. Screams echoed all around her. Blood splattered everywhere from the ground to the windows. She felt a fury begin to rise in her. "These intruders," she said, "have ruined my ball." The anger began to swell and throb in her chest, and she recalled some of the training she and Mildred had been doing in secret. "You must learn to stay calm," Mildred had told her, "even as the torrents of rage burn inside of you." Alice took a deep breath, even as she clenched her fists. She rushed towards a cultist as her right arm and hand began to crinkle and break down until it became a fist composed entirely of volcanic, fiery phoenix energy. She punched a cultist in the face with such strength and power that they flew across the room, smashing out through a window to fall to their death many flights below. "I worked hard on organizing this ball," she muttered, terrifying both allies and enemies around her. "And anyone who tries to mess with it will pay." 100, Mildred shot out her hand with such speed that you could barely see her arms moving. She was jabbing multiple incoming cultists with her hairpin. She stabbed the cultists in the eyes, heart, and brain, whichever was easiest to puncture given the angle and situation. "Stay back, Your Highness," she shouted. "Even with your phoenix power, I don't want you too exposed." Queen Alice hurried behind her. The group of cultists began to overwhelm them. Clearly, the emissaries were here with the goal of murdering the dwarven envoy, but if they could wreak more havoc by murdering Queen Alice Grace, they would happily do so as well. Mildred triggered her apprentice-tier ninja class ability, Mirage. A group of clones that looked just like her surrounded the queen and fought against the cultists. When the group of cultists got too close, she'd trigger the level 3 evolution of the Mirage ability, Shatter Clones. All the clones of Mildred burst into sharp, glassy shards of mana that punctured the flesh and bone of the attacking cultists. A wave of hostile enemies collapsed at Mildred's feet. More cultists continued to come after her and the queen. But in the distance, Mildred couldn't help but notice that Ulfgar Stonebrow was locked in what looked to be a losing battle with a group of emissaries of the fallen. This is bad, Mildred thought. She was too occupied fighting cultists closer to her, and it was her main responsibility to protect Alice. But someone had to do something, or else something dreadful was about to happen. The most senior dwarven diplomat was seconds away from being killed. Ulfgar Stonebrow may have been a diplomat, but that didn't mean he wasn't also a fighter in his own right. He was a traveler with the wizard class, specialty earth magic. The reason Ulfgar chose earth magic when he first started training as a traveler was because he had originally come from a family of miners and had the natural burly strength that came with such power. After successfully surviving the White Gate, rather than choosing the warrior class, he figured he'd get the best of both worlds by having incredible strength as well as powerful wizard magic. That paid off when he was able to specialize in earth magic, which was precisely why, to any onlookers, it might look that he was about to be killed by the incoming death cultists. But Ulfgar knew better than the rest. He triggered his earthquake ability, destroying the floor of the palace and sending shards of stone that knocked the 4 death cultists, descending upon him down to the ground. He then rushed forward and leaped in the air and triggered his journeyman tier ability, which for all with the wizard class was a unique elemental weapon conjuring ability. As Ulfgar flew through the air, the shards of stone below him flew up one by one in rapid succession, quickly transforming into a powerful stone axe. By the time the death cultist understood what Ulfgar was creating in front of him, it was too late. The conjured stone axe landed right between the cultist's eyes. Ulfgar ripped the stone axe free from the cultist's blood-drenched forehead and swiped it to take on the 3 incoming emissaries of the fallen. 2 of them looked to be fighting with a set of warrior-class abilities, while another, who was dual-wielding daggers, looked to have the thief class. Note to self, Ulfgar thought. Keep an eye on the traveler with the thief class. The 2 warriors rushed Ulfgar head-on. The senior dwarf diplomat stretched out his free hand and clutched the air, triggering his earthquake ability. The ground rippled once more in a tidal wave of destructive stone, knocking the two fighters off course. The dwarven cultists stumbled and tripped to the floor, grunting in frustration. Ulfgar figured his successful attack gave him a few seconds to take out the thief who should be appearing right about now. Ulfgar screamed as he swung his axe behind him, catching the thief who was sneaking up on him off guard. Ulfgar's axe sliced across the incoming thief's thick, burly neck, creating a long red line across the man's throat. The cultist coughed and gurgled up blood as it dribbled out from his neck. The man's eyes rolled into the back of his pale head as he collapsed onto the ground. One down, Ulfgar thought. 2 to go. He spun around to find the two warriors were now back on their feet and rushing towards him once again. He gripped his conjured stone axe and focused on the closer of the two fighters. The first attacker was a sword wielder and clearly confused having high stats with good swordsmanship skills. That was far from the case. The man telegraphed his movements and angle of attack such that Ulfgar dodged the man's opening downward swing at him and then quickly retaliated by smashing his powerful stone axe right into the man's back, crushing through bone and flesh and leaving the man crippled for the remaining 30 seconds that he'd be alive. Ulfgar would show no mercy to members of the emissaries of the fallen. They were the worst actors in the entire Dwarven Civil War, doing more to fan the flames of war than anyone else. Now they were attacking potential allies and friends of the Dwarven Union. Ulfgar would not stand for it. With 2 out of the 3 cultists attacking him out of the way, Ulfgar could rush the final one head-on. He leaped forward with rage, clutching his battle axe tightly. He swung downwards as he descended towards his enemy. The enemy looked up with sneering rage as Ulfgar's shadow loomed larger and larger. Finally, Ulfgar landed his axe, swinging so hard it cut the cultist right in half. Ulfgar quickly caught his breath and turned around to scan the battle and see who he could help next. At that exact moment, he heard a swoosh sound. This was followed by a pain in his neck. He reached up his hand to where the pain was and pulled out a thin needle. This doesn't look good, Ulfgar thought. His vision began to wobble, and he found himself suddenly on the floor of the ballroom. A dwarven cultist suddenly appeared over top of Ulfgar, snickering with glee. "You put up a good fight, Ulfgar, I'll give you that," said the man. "But it's over for you now." Ulfgar's vision continued to wobble from the small dart attack that had caught him off guard. He tried to lift his arms, move his legs, but his body wasn't responding to his own mental commands. He was trapped. "Who will replace you in the Dwarven Union when you're dead?" laughed the man. "It will fall apart in seconds. You know it. I know it. It's too bad this is the end of the road for you. You won't get to see the true goals of the emissaries come to fruition. The emissaries will end Dwarven civilization once and for all. Everyone you love will die. Your friends, your family, all gone, and you won't even get a chance to stop it." Ulfgar wept as he heard this. He thought about his wife and kids. He thought about all the things he wasn't going to see. His kids growing up. The joys of being a grandfather. All of these things he had looked forward to were disappearing right before his eyes. An anger bubbled up inside of him as he felt his vision go black. Is this really it? He wished he could do more. The cultist pulled out a sharp silver dagger to finish him off with. He lifted the dagger in the air, but the dagger never reached Ulfgar's heart. Just as the cultist was about to kill him, his head went flying off his neck. When the fountain of blood finally stopped spurting out from the headless body, Ulfgar's savior was revealed. A shaggy black-haired traveler with crimson-red eyes. Life returned to Ulfgar's face and Sam reached out his hand to help him up. The senior dwarven diplomat seemed shocked to see his body was moving again. "The man's paralysis attack is cancelled out upon his death," explained Sam, seeing the confusion writ on the dwarf's face. Sam looked around the ballroom to see that the fighting had come to an end. The travelers of Resfall, along with their dwarven allies, had made quick work of the attack. There were no injuries or fatalities.
Queen Alice quickly ordered everyone to be escorted out of the room and placed in more comforting chambers. She ordered hot cocoa be made for all the shell-shocked guests, and for blankets to be brought out to everyone. If anyone wanted to go home, she made sure some kind of guard or traveler would make sure they got home safe. It was quite the evening. If Sam had known about it from his previous timeline, he would have wanted to stop it. Sadly, it was a new event for this timeline's history books. The evening went on to be known as the Blood-Soaked Ball. An hour later, Queen Alice held an emergency meeting with the Dwarven Envoy and the Travelers' Guild at the request of Ulfgar Stonebrow. Currently present was Ulfgar Stonebrow, Edgar Redfield, her handmaiden Mildred Cross, and, of course, herself. They had quickly surmised that the emissaries of the Fallen had used shape-shifting magic to appear as humans, and had entered the ball under cover as nobles. It was a devious plan, and Alice knew they would have to increase security even more going forward. Alice sat at her throne and listened to Ulfgar as he kneeled before her and bowed his head in shame. "It is my apologies to you, Queen Alice Grace, for letting the scourge of dwarven civilization cause mayhem at your royal ball," said Ulfgar. He then stood up. "Thank you for agreeing to this meeting," said the senior dwarven diplomat.
Even before the attack by the emissaries of the Fallen, I was already beginning to be impressed by your rule, Queen Grace. Some might hold your youth against you, but seeing how you've conducted yourself over the last few nights, I'm come to be really impressed by everything I've seen here. Alice smiled and nodded her head at the dwarf's words. She made sure to keep her overwhelming sense of glee in her head. She was very pleased to hear that her pretend romance with Sam had been such a huge success. Also, seeing such a valiant and impressive display of fighting from your travelers this evening has made me realize that, perhaps, for the Dwarven Civil War to truly be put to an end, we need to walk away from some of our traditions, said Ulfgar. All of which is to say, if you're still willing to lend us your mighty travelers to come aid us in the Snow Peak Mountains, the Dwarven Union will gladly accept them. Alice turned to Guildmaster Redfield. "Well, Edgar," said Alice, "do you have any travelers you can spare?" The Guildmaster nodded his head sternly. "Absolutely," said Edgar. "One of the cultists told me of a major plot being orchestrated by the emissaries of the Fallen," Ulfgar explained. "It means my envoy and I must return to the Snow Peak Mountains and our capital of Oldstone at once." "Understood," said Edgar. "I'll have a team formed by tomorrow morning before you depart." By the look on Edgar's face, Alice could tell the man already knew the travelers he had in mind for the job. The following day, Ulfgar Stonebrow stood with his fellow dwarven colleagues by the eastern gate of Resfall. They had all of their gear and supplies packed and ready to go. "So where are they then?" said one of the dwarven warriors. "Chillax, man," said Shredder. "I'm sure they're coming." Ulfgar didn't say anything. Guildmaster Redfield had promised he would lend them some of his fiercest travelers to the Dwarven Union's cause. He knew he wouldn't let him down. But still, the sun was rising in the sky, and they needed to depart. "Are we going to wait all day?" said the other warrior. 5 minutes, said Ulfgar. "If they're not here by then, we'll go." And so the minutes passed, one by one, and no travelers emerged. "That's 5 minutes," said one of the warriors. "Shall we go?" Ulfgar sighed. There was nothing to be done. He turned and started leading his colleagues to the gate to exit the city. They were just about to leave Resfall forever when a loud voice shouted, "Wait!" Ulfgar turned around and sighed with relief. Walking in a line were 6 travelers, all with their official blue cloaks billowing in the wind behind them. There were the novice-tier travelers Clara and Toby, the journeyman-tier travelers Curtis and Brock, the adept-tier traveler Olivia, and finally, there was the apprentice-tier traveler Sam, the boy who had saved his life at the blood-soaked ball. Edgar, Mildred, and Queen Alice all watched as the travelers and the dwarven envoy exited the gates of Resfall and began their long journey towards the Snow Peak Mountains. The guildmaster watched as some of his strongest members of his guild went forward to face unknown dangers in the underground network of dwarven civilization.
"You think you made the right call sending them?" asked Mildred. "Especially the 3 younger ones." Edgar considered Mildred's words. This mission was the equivalent of a 3-star journeyman tier mission, far above the 3 youngest travelers' rank in the guild. It would be an intense and good training experience for them all. Besides, Edgar couldn't quite decide who made the group safer: Olivia, the highest-tiered traveler of the group, or Sam, the boy who always seems to be multiple steps ahead of everyone. Edgar nodded. "Oh, I'm not worried in the slightest," said Edgar. "The dwarves of the Snow Peak Mountains have no idea what's coming to them."
"Well, this is a great crew we got here," said Shredder. "Hand-selected by the Guildmaster and the Queen herself," said Curtis. "The Fellowship of the Queen, one might say," said Brock. "Ooh, that has a nice ring to it," chimed in Clara. Sam watched the large group march forward, heading east towards the Snow Peak Mountains. He was very pleased. A subtle but very significant divergence in the timeline was beginning to form. For the first time in decades, adventurers from outside the Dwarven Kingdom would be allowed entry into the Snow Peak Mountains. Real hope and progress towards stopping the Dwarven cataclysm had finally arrived. 102. At the beginning of the first day of traveling, the group walked mostly in silence. The Dwarven envoy kept to themselves, as did the travelers from Resfall. At one point, Toby started whistling and was quickly told to stop. "None of that now, lad," hissed Brock. "What's wrong with whistling?" Toby asked back. A few meters ahead of them, Shredder's ears perked up at the lingering echo of Toby's brief whistle that rippled across the silence of the adventuring party. Shredder suddenly materialized a lute and began to strum it. "Nothing like a few country power ballads to make a journey more rock and roll. Am I right, broskies?" The Dwarven bard began to strum at his lute and jingle a tune. The rest of the envoy began to sing along, and Shredder turned to Brock. "Come on, little bro, teach your pals a few Dwarven sing-alongs." Brock turned to Toby and narrowed his eyes. "You just had to whistle, didn't you, lad?" "I didn't know it was going to result in this." "After all I taught you about hype juice, how could you betray me this way?" And so the silent day of walking together became one where half the group sang and the other half muttered along begrudgingly. After a few hours, they reached the end of Gilbert's farmland. The group passed by a wooden sign stumped into the ground. The sign said, "Greater Resfall ends here." The Dwarven envoy didn't pay the sign any heed whatsoever, walking forward as if they were passing by just another bush or apple tree. Toby, however, stopped. "Clara, Sam," said Toby. "Wait." Toby's 2 friends turned around. "Look," said Toby. Turning back to see where they'd come from, they could see just the faint outlines of Resfall. The spires and rooftops all kind of blurred together. "This is the farthest east I've ever gone," said Toby. "Maybe you've gone farther, Sam, but we've never gone this far together east before." Sam nodded his head in understanding. The 3 of them had traveled outside of the city before, but never this far, in this direction, that was for sure. The journey they were undertaking would take them farther than the Crystal Sea that they'd visited almost 8 months earlier back in the summertime. This journey was going to take them into the heart of yet another kingdom where few humans had ever been allowed to go. It was a big deal. "Come on, Tobes," said Sam. "We still got a long way to go." That evening, a few hours later, the group set up camp in the comfort of the forest. The group set up 2 tents, one for the Dwarven envoy and another for the travelers from Resfall. "I have my own tent," said Clara. "Can't we just all have our own?" Olivia shook her head. "It's not worth the extra setup time and security risk. Better for us all to sleep together when we can." After setting up the tent, they got to work on making a fire. Shredder and Brock got into a competition of who could chop the most firewood, which resulted in them having way more firewood than they needed. The group all rested around the fire pit as Sam cooked steaks for everyone. The campsite filled with the smell of flames and cooked meat. Everyone ate their food heartily and thanked Sam when they were done eating. "You folks have never had Dwarven marshmallows before, have you?" Ulfgar grinned. Sam, Toby, and Clara all turned to each other and shrugged. "Never heard of them," said Clara. You're in for a treat then, said Shredder. I didn't realize you'd brought some, Ulfgar. You're a better politician than I realized. Dwarven marshmallows are totally righteous. Toby turned to Sam. You've never heard of these dwarven marshmallows before, have you, Sam? Sam shook his head. He faintly recalled reading a reference to them once, but he had no idea how they differed from the marshmallows one could get in Restfall. Toby's head then swung over to Clara, where he whispered, Sam doesn't know what these marshmallows are, and he knows everything. Is it just me, or are the alarm bells going off in your head, too? Clara smirked. Honestly, Tobes, get a grip. Play out what you're implying in your head. Do you really think this group of dwarves traveled all the way from the Snow Peak Mountains and then pretended to want help from Queen Alice Grace, all to orchestrate some elaborate assassination attempt on you? A novice-tier traveler who nobody outside of Resfall knows about? Via a poisonous marshmallow? Well, when you put it like that, it really does sound like it could be true, sighed Toby, defeated. You dummy, said Clara affectionately. She smiled and rolled her eyes and turned to Ulfgar. All right, let me try one of these dwarven marshmallows, she said. You have me intrigued. Ulfgar smiled. Find me a stick and you'll get your marshmallow. The whole group except for Toby searched for their own stick. When everyone found one, Ulfgar gave everyone a white marshmallow that looked indistinguishable from a regular marshmallow. Now go ahead, heat it up on the fire. Everyone sat back around the fire and held their marshmallows to the flame. Then, suddenly, the marshmallows began to expand and expand until they were the size of a balloon. Everyone's eyes widened with wonder. Clara pulled her stick away from the fire and yanked the enlarged marshmallow with both her hands. She blew on it to cool it down. After waiting another cautious 30 seconds, she then dug in and took a bite. Whoa, she said. It tastes like a chocolate banana sundae. Mine tastes like blueberry pie, said Olivia. Mine tastes like apple crumble and custard, said Sam. All the dwarves laughed. Every young dwarf grows up loving dwarven marshmallows and their assortment of flavors, said Ulfgar happily. Dwarven magitechnology has evolved in ways that has made us both stronger and fatter, laughed Shredder, munching on his own large marshmallow. Exactly, Ulfgar grinned. I'm happy to share a little piece of dwarven culture with you all. Brock wiped a tear from his eye, munching on his dwarven marshmallow. You knew just what flavor to give me, said Brock. It was my favorite flavor as a kid. What flavor did you get? Asked Curtis. You gotta try it, said Brock. It tastes just like ale, except soft and chewy. Brock shoved the marshmallow in Curtis's face, and the elf pulled his nose away, repulsed. The group of adventurers all laughed. When things settled down, Brock sighed and said, I forgot about dwarven marshmallows, you know. I haven't thought about them since I left, you know. Sam listened closely to Brock's words. The dwarf had not spoken much about how he had ended up in the human kingdom of Volsungar. One came across dwarves now and then in Restfall and beyond, but they were still a rare sighting for the most part. For Brock to have ended up in Resfall and a part of the Travelers Guild there, well, there had to be a larger story behind that. You don't even know, little brother, sighed Shredder. Things have gotten really bad in the mountains. Worse than when you left. A silence then blanketed the group once more. It was clearer then than it had been before. They were traveling into grave danger, and they still had a long way to go to get there. 103 days passed. The group traveled across fields and valleys, across rivers and creeks, through forests and swamps. For days it didn't stop raining. It was hard to stay cheerful after spending so many hours in the rain. It made traveling that much more arduous. The ground was muddy and required more strength and focus to walk through. Then at night, it made keeping a fire going incredibly difficult. Finally, sleeping at night was extra uncomfortable because everyone and everything was so damp and miserable. After another week of sleeping in tents on the ground in the forest, they eventually arrived at a quaint village which, even from the outskirts, held the promise of a cozy inn nearby. When they knocked on the door of the innkeeper's eyes widened at the sight of them all. 4 humans, 5 dwarves, and an elf, balked the lady innkeeper. What's the punchline? She chuckled and held the door open for them all. Now there's a whole lot of you, so you'll definitely be bunking up this evening, she said. But I can make space for you. Just wait down here and I'll go fix everything up for you upstairs. A few minutes later, the innkeeper came downstairs again and took them all up to their rooms and gave them a tour of the place. Just the sight of wooden bed frames, mattresses, and blankets were enough to fill Sam's heart with glee. After sleeping on bumpy and wet ground for the last week or so, the prospect of home comforts was a true welcome. Shredder even ran and jumped onto his bed. "My, oh my," said Shredder. "This feels good. Wake me up when it's time to set off again." The innkeeper laughed at them all. "Don't go to bed yet, you have to try my cooking first. Tonight I'm making a roast." The whole group grinned at that, and so an hour later they sat down at a large round table in the inn's common room and waited for their dinner to be served. The common room had glazed wooden floors, cozy red carpets, and a roaring fireplace. The inn also acted as the village's tavern, meaning it was filled with people all drinking pints and carrying on conversations. The innkeeper eventually came and served them a massive plate, each with roasted lamb, potatoes, and cauliflower covered in melted cheese. "This is a delicious, savory seasoning quite different from what we have back home," said Ulfgar, enjoying his roasted lamb. "Aye," said Brock, looking to his non-dwarvish companions. "Back home, they make ale-glazed lamb chops, absolutely scrumptious. I've tried to get the cooks at the guild back home to make some, but they've always scoffed at me. The cooks of Resfall turn their nose up at dwarvish cuisine." The dwarven envoy all shook their head. "I'm sorry to hear that, little bro," said Shredder. "My next song is going to be dedicated to all those poor souls in Resfall that have never had ale-glazed pork chops. It's going to be called Symphony for Lost Taste Buds." Shredder began to air guitar as he imagined the new song he was going to write. They continued to laugh and chat over their food, and it was only as the innkeeper served them a delicious classic Volsumgar dessert known as a gnome's cheesecake did Sam notice a group of hooded figures in the back of the tavern. He looked to the group and saw that Olivia had noticed the group as well. The 2 travelers nodded to one another. It was clear as day. The group was being followed. Sam assumed it must be more emissaries of the fallen, or mercenaries hired by them. He was impressed by how far a reach the dwarven death cult's power had beyond the Snow Peak Mountains. How were they able to create such an underground network under the nose of Volsumgar? Sam surmised in his previous timeline that Clarence Erdstrom must have discovered it and ignored it. For Clarence, letting the emissaries of the fallen do whatever they like resulted in the dwarven cataclysm, which for a man who relished in destruction and misery was exactly what he would have wanted. Olivia slowly sent signals across the table that there was potential hostile danger right nearby. "Let's finish our meal, and then we'll go up to our rooms," said Olivia. "I don't want any of the villagers down here to get hurt if a fight breaks out." They all dug into their dessert with a determined zeal to finish it quickly. Never in the history of Westria had any group of people ever eaten gnome's cheesecake with such intensity. Upon finishing their dessert, the group stood up and headed towards the stairs. They went up the stairs single file with Ulfgar leading the way and Olivia hanging at the back. Sam gulped halfway up the stairwell. "We're almost there," he thought. If the people tracking them wanted to come fight them upstairs away from innocent bystanders, so be it. Sam was almost at the top of the stairs when a scream echoed from down below. Crud. The 4 hooded figures down below stood up, one wielding a fiendish purple shadow magic projectile. The figure whipped it right into the center of the tavern where a group of villagers stood panicked and frightened. "Oh no you don't," yelled Olivia, jumping through the air and slicing her sword right through the blade, obliterating the spell in seconds. She was using level 1 of her journeyman paladin class skill, Spell Cancel. She landed right in front of the hooded figure, running her blade across his neck, finishing him off cleanly. The two other figures then generated fireballs in either of their hands, one whipping it towards Olivia and the other whipping it towards the inn's carpet. Toby quickly reacted, putting both his hands together and unleashing a gushing force of water. Tsunami blast! Moving his blast in a line, he was able to take out all the fireball attacks from dealing any damage. Seconds later, Olivia was finishing off the two fire mages with her sword, leaving only one remaining hostile target. The final hooded figure had disappeared, only to re-emerge, clutching the friendly innkeeper, holding a dagger to her throat. "Do as I say, or I kill the innkeeper," hissed the hooded figure. The innkeeper shivered and tears ran down her face. "Please," she cried. "I don't want to, A blood flame ball swerved right past her face and set the hooded man completely on fire. The hooded figure let go of the innkeeper, allowing her to escape as Sam's powerful blood magic roasted the evil man alive. Olivia picked up a napkin and wiped the blood off her blade. The villagers stared at the group of adventurers with horror. They all scurried into a corner, away from the dead bodies of the dwarven cultists. Puddles of blood leaked out from them. "Who are you?" said the villagers. "Nothing like this has ever happened in our village. We'd never seen those dwarves before, and then suddenly you show up and we almost get killed?" The villagers were growing angrier by the minute. A younger Sam would have seen the villagers' reaction as the height of disrespect and ingratitude, but he now knew that their behavior was based purely on fear. It didn't matter if Olivia had finished off 3 of the cultists with her blade, or that Sam had finished the final one off with his blood flame projectile. It was the villagers whose hearts were pounding the hardest. It was the villagers who were unused to seeing magic flung about with such ferocity, for life to be threatened and taken away with such vicious and ruthless speed. Sam knew that reacting to their anger with anger of his own would only make them more fearful and likely to lash out. Interestingly, Sam wasn't the only one to understand this. "Thank you for saving me," said the innkeeper, bowing to the travelers and breaking up the heightened tension growing between the villagers and them. In a heartbeat, the tension in the room went from a boil down to a simmer. "My inn has never sent innocent adventurers off packing, and we're not going to start doing so tonight," said the innkeeper. "You may stay the evening, but I humbly request you leave first thing tomorrow morning." Sam and the rest of the group of travelers all nodded their heads. "We'll make sure to have a rotation of us on guard duty all night to make sure nothing happens to the inn or to anyone else in the village," said Sam. What was going to be the adventuring party's first cozy night of traveling in ages had turned into their bloodiest one yet. They all could only hope for a good night's sleep at the next inn they stayed at. They set off bright and early the next day. They traveled in a squad formation, everyone triggering their mana sense at all times. Those in the back of the squad hid their tracks as they moved forward. Hiding their tracks definitely slowed down their travel time, but the group had decided they wouldn't stop hiding their tracks until they could be absolutely certain they weren't being followed anymore. The emissaries of the Fallen were either tracking directly, or were paying spies and mercenaries to keep up with their whereabouts. Either way, the fact that the death cult didn't want the dwarven envoy to return with all of the human weaponry and supplies along with a squad of talented travelers suggested that the evil group was getting closer to succeeding at their goals and didn't want anyone to get in their way. All the more reason they needed to get to the Snow Peak Mountains fast. After a few more days of traveling, the party of travelers eventually stepped out of the woods and entered a strange, open valley. For miles in every direction were pieces of broken stone and fallen-over columns. It was clearly the remnants of an old civilization. Sam's eyes widened with understanding when he saw what he was looking at. He'd only read about this place in history books in his previous timeline. Isn't this place supposed to be cursed? It was none other than the Carvesi ruins, a lost and ancient civilization. "I didn't know you were leading us this way," said Ulfgar to one of his dwarven warrior escorts. The dwarf shrugged. "We needed to buy time and avoid being followed. This seemed like the best way. Best way for us to get killed, maybe, said Ulfgar, shaking his head. Many people, across multiple races of Westria, believed it was incredibly dangerous to even step on the grave of this dead civilization. Yet Sam understood the dwarven warriors' thinking. It would significantly cut their travel time towards the Snow Peak Mountains and remove the threat of any more emissaries tracking them down to fight. But at what cost, Sam wondered. The group deliberated and finally agreed it would only waste more time to backtrack, and so the travelers all stepped into the graveyard of the ancient Carvesi civilization. Ulfgar walked through the valley of destroyed homes and columns, trying his best not to step on or break anything. Sure, a lot of it was broken already, but Ulfgar was always wary of disturbing the dead. "Man," said Shredder, "am I going to write the most radical and epic song about walking through the Carvesi ruins?" "Sure," said Ulfgar, "but don't do it now. Let the Carvesi rest in peace. Let us be grateful for having safe passage through this ancient burial ground." The sun was beginning to set overhead, and the group had all agreed it was better to travel through the cursed place as fast as possible, even if it meant traveling through the night. They continued marching forward, Ulfgar keeping close attention to the ground, making sure not to kick even the tiniest pebble. Maybe he was being overly cautious, but he'd rather be cautious than dead. Soon the moon and stars twinkled above them as they traveled through the ruins. It was a beautiful night, but Ulfgar refused to let the pretty night sky tempt him away from paying attention to the ruins in front of him. In the corner of his eye, he noticed a flickering blue spark. It moved through the air like an ash floating up from a fire pit, only to disappear a few inches beyond the highest flame. He paused and waiting to see more flickering blue light, but nothing came about. No one else picked up on it, so he continued moving forward. A few seconds later, Ulfgar witnessed a blue flicker again. Except this time, it wasn't just one ash-like blue flicker, but a countless number of them. The blue light surrounded the entire party of travelers. The blue ash floated all around them until each individual flicker began to compose an overall set of shapes, and suddenly they were surrounded by 10 ancient Carvesi spirit warriors. "It will be faster," they said, grumbled Ulfgar. "Safer even," they said. "Aw, give it up, Ulfgar," shouted Brock, materializing his battle axe. "I was itching for a battle anyway." Brock rushed towards one of the spirit warriors and slashed his axe right through its torso. The only problem was, the axe went through the torso and didn't deal any damage. "Huh?" The crowd of spirit warriors took a step towards them all, surrounding them. To Ulfgar, things were suddenly looking really dire. If they couldn't harm them, they were in an impossible battle. They should never have entered the Carvesi ruins. It was foolish of them. Now they were all going to die, and the Dwarven Union and the rest of Dwarven civilization was going to be at the mercy of whatever devilish plans the emissaries of the Fallen had cooked up. Right as Ulfgar was losing all hope, a crimson blade appeared from behind the spirit warrior's stomach. "Ugh," hissed the spirit warrior. Somehow the blade was dealing damage to the spectral creatures. The blade moved rapidly across the battlefield, mowing down the regiment of spirit warriors. Some it cut in half. Others it stabbed through the stomach, chest, and heart. And then a few ghostly heads went flying as well. Soon enough, all the spirit warriors were dead, and the figure controlling the blade that killed them all stood before them. It was none other than the young black-haired boy who was a member of their party. He stood before them, panting as he caught his breath from his deadly and incredible onslaught. 105. Sam caught his breath. Killing spirit warriors wasn't easy. Killing 10 of them in the span of 60 seconds was even harder. "Holy crap," said Clara. "Well done, Sam." Everyone smiled and nodded. If it hadn't been for him, they would have all been killed by the Carvesi spirit warriors. Thankfully, due to his knowledge from his previous timeline, Sam had known how to defeat them. They were immune to physical attacks, but not magical ones, which was why he attacked them with his conjured blood flame sword. More than this, however, he had a solution for his companions who lacked magical attacks. He materialized a bushel of a strange-looking plant. "This here is called Spirit Bloom," said Sam. "Everyone grab a handful and rub your weapon in it. dousing your weapon in the pollen of spirit bloom makes it harmful towards ghosts and other spectral creatures. Everyone did as Sam said, in awe of his knowledge. Based on his previous timeline, this information wouldn't actually be discovered until a few years later, but it was beneficial information that the world could take advantage of before then. Sam was just happy he'd been able to grab a whole bushel of it when he had visited Nimriel Silverwood's enchanted garden. I might have to pay that old kook a visit to thank her, Sam thought to himself cheerfully, and to restock on more powerful and rare plants, of course. Shall we continue forward? Sam grinned. The group continued to travel across the ancient Carvesi ruins under the silver glow of the moon and starlight. Ulfgar walked near the back of the group. The senior dwarven diplomat had his eyes locked on the young, black-haired traveler. The boy walked in the middle of the pack. In moments of calm like their current moment, the boy gave across a nonchalance in his movements. He didn't call attention to himself as young men were known to do. This kid is not ordinary, Ulfgar mused. The dwarf thought he understood the hierarchy within the group of travelers, but now he wasn't so sure. Beyond his envoy, it seemed that Olivia and her squad were the de facto leaders with seniority within the band of adventurers, but there was something about that black-haired kid with strange red eyes. It was like he was leading them all, while happily accepting his position in the middle of the pack. He'd make a heck of a politician, Ulfgar thought, though he was very glad to have the boy as a swordsman in their group. Ulfgar continued to watch the boy as they moved forward. Strange, Ulfgar thought. I hope we can trust him. A few hours later, the group of adventurers reached the final edges of the Carvesi ruins. Look, said Toby, pointing. No more broken-down buildings or creepy ghost monsters. There was just one problem. The place that Toby was pointing at was just beyond a massive chasm in the ground that stretched on for miles. There was only one way across, a narrow stone bridge. That looks safe and inviting, doesn't it, Tobes? Said Clara, nudging her friend in the ribs. The boy gulped, his voice squeaking as he tried to play it cool, and said, It sure does. Anyone picking up anything with their mana sense? Said Olivia. Everyone in the group shook their head. Well, then let's cross that chasm and leave this cursed place behind us, said Olivia, marching ahead of everyone. The group moved forward. They traveled across the stone bridge, single file. There were no guardrails or anything. Perhaps once, a long time ago, the bridge had more features that made it safer to cross, but after centuries of being weather-beaten, it was just a curvaceous piece of stone across a large, empty chasm of blackness. Don't look down, Toby kept saying to himself. Don't look down, don't look down, don't look down. They eventually reached the middle of the bridge. Toby felt like there was now nowhere safe to look. To turn around would only show how futile it would be to return back. To look to either side only revealed the intense danger of the chasm. I wonder how deep it goes. Toby shook his head and started chastising himself. Why would you even ask yourself such a question? Toby, said Sam, who was walking in front of him. Don't panic, but something really freaking scary is about to happen. Sam's eyes narrowed. He knew in a split second that the group wasn't going to make it across the bridge, at least not easily. Get ready, everyone, he shouted. What are you talking about? Shouted one of the dwarven warriors. I'm not picking up anything in my mana sense. Sam shook his head. None of them had picked up anything in their mana sense with the previous Carvesi spirit warriors. You couldn't detect something until it existed. And the undead spirit warriors had a funny way of only coming into existence right when you least desired them to. At that very moment, blue ash began glowing all across the long, dark, black chasm. How many warriors are forming? Said Toby, his voice shivering. Not warriors, said Sam. Just one. Look. The blue ash began to form a massive body, the shoulders of which were on either side of the bridge. Soon, a head formed, pushing its ethereal skin through the bridge itself and appearing to loom far above them. It was a massive, spectral being. It was an ancient Carvesi king. Just like the other spirit warriors had fought them for trespassing on the site of their ruined and destroyed civilization, this king was the last test the group had to face for defying the will of the long-lost Carvesi civilization. The ancient spirit king raised his hand in the air. "Everyone get back," said Olivia. The group scrambled backwards as fast as they were able on the narrow bridge, as the giant ghost king swung his arm across the chasm. "All right, listen up," said Olivia. "This isn't going to be an easy fight, but our weapons are already doused in spirit bloom, so it shouldn't be impossible." The adept tier traveler rushed forward, materializing her sword in her grip as she ran. She leaped up and sliced at the Spirit King's arms. 2 thin lines appeared in the Spirit King's arm. Olivia had managed to deal some form of damage, but it wasn't major. Nevertheless, it gave the group great hope that they'd be able to win this battle. "Come on," said Olivia. "We just need to overwhelm this thing with damage, and then we can cross the bridge and get out of here." "Aye, aye, Captain," shouted Curtis and Brock. Brock rushed forward with his battle axe and swung at the Spirit King's chest, dealing a devastating blow. Curtis shot his hand forward, triggering his lightning chain ability. Crackling blue light shot out from his palm and stretched out across the large chasm until the pointed end of his ability punctured the chest right where Brock had already left a gaping wound. They were dealing injury upon injury. The ancient spirit would be dead in less than 2 minutes at their current rate. The greatest power the Carvesi spirits had over them all was their general invulnerability to their attacks. But because Sam knew the workaround for that, they really didn't have much of an advantage over them in any way. The Carvesi Spirit King appeared to recognize the changing tide of the battle and swiftly changed his strategy. He began punching at the bridge itself. 106. The whole ground shook. Small cracks and tears in the stone began to take hold. Sam's heart began to race. The bridge was going to crumble, and they'd all be dead if this bridge collapsed and they fell down into the chasm below. Sam quickly materialized a vial of blood in either of his hands. He squeezed one vial shut and instantly triggered level 2 of blood flame and conjured a crimson ball of fire in his palm. He then whipped the remaining vial in the air and let it fly closer and closer until it was right in front of the Carvesi Spirit King's face. He then threw his blood flame ball right after it, until the vial smashed into a great cloud of blood right between the Carvesi Spirit King's eyes. "Here I go," said Sam. He then triggered blood teleport. He was high above the chasm now, staring the massive Ghost King in the face. He materialized his Berserker sword and unleashed a spinning slice attack, dealing multiple hits to the monster. The slashes were enough to blind the spectral king's eyes. He screamed in agony and reached up to his eyes. "Run!" Sam shouted to those below him. This was the opportunity he was hoping to create. With the Ghost King in agony, his friends could run between his legs and get to safety on the other side. Sam's stomach lurched as he realized he was about to start falling. As he descended, he saw his friends rush below the giant spirit's legs, the stone bridge beginning to crumble behind them. They're going to make it, Sam realized. Now that he knew that his friends were okay, he could get to work on saving himself. As he fell towards the crumbling bridge, he materialized another vial of blood, whipping towards the safe area. He then created another blood flame ball with the remaining blood still drenched in his palm and whipped it at the flying vial. The vial smashed right above safe land, and he triggered blood teleport instantly. A second later, Sam was standing on smooth, solid ground along with his friends, watching the entire bridge to the Carvesi ruins collapse into the unknown world below, taking the ancient Spirit King along with it. Sam's heart pounded in his chest. His throat burned, his legs ached. Echoing all around him were the sounds of rushing footsteps of his fellow companions. That, and vicious grunts and gasps for air. The group didn't stop running until they had descended a hill into a forest and were far away from the Carvesi ruins. Everyone caught their breath. From Ulfgar to Toby, everyone's face was pale and concerned. That last battle with the Carvesi Spirit King had been far too close for comfort. Sam shook his head, just thinking about it. They had been seconds away from collapsing down into that chasm, never to be seen by the world again. Their whole mission to help the dwarves would have been over in a blip. Sam's overarching quest to stop the Demon King's apocalyptic destruction of all of Westria would have been over as well. He would have failed the goddess. Thank goodness then that we got through, Sam thought, trying to cheer himself up. If your hearts are pumping like mine, said Sam, I say we just keep moving forward to our destination. We can sleep at the end of the day when we're even further from those blasted ruins. Everyone nodded their head at that. And look, Sam continued, we're making headway. He pointed upward where the silhouette of the Snow Peak Mountains loomed above them. From this vantage point, they could see rigid details of the mountains, the cliff faces, the snow-capped peaks and the patches of ice mixed in with rock lower down. They were getting close to their destination. Over the next few days, they traveled across the lowlands, getting closer and closer to the Snow Peak Mountains. The weather got significantly colder as they approached the foot of the mountains. The wind howled regularly all around them, as if a shrieking banshee had joined their adventuring party. Soon enough, the mountains loomed almost over top of them, and they stood at the entrance to the mountain pass. While I doubt we'll face anything quite as nasty as the Carvesi Spirit King, said Ulfgar, the mountain pass has many powerful monsters of its own. Be on your guard. Everyone nodded, and the group began their ascent up the mountain. Olivia and Ulfgar marched at the front, while Sam, Clara, and Toby walked closer to the back of the group. So, wait, we're here at the mountains, said Clara. And I know that most dwarves live underground, but why isn't there an entrance closer to the bottom of the mountain? Presumably for defensive purposes, said Toby. Keeping the entrance to their underground world high up in the mountains makes their civilization even harder to penetrate. It explains why, for most of Westrian history, the dwarves have never been conquered by any other race. They're simply too fortified with the mountains. Toby's right, said Sam. The Snow Peak Mountains only has 3 known entrances known as the 3 Doors. Each door is incredibly massive and well defended. We're on our way to the western door, which is defended on the inside by the ancient dwarven stronghold of Oldestone. To the north is the northern door that allows access to the desert wildlands where the nomadic orc tribes roam. Then, further south is a door that opens out into greater lands of the southern kingdom of Opali. Obviously, no humans have ever taken that route, and trade and mercantilism with the southern human kingdom has always happened via ships on the southern sea. Sam thought wistfully to his previous timeline. The horrors of the dwarven cataclysm remained unknown to the rest of the world for many years due to the closure of all the doors. It was perhaps the last heroic thing the dwarven people had done for Greater Westria, which was keeping the scourge that destroyed them, locked away in the Snow Peak Mountains, untouched by the rest of the world. All of this talk about how well defended the dwarves are from outsiders is really beginning to freak me out as a potential visiting outsider, said Toby. Yeah, I hear that, said Clara. Don't worry, Sam smiled. We have Ulfgar and the other dwarves to defend our presence. I'm sure it won't be too bad. His 2 friends looked slightly reassured, but not entirely convinced. Sam wasn't going to push the point. He wanted his friends to feel confidence in their journey, but he really had no idea how the dwarven world was going to welcome outsiders such as themselves. Even still, he figured they could worry about that after surviving the treacherous mountain pass. The mountain pass was long and winding. After many days of traveling, Ulfgar revealed at their fire pit campsite that they were only halfway towards the entrance of the eastern gate. They still had a while to go. The following day, as they walked along the pass, rocks began to roll down the cliff face beside them. Sam and his companions turned up to see a group of 4 trolls rushing down the mountain with massive clubs to take them on. "Trolls incoming!" shouted Olivia, materializing her blade. Ulfgar stretched out his hands and triggered his earthquake ability, rippling shards of stone right in the pathway of the incoming trolls. The powerful change in the environment was enough to cause the trolls to trip and start tumbling and falling towards them. "This is our advantage," said Olivia. "Let's finish this." Olivia triggered her Paladin class's apprentice tier ability, Divine Blade. Her silver sword suddenly took on a bright white hue of energy, transforming into a glorious sword composed of light magic. She then triggered the level 2 evolution of the Divine Blade ability, stretching it out until it was truly massive. She then sliced at the incoming trolls tumbling towards them. The trolls were nothing but cut-up slabs by the time they tumbled down to their feet. "Piece of cake," said Olivia. Brock and Curtis turned to one another, blushing. "The captain is so cool, isn't she?" "We better keep moving," said Ulfgar. "If we're being attacked by trolls, that means there's more nearby." They started to move briskly up the mountain pass. Over the next few hours, they didn't run into any more trolls. Sam was beginning to think they were making really good time, when suddenly, a blast of purple magic came out of nowhere, hurtling right towards Sam's head. Meanwhile, behind the western door to the Snow Peak Mountains, in the dwarven city-state of Oldestone, a meeting was being held with the city's main council. 5 dwarves sat around a circular table. Each dwarf was a leader of a different section of the large underground city known as Oldestone. The oldest among them was the wise Balin Deep Delver. He was the main leader of the entire city, though he was growing older and frailer by the day. His power on the council was beginning to sway, and others were seizing a political opportunity against him and his successor, Ulfgar Stonebrow. "We have news that the emissaries of the Fallen are going to take advantage of the western door being currently open," said one of the younger members. "We've left ourselves exposed for attack." "Agreed," said another. "It needs to be closed and shut for the foreseeable future." Balin gathered his words and said, "And what about Ulfgar? Are we not waiting for him to return with aid from the Volsungur kingdom? Once we close the western door, we won't be able to open it again for quite a while." The great doors to the mountains were designed to protect and insulate the dwarven civilization, and so upon closing, the door could only be opened 30 days later at the earliest. The powerful seal had protected the civilization throughout the centuries, but now it had become a tool of letting the rot of their civilization fester in isolation. The others sighed. "It isn't an easy choice," said another council member. "But what are we to do?" Balin didn't like this situation one bit. His fellow council members were circling him like vultures. It was deeply insulting because he wasn't even dead yet. Ulfgar Stonebrow is loved by the people of Oldestone and across the factions that make up the Dwarven Union, said Balin. "We must allow him and his party a few more days to arrive." The group looked frustrated, but they ultimately gave in. "Fine," one of the members said. "But if they're not here in a few days' time, we're shutting the gate, for the safety of us all." Sam ducked his head, dodging the incoming blast of purple shadow magic. They were suddenly surrounded by 15 hooded figures, all wearing the emissaries of the Fallen insignia. They must have been waiting for us this whole time, Sam realized. The emissaries were aware of the Dwarven envoy, meaning that they knew they would be returning to the western door to the Snow Peak Mountains. "This is some welcoming party, huh?" shouted Ulfgar. "Let's get 'em!" Everyone materialized their weapons and rushed forward to take on the Dwarven cultists. Sam held back as the warriors and melee fighters rushed their enemies head-on. Brock swung his axe, tearing through a spellcaster's arm before he could initiate a spell. Clara stabbed a cultist in the throat with Serial's Spear of the Sea. The gift from the mermaids was proving to be a powerful weapon in Clara's hands. The Dwarven envoy locked into battles with the squad of cultists' own set of melee fighters. Behind the main field of battle, Toby and Curtis hurled magical projectiles at their enemies. They were dealing damage, but also flinging their spells out to clash with and cancel out the death cultists' spellcasters' attacks. Thanks to Toby's new staff, Atlas's Scepter of the Tides, the young traveler's water attacks were doing extra damage to the enemy cultists. Sam realized they needed to get behind enemy lines, which was the perfect job for him in that moment. He triggered his apprentice-tier Death Lord ability, Blood Teleport. Sam disappeared and reappeared right behind the enemy melee fighters in a puddle of blood created by Brock's wild slashes of his battle axe. He rushed forward,
materializing his demonic rune blade and taking on the defenseless spellcasters. The three spellcasters all threw magic projectiles at him, which Sam managed to dodge with quick feints and ducks of his head. When they went in for a second wave of deadly elemental attacks, Sam materialized his arcane aegis and used the reflective power to further disrupt the enemy squad's formation. Soon enough, he was up close and personal with the spellcasters, and there was nothing they could do. Sam slashed them to bits with his demonic rune blade. The emissaries of the Fallen still had quite a few people fighting against them, but their initial strategy and advantage had been completely upended, thanks to Sam. Ulfgar pulled his conjured stone axe out of the bloody chest of a now dead and defeated cultist, preparing to take on the next one. It looked like they were completely surrounded by enemies. This isn't good, he thought. He knew they were all powerful and capable travelers, but the emissaries of the Fallen used dark magic and experiments to enhance their powers. They outnumbered Ulfgar's group by quite a bit. Were they really going to take them on? Especially when there were multiple low-tier travelers in their party. Just as these defeatist thoughts passed through Ulfgar's head, a huge blast of water shot out from behind him. It was the young wizard traveler, Toby, using the level 2 evolution of his water blast spell. The hostile water shot through the ranks of the cultists. More than that, it was pushing the weakened emissaries into a narrow corridor on the mountain pass, which put them directly in line with Brock, Olivia, Clara, and the other dwarven warriors. The emissaries stumbled off balance from the powerful water magic, while Brock sliced them to bits with his axe, or they got stabbed in the chest by the young, talented spear fighter. Soon enough, the adventuring party was standing over a mass of corpses. These young travelers, Ulfgar thought to himself, I don't know why I ever doubted them. They work effectively as a team and show incredible promise. He once again felt vindicated in his decision to invite the travelers from Resfall into the Snow Peak Mountains. We're only a few days away, said Ulfgar. Let's keep moving. The group stepped over the bodies of the dead cultists and continued forward to their destination. 108. Sam and the others sped up their pace as they walked up through the mountain pass. No one spoke. Everyone was marching with zeal and determination. This is bad, Ulfgar said, breaking the silence. If the council in Oldstone even have the slightest hint of an emissary presence out on the western side of the Snow Peak Mountains, they'll be discussing closing the western door. We must get there before they do such a thing. Sam materialized a flask of water and took a swig. He was tired. They all were. But he knew they had to keep pushing. If what Ulfgar said was true, they didn't have a second to waste. A few days later, the Council of Oldstone met again. Balin Deepdelver sat down at his head chair in the council's main meeting room. He nodded his head, greeting the other members as they all stepped into the chamber and sat down. Every single face, Balin noticed, had a stern and troubled look. I assume this meeting was called to discuss the matter with the western door, said Balin softly. He had been preparing to hear the worst from the other council members. He'd bought Ulfgar as much time as he could. He wasn't sure how much more sway he could have with these council members. Time is up, said one council member. Ulfgar still isn't here. We can't afford to keep the western door open unless we want the emissaries of the Fallen to ransack all of Oldstone. Another member slammed their fist on the table. I'm in complete agreement. It's madness that the door is still open. Balin, you must see that we need to close the western door at once. Balin nodded his head. We will give the 24-hour notice to the hunters and merchants who leave the city gates and close the gates tomorrow. Balin looked at each and every remaining council member, and they all nodded their head in agreement. There, Balin thought to himself, I've bought you just a little bit more time, Ulfgar. Please, do not waste it. Sam woke up from their campsite before the sun had even rose. He dematerialized his sleeping bag and other materials quickly into his inventory and hurried outside of the tent along with everyone else. Olivia dematerialized the main tent, and Ulfgar did the same for the dwarven envoy's sleeping area. Within seconds, their camp was cleared,
and they were marching up the long mountain pass once more. They would have never camped if they didn't have to, but the journey was still too long for them to push forward without resting. They needed a bit of sleep if they hoped to continue towards the dwarven capital at a fast pace. As agonizing as it sometimes could be, sometimes taking a break was just as important as pushing oneself. Moving forward, Sam watched Olivia trigger a powerful ability. A splash of blue light shot out all around them, and suddenly Sam felt lighter on his feet, like he was moving faster. The whole group was. Sam was impressed. Good thinking, Olivia. The Adept Tier Traveler Captain had triggered the Level 3 evolution of her Novice Tier Paladin ability, Divine Inspiration. Levels 1 and 2 of Divine Inspiration helped one fight harder and take more damage in battle. The Level 3 evolution of the ability gave her allies greater luck. It was a hard boon to describe, but it essentially meant that more things went one's way. For instance, it couldn't stop someone from tripping, but it might cause someone to notice a crack in the road they hadn't seen before. Or, if someone was in a hurry, it might make them walk faster and harder without them realizing it. Sam understood that this was the final push. If they didn't get to Oldestone soon, they might never enter the Snow Peak Mountains at all. And if that didn't happen, the dwarven race would be lost to all of Westria, and humanity would have one less ally in the final fight against the Demon King many years in the future. Sam bristled just thinking about that final battle on the plains of the forsaken Isle of Etnu. He shivered just thinking at the ease with which the Demon King's army destroyed Sam and everyone else fighting on behalf of the last remaining army of humanity. We didn't have the dwarves in that battle then, Sam thought. And we lost. Surely we'll lose again without their aid. We need to save the dwarves, Sam thought, as he pushed himself further up the steep mountain pass. We need to get to Oldestone. 24 hours later, Balin Deep Delver stood in front of the great gears of the western door, along with the other council members. A group of 20 of Oldestone's strongest dwarves were on either side. Such was the might needed to pull and get the ancient doors to shut and close off the mountain entrance for the foreseeable future. "The time has come," said one of the council members. "For the sake of all of Oldestone, we must sacrifice Ulfgar and his envoy to the outside world. The western door must be shut." Balin Deep Delver shook his head. "I'm sorry, Ulfgar," the old dwarven leader thought. "I did everything I could." "Begin shutting the western door," commanded one of the council members. The large group of dwarves began pulling the large mana-engraved ropes that powered the gears of the ancient western door. Either side of the massive doorway to the outside world began to shut. The large open area showing the gray sky and flurry of snow began to become a narrower and narrower rectangle of space as the two sides of the door began to pull in closer and closer together. In 30 seconds, the entire eastern side of the Snow Peak Mountains would be shut from the rest of Westria. Then, Balin's eyes widened. "Stop!" someone yelled. There was someone approaching the door, not just someone, someones. Balin smiled at the sight. A whole group of travelers, dwarven, human, and even one elf, stood at the entrance of the western door to the great Snow Peak Mountains. Ulfgar and the dwarven envoy had finally returned. 109. Sam and the party of travelers stepped through the narrow opening of the great western doorway to the Snow Peak Mountains. A group of older dwarves stared at them, wide-eyed and speechless. Ulfgar looked at the half-closed door to the mountains, then back down to the group of dwarves standing in front of him. "Well, isn't this a warm welcome?" said Ulfgar. "If I didn't know better, it looks like you were about to shut me out of the bloody city that I run." "If I didn't know better?" said one man. "It looks like you brought a freaking boatload of humans with you and a bloody elf. Is the elf here to make us feel better about the humans? Have you gone mad, Ulfgar?" Sam felt the intensity of all the eyes looking at them. There were the older dwarves that Ulfgar was speaking with, and then there were all the incredibly strong-looking dwarves that had been operating the great western door. They were all looking at Sam and his friends like they were aliens. To be fair, they could possibly be the first humans those dwarves had ever laid eyes on. They were also looking at Curtis with far less curiosity in their eyes and more venom and disdain. Sam definitely felt like someone who had walked into a party that he was definitely not invited to. The moment of tension was broken by an older and frailer dwarf smiling and raising his arms and walking towards Ulfgar. "Ulfgar, I'm happy to see your return," said the man. "It's good to see you too, Balin," said Ulfgar. "I'm sure we have you to thank for the western door still being open. I imagine without you it would have been shut as soon as my envoy and I left for Resfall." "More than you know it, my dear boy," laughed the older dwarf. The other dwarves bristled, and one spoke up to defend themselves. "Ulfgar, we are happy with your return, and mean no offense by our actions with the western door. Our reports say the emissaries have their members out there. We felt vulnerable to attack." "You're not wrong," said Ulfgar. "Now that I have returned, I agree with you all. We must shut the western door. Come, let us return to the council room. We have much to discuss." "Indeed," said one of the council members. "There's been increased sightings of—" "Shh," said another dwarf council member, nodding towards Sam and his companions. "We can discuss more of that later." Sam's eyes narrowed at the council member's unfinished sentence. He had a pretty strong hunch about what they were talking about, and it all led to the dwarven cataclysm. The dwarven politicians signaled to the worker dwarves to continue shutting the grandiose western door to the Snow Peak Mountains. Sam and his companions followed behind the dwarves as they led them down to the cavernous city of Oldestone, all while the great doors behind them sealed shut, keeping the entire world at bay. They were the first non-dwarves to enter the Snow Peak Mountains in over a century. Hearing the echoing slam of the western door closing shut, Sam couldn't help but hope that despite how historically impressive their entry to the Snow Peak Mountains may be, that at some future date they would eventually be able to leave. Until then, they had a lot of work to do. As they followed behind Ulfgar and the other dwarves, Sam and his human companions marveled in wonder at the ancient dwarven city of Oldestone. At first, they saw the city overtop a hill and got a grand view of a brightly lit urban center that blended in with the sharp, ragged earth beneath the Snow Peak Mountains. It was a feat of dwarven engineering and craftsmanship that at least half of the buildings looked as if they had just naturally formed there, composed by a millennium of shifting natural patterns. It was truly a marvel. But then there were the buildings that clearly were designed. The grand forges showering out ash from their chimneys, the incredible statues commemorating ancient dwarven kings, and the series of canals transporting materials and dwarves from one end of the city to another. "I can't believe they have rivers down here," said Clara. "They have lakes, too," said Brock. The whole group wanted to ask more questions, but they quieted down as they entered the city and began to get stared at with looks of both curiosity and suspicion. Curtis kept his hood up to conceal his long ears, which were the biggest giveaway of his elven nature. He also walked with a slight hunch to appear more human, though ultimately ended up just looking kind of weird. They moved through a busy marketplace where beautifully crafted weaponry and jewels were being sold. Intense bartering echoed across the tents and stalls. One market seller had a table of glowing fish on skewers that passers-by were eating on sticks. Sam couldn't help but notice the exhausted looks on all the faces of the dwarves they passed. The looks weren't from overwork or intense manual labor. No. They were the looks of people who had been ground down by endless war and fighting. Those who had seen loved ones perish and homes burned to the ground. The Dwarven Civil War had been raging for decades now, affecting every single dwarf who lived in the Snow Peak Mountains. Fear, hatred, and sadness had all calcified within each and every dwarf who had been impacted by the war, leaving them a haggard and exhausted form of what they could have been. The sight of all these exhausted and fearful dwarves made Sam's heart throb with pain.
He knew that the start of the Civil War had happened decades before he had even been born, or the dungeon gates had arrived in Westria. And yet still, he felt a sense of responsibility to these people. In Sam's previous timeline, the Dwarven Cataclysm was the final apotheosis of decades of Dwarven infighting and racial self-slaughter. It was an awful and bitter end to decades of war and misery. Sam clenched his fists, just thinking about it all. The dwarves deserved better. Westria deserved better. Sam refused to let the outcome of the Dwarven Civil War turn out the way it did in his past life. He wanted to see relief and happiness on the faces of all the dwarves in the Snow Peak Mountains. The group continued their walk through the streets of Oldstone. As he walked, Brock kept glancing up to the rocky ceiling that overlooked the entire city. The ceiling was referred by the dwarves as the Stone Sky. "Are you glad to be back home, little bro?" said Shredder to Brock. Brock's face went downcast for a brief second. "I certainly miss the glowfish skewers," said Brock. "But I don't consider the Snow Peak Mountains my home anymore, and I believe the feeling is mutual. You may recall, Shredder, but I didn't leave here by choice." Shredder didn't have a chance to reply as they approached a large palace. "This is where the main council of dwarves lives," said Ulfgar. "I'll show you where you all be staying." The Dwarven Council gave the group of travelers from Resfall a large suite with multiple rooms for them all to stay in. It was quite opulent and came with all sorts of interesting features. There was a large barrel that had an unlimited supply of ale, as it was connected to a network of larger barrels at the bottom of the palace. "I could get used to this," said Olivia, pouring herself a tankard. Aren't you our captain?" said Toby. "Shouldn't you be modeling good behavior?" "I'm just trying to get better acquainted with Dwarven culture," she said, taking a large gulp of her glass and then burping. Brock and Curtis looked to each other. "Maybe just stick to one ale for now, Captain." On the common room table was a bowl of faded, off-white candies. "What are these?" asked Clara. "Ah," said Brock, picking one up and chewing on it. "Stalactite gummies. Both a delicacy and staple of Dwarven childhood. Try some." Clara made a face. "Maybe later." The group quickly ran around the palace suite, staking claims on different rooms. Once Sam knew which room was his, he closed the door and gave himself a private moment to go over his thoughts. It had taken them just over a month to travel from Resfall to Oldstone. Now that they were here, they were in a prime position to stop the historical tragedy about to unfurl here in the Snow Peak Mountains. They had a month to prepare. It was up to them to be enough of a difference to stop the Dwarven Cataclysm. The following morning, Sam and his companions woke up to find the dining area in their suite piled high with breakfast options and a large jug of hot coffee. Workers at the palace must have brought all of these treats while they were sleeping. As Sam pored over the delicious-looking options, he saw that there was a note left behind as well. It was from Ulfgar. He was requesting they all meet him downstairs in an hour for a meeting. Fair enough, Sam thought. Plenty of time to try all of these Dwarven breakfast delicacies. Sam filled his plate up. He recognized a lot of the dishes from his studies in his previous timeline. There was roast beef hash browns. It was delicious deep-fried squares of roast beef, potatoes, and onions. He took plenty of slices of Dwarven honey bread. It was made of a special grain that only grew in the Snow Peak Mountains. The grain was then cooked and baked in a stone oven with a magical fire. The honey butter spread on the slices was made from honey harvested from giant bees that lived in certain caverns beneath the mountains. Even though Sam knew it all in his head from his readings, he was still amazed by the rich culture and diversity of environments that existed within the Snow Peak Mountains and Dwarven civilization itself. Without all of his extracurricular reading, Sam would have guessed that underground cities in a mountain would be much more monotonous and plain in its culture. As he munched on his food and sipped on his coffee, he was very happy to be wrong. Sam helped himself to seconds as the other members of his adventuring party woke up, and soon after everyone was wide awake and ready, they headed downstairs to meet with Ulfgar. The senior Dwarven diplomat waited for them in the hall. "I hope you've slept well," said Ulfgar, "and that the Dwarven breakfast was to your liking." "Yes, thank you," said Sam. "It was very hearty and filling."
The group then followed Ulfgar to a meeting room. Upon closing the door, Ulfgar's face changed from the welcoming face of the host he had been a few minutes before to the face of someone deeply troubled by his thoughts. "Is everything all right?" asked Olivia. Ulfgar shook his head. "It's why I called this meeting. After showing you all to your rooms last night, I had a meeting with the council to learn more about what has happened since I've left. None of it is good." Everyone listened with concern. Sam was definitely concerned as well, but he wasn't surprised by this turn of events in the slightest. He knew the Dwarven Civil War was all ramping up, and it was all heading right in the direction of the devastating Dwarven cataclysm. The fighting between the Dwarven Union and Rostock League has grinded to a halt, which might be a good thing, if it weren't for the emissaries of the Fallen and... The door to the meeting room swung open, and it was one of Ulfgar's attendants. "Sir," said the attendant, "there's been another sighting. It's approaching the southern wall." Ulfgar rubbed his forehead, agitated by the news. He quickly rebounded and turned to the group. "Well, it's about time you saw what we're really dealing with. Follow me." They hurried out of the palace and through the streets of Oldestone to the southern wall. As they moved through the streets of the Dwarven city, guards and fighters rushed past them, going in the same direction they were going. Clearly, whatever was happening was an emergency. When they arrived at the wall, Sam and the group saw what was causing so much attention. Just beyond the wall, there was a dwarf waddling up to the gate. Except the dwarf didn't look quite right. In fact, it didn't look alive. The dwarf had raggedy clothes and pale, almost blue skin. It was missing parts of its flesh in one arm, but it didn't seem to care. "What is that thing?" asked Toby, repulsed. "It's what we call the Tainted," said Ulfgar. "They're the results of the emissaries of the Fallen's ritual sacrifices and experiments. They're ferocious when they get up close, or you find them in groups." A group of archers on the wall lit fiery arrows and lifted their bows. A cascade of flaming arrows shot through the air and descended upon the lone tainted dwarf. The strange being was lit on fire and roasted alive in front of them all. 15 minutes later, the group was back in the Dwarven Palace meeting room. "As I was saying before we were interrupted," said Ulfgar, "the Civil War has grinded to a halt. This wouldn't necessarily be a terrible thing if it weren't for the emissaries of the Fallen and their growing army of Tainted. The emissaries have become the kingmaker of the Civil War. Along with the Tainted, they now have the power to whittle away at one side until one of the factions can gain an opportunity and take the advantage." The group nodded along. Sam knew that the stakes were far worse than one side of the Dwarven Civil War claiming victory over the other. The emissaries and the Tainted marked an existential threat to the entirety of Dwarven civilization. The problem was only ramping up. Thanks to Sam's knowledge from his previous timeline, however, he knew that everything was coming to a head next month. That would also be their only opportunity to stop the Dwarven cataclysm once and for all. Until then, Sam had some personal training and preparations to do. "Let's get started." He grinned. 111. After the meeting with Ulfgar, the travelers of Resfall returned to their palace suite to have a private discussion on their own. "So, what's exactly our play here?" said Clara as they sat down in their common room. "The Queen sent us here to help out the Dwarven Union. Does that mean we're going to help them win the Civil War against the Rostock League?" Brock shook his head. "It's not even that simple," said Brock. "The bad blood between these factions goes too deep. The war will never end by one side beating the other. It's only when the two of them can accept that wrongs have been done on both sides could we even hope for this mad killing to come to an end." "Well, it's a good thing then that the dwarves are known for their ability to be flexible and compromising," Curtis chimed in with a grin. "This is no laughing matter, Curtis," chastised Olivia. "Clara's right. We need to form a plan. Perhaps the greater problem isn't the Civil War itself, but the emissaries of the Fallen's role in it currently. Sam nodded his head as he listened to the others talk. He could feel his heartbeat in his chest. He'd been in this exact scenario before. Back when he faced the White Gate with Toby and Clara, and again when he had to get Guildmaster Redfield's help in preparation of Clarence Erdstrom's assassination attempt on Alice Grace. He needed to convince those around him to have faith in him without sharing his secret that he had knowledge of the future. It was too dangerous to share with them, and that was if they even believed him. "Okay," Sam said, getting everyone's attention in the room. "Please don't ask me how I know this, but we have a few weeks to prepare for the emissaries of the Fallen's big attack on all of Dwarven society. Trust me." Olivia looked aghast at the boy. "How could you possibly know any of that?" Sam stared Olivia right in the eye. "I can't say." "Then how are we supposed to be able to trust you?" said Olivia.
"Because I vouch for him," shouted Toby.
"Me too,"
said Clara. Olivia, Curtis, and Brock all looked stunned at Toby and Clara's outburst. Toby was red in the face, and he spoke with a passion and zeal he rarely showed. "I don't know where Sam's hunches or predictions come from. I can't explain it. But I know by now to take him at his word. Clara and I wouldn't be here if it weren't for Sam." Clara nodded. "Couldn't have put it better myself," she said. "I mean, maybe they're onto something," said Brock. "We watched him during the challenge gate. The lad does seem to know what he's doing." "If we break down the data from the anecdotal evidence we have about Sam," said Curtis, scratching his chin and calculating in his head, "he has a strong propensity to having correct hunches." "You two now," Olivia groaned. She ran her head through her hair, holding her words back as she calmed her frustration. "Okay, if what you say is true, a major attack is happening in a month. Why are we waiting a month to deal with it? Can't we strike the emissaries of the Fallen right now?" Sam shook his head. "If we could do that, I agree that that would be the best course of action," said Sam, trying to placate the captain. "Unfortunately, the emissaries of the Fallen are constantly on the move and don't stay in the same place. Furthermore, from what I understand, they're currently residing somewhere in the territory of the Rostock League, so we couldn't go after the emissaries and their leader without upsetting the balance of power in the Civil War. However, in a month's time, the emissaries will have to risk exposing themselves to enact their plan. It's during that moment that we'll strike." "And what are we supposed to do until then?" said Olivia. "Train," said Sam. "Simple as that. I'll give everyone specific instructions closer to the date on what we need to do. But until then, the best thing we can all do is train our traveler skills. Push your stats as far as they can go. Level up specific abilities. Do what you need to do to get stronger. I know that's exactly what I'm going to do." Everyone around the room nodded with determination. "Good. Glad we're all on the same page." He then walked towards the door of the palace. "Where are you going now?" asked Clara. "I have a personal training mission of my own," he grinned. "I'll see you all in a few weeks' time. Get ready. At the end of this month, we'll be locked into the most dangerous fight of our lives." Sam didn't turn back once after leaving his companions behind. He stayed focused on his mission and goals as he stepped out of the Dwarven Palace and out into the streets of Oldestone on his own. "Does the little human want some Dwarven ale?" shouted a merchant at the market. "Or glowfish skewers? Or jewels to delight?" Sam ignored the hawkish merchants, glad they weren't giving him any more of a hard time than anyone else passing by. He eventually made it to the end of the market, through a residential area, and arrived at the southern gate to Oldestone. Just as he was about to exit, the guards at the gates lowered their spears to block his path. "You're one of the human travelers who Ulfgar brought back with him, aren't you?" said a guard. "I mean, I don't see any other humans in this city," said Sam. "So by law of subtraction, yeah, I guess I am." "And you're heading out into the underground depths of the snow-peaked mountains on your own? You realize that's practically a death wish. There's all kinds of monstrous creatures who exist within these parts. My warning to you is to turn around while you still can." Sam nodded.
"Thank you for your warning," said Sam. "I'd still like to exit, please." The guards looked to each other, shrugged, and then let him pass. As Sam walked by, he could hear one of the guards mutter, "Your funeral, mate."
112. Sam traveled the underground and labyrinthine world of the Snow Peak Mountains interior for days. He fought powerful vampiric bats, rust creatures, and deadly sentient oozes of all shapes and colors. He made sure to pay extra careful attention to the twists and turns of the underground cavernous pathways. He was cross-referencing what he was seeing with ancient history books written about the dwarves and their underground society that he had read in his previous timeline. He was searching for a sacred dwarven training area known as the Pond of Eternity. It had been long lost in the rubble of the Snow Peak Mountains. It had been an ancient training zone for the dwarven warriors of legend, but had been lost to the sands of time, buried and hidden within the rubble and rocks of the Snow Peak Mountains. Fortunately for Sam, it had been rediscovered many years later in Sam's original timeline. He knew its exact coordinates and how to get there. After a few more days of travel, that included lots of pushing of large rocks and boulders to open up secret and long-forgotten passageways, Sam eventually turned a corner and came across a large, open chasm. Light from far above leaked in like a large hanging shard of glass in the center of the room. The light fell all the way onto a tiny pool of water. "That's it," Sam grinned. "That's the Pond of Eternity." His last bit of training before the dwarven cataclysm could finally begin. Sam took off his cloak and bags and put them on the side. He then took his first splashy step into the Pond of Eternity. Here it goes, he thought. He knew he would have to set up a camp and everything else as he'd been training in this spot for the next week or more, but he was just so eager to begin his training that he got straight to it. He walked across the pond, waiting for something to happen. At first, nothing did, and Sam began to worry that perhaps the information he'd read in those ancient history books had been mere fabrications, lies, and untruths. But when he got to the center, everything he was hoping for happened. The water in front of him began to bubble up. The bubbles eventually turned into small splashes that eventually got bigger and bigger, until the water wasn't splashing anymore, but instead, the water had materialized a figure of a human fighter. It was a water spirit, exactly what Sam had been hoping for. The Pond of Eternity generated monsters for fighters to train against. Supposedly, this was where the dwarven heroes of myth and legend came to train. And now Sam would too. He immediately triggered his pain ring ability before anything else. A bright crimson circle shot out from his chest and took over the battlefield. He materialized his demonic rune blade and slashed at the spirit. The spirit leaped away from the attack, dodging Sam's swing with grace. It then retaliated with great speed, rushing toward Sam. The spirit cocked its fist and threw it at him. Sam sliced his sword upward, cutting through the spirit's arm. The spirit retreated. Its arm didn't form back. Interesting, Sam mused. Unlike a water elemental, the water spirit doesn't grow its arm back, it seems. Sam and the spirit then started to trade blows. He was playing with the water spirit in that moment. He didn't want to slay it straight away. Eventually, the creature's chest began to glow red in Sam's vision, and he realized that the level 2 evolution of his pain ring skill had been activated. Battle awareness. With the new knowledge of the creature's weak point, Sam rushed forward and slashed with a fury until the water spirit was no more. He then quickly moved out of the pond and looked over his profile. Sam class, Blood Knight, super rare. Rank, Apprentice tier. Abilities, Pain Ring, Novice tier, level 2. Mark part of the battlefield is yours. Within that circle, the more you are hurt, the more powerful your attacks. Battle awareness also now increases as you take more damage. Hurting Hook, Apprentice tier, level 2. Shoot a hook rope that if it hits an enemy, it pulls them back closer towards you. Hook can be bended at will to whip and hurl enemies with. Class, Death Lord, Legendary. Rank, Apprentice tier. Abilities, Blood Flame, Novice tier, level 3. Morph all spilled blood in a nearby radius into a powerful magical fire. can also create blood flame projectiles in hand from spilled blood, can now conjure blood flame sword from spilled blood. Blood teleport, apprentice tier, level 1. Teleport to and from spilled blood on the battlefield. Strength, 34.1. Agility, 33.3. Endurance, 33.5. Magic affinity, 33.9. Skill quests. Pain Ring, level 3. Destroy 3,000 monsters with the aid of battle awareness. 1957/3000. Blood Flame, level 4. Gain mastery with your Blood Flame sword. Hurting Hook, level 3. Gain mastery over your new Hurting Hook. Blood Teleport, level 2. Gain mastery over Blood Teleport. Sam grinned. The most important thing on his profile at that moment was the Pain Ring questline. From his previous timeline, he knew what Pain Ring's level 3 evolution was, and it was incredibly powerful. The key to defeating Theron Silverblood and the emissaries of the Fallen lay in Sam unlocking that third evolution. To do so, it would mean having to defeat a lot of monsters in a short period of time, which was precisely why he had come in search of the Pond of Eternity. Even though Sam's knowledge from his previous timeline was vast and incredibly useful, he still hadn't known beforehand whether or not a spirit generated from the pond would officially count towards progressing his Pain Ring skill. But after fighting that first water spirit and then checking his profile, he was happy to see that he truly had picked the perfect training spot for his goals. Days passed. Sam spent as many hours as he could awake, fighting water spirit after water spirit in the Pond of Eternity. He discovered that he only had to wait a few moments after defeating a water spirit for the pond to generate a new spirit for him to fight. Furthermore, he discovered that the longer he stayed in the pond and fought, the more advanced the water spirits became. Sometimes the pond generated extra arms and limbs for the spirit to fight with, or a conjured weapon of some kind. The longer Sam stayed and fought, the pond began to generate multiple water spirits for him to fight at once. The great thing about all of this was that once Sam was in the heat of the battle and Pain Ring had been open for long enough, it meant that he had battle awareness running from as soon as the pond generated a new water spirit for him to fight. He knew his enemy's weakness as soon as his enemy appeared. The Pond of Eternity's spirit-generating power allowed Sam to slay hundreds of monsters within a couple of days. He was slaying monsters at a speed far faster than he would have been able to achieve by simply going into dungeon gates. After more days of training, Sam found himself standing before a gigantic water spirit that the Pond of Eternity had generated. Sam smirked at the sight of it. What a fitting finale. A red light glowed in a random spot at the back of the creature's legs. It was his battle awareness telling him how to defeat this ginormous water spirit. It didn't matter how fearsome the foe, if you knew and could see how to defeat a creature, it completely stripped them of any level of threat or intimidation. Sam rushed forward and rolled between the giant water spirit's legs. As he came up, he materialized both his demonic rune blade and berserker's sword slashing at the creature's legs. As the creature disintegrated into nothing, Sam received a prompt in his vision. "Congratulations! Pain Ring has leveled up." After over a week of training, Sam had reached his goal. Pain Ring had leveled up and reached a new evolution to its power. His training was complete. Two dwarven guards stood by Oldestone's southern gate, looking out into the large cavernous realm that existed below. The life of a guard was an interesting one. There were moments of heightened stress and tension, like when the lone Tainted appeared a few weeks ago. But for the most part, there was just a lot of monotonous waiting around for one's shift to end. "Is it time yet?" said the guard's partner. "No, of course not," said the guard. "You only asked me that 3 minutes ago. We got another 4 hours on our shift." "You gotta be kidding me," sighed the guard. Silence took over their shift once more. The guard stared out into the mountain interior and thought about that human kid who had left a few weeks before. The kid with shaggy black hair and red eyes. From what he had heard, he hadn't come back. He was sure the kid must be dead. Yet, curiously, none of his companions seemed that freaked out about the fact that he'd left into the mountain interior on his own.
and had not been seen ever since. All of it was just proof that the stereotypes were true. Humans are real stupid, thought the dwarf guard. Would you look at that? Said his fellow guard. Look at what? Over there, said the guard, pointing in the distance. The guard's eyes widened. He couldn't believe it. It was the silly human kid who'd ran off into the mountain interior on his own. He'd actually managed to live and survive. That kid's amazing, thought the guard. A few days later, Ulfgar Stonebrow stepped into his office. He had just gotten back from a tour of the city, reviewing Oldestone's fortifications and all the new defensive capabilities they were developing to help out in the Civil War and in their battle against the Tainted. While the current rise of the emissaries of the fallen and their creatures of death, the Tainted, did trouble him, Ulfgar was feeling a bit more optimistic. He was just about to sit down and have a mug of coffee when someone started banging on his office door. He assumed a battle position, spooked by the suddenness of the banging. "Who's there?" "It's me," said a familiar voice. Ulfgar sighed with relief. It was one of his assistants. "Come in," he said. "What is it?" The door swung open, and it was his assistant, covered in sweat and breathing heavily in and out. "I ran here as soon as I could," said the assistant. "I've got terrible news." A few days earlier, in the southern dwarven city of Deepforge, the capital of the Rostock League, a meeting was being held amongst its leaders. They were discussing how to move forward with the dwarven civil war. "We're surrounded by enemies," said one leader. "We have the Dwarven Union to the north, and the emissaries of the fallen everywhere else. We're in a terrible predicament." "Agreed," said another. "We need to change our tactics." Someone else was about to open their mouth when a guard swung open the door, barging into the meeting and yelling, "Intruder, alert!" A glowing blade came right through the guard's mouth. The blade was wrenched free, and the guard collapsed to the ground in death, revealing the owner of the powerful blade. It was a strange, purple-haired dwarf with green eyes. It was none other than the leader of the emissaries of the fallen, Theron Silverblood. He was wielding a sword composed of orange mana distilled directly from an adept tier gate. He could do this due to his powerful, mythically rare class known as Experimenter. Theron had the ability to distill anything he touched down to its purified essence, which could then be used to craft things. Hence why he could wield the power of an adept tier dungeon gate in the very sword that he fought with, or create artificial dungeon orbs, or create the very item necessary to turn people into tainted. "I hear you are all discussing a new strategy," snickered the death cult leader. "Care to share what it was?" The leaders of the Rostock League all paled and shivered at the sight of the man. "Don't be shy now," said Tyrion, as he stepped closer and closer. Please don't kill." Tyrion stabbed the dwarf in the throat, ending his life immediately. "Sorry, too late. Should have spoken up sooner," laughed Tyrion. The other leaders of the Rostock League got up and rushed towards Tyrion. The death cult leader only laughed. "You really think you can stop me?" He slashed his sword in and out of the dwarven politicians' chests until he was the only one standing in the room. Everyone else was a dead body on the floor, lying in a puddle of blood. Hooded figures began to stream into the room after him. "Clean this filth up," Tyrion ordered. He then walked over and sat down at the head of the table. Tyrion Silverblood, leader of the dwarven death cult the Emissaries of the Fallen, had officially taken over the Rostock League and their political capital of Deepforge. The standstill in the dwarven civil war had come to an end. 114. Ulfgar paced back and forth in the council room. He had made an order for the travelers of Resfall to join him at once. Something truly awful was afoot. First, Olivia, Curtis, and Brock showed up, followed by Clara and Toby. "Has anyone seen Sam?" said Ulfgar. Olivia crossed his arms. "He should be showing up one of these days. He said a few weeks ago something big was going to be happening right around now. By the looks on your face, it looks like he's been proved right." Ulfgar's eyes narrowed.
How could that kid have known something like this could happen? He shook his head. It didn't matter. Well, I guess I'll start without him. At that moment, Sam walked in the door. I heard there was a meeting in here, said Sam. I came as soon as I heard. Well, I was just about to say, said Ulfgar. There's been a hostile takeover in the Rostock League by none other than the emissaries of the Fallen. More Dwarven council members had joined the meeting as Ulfgar caught everyone up on what happened. Everyone was beginning to freak out. Panic was on everyone's faces. We need to stay calm, said Sam, looking to each and every person in the room. They were more prepared for this than they realized. The fight to stop the Dwarven cataclysm was finally about to begin. The group of travelers and Dwarven leaders all turned to Sam. Their faces were filled with shock, panic, and confusion. In that moment, Sam knew what they were all thinking. Why was he so calm? What did he know that they didn't? Since traveling back in time, Sam had gotten used to these types of looks, faces full of doubt, disbelief, and fear. He didn't mind how people looked at him, so long as they took what he said seriously and helped him avoid the tragedies that had happened in his first timeline. Even still, he hadn't expected to see the looks of such concern on his friends Toby and Clara. They looked at him differently than the others. Not from disbelief of what he said, but the fact that they now believed he had some kind of knack for futuristic foresight, even if they had never stated it outright to each other. Clara was the first to speak in the council room. Sam, she said, did you know this was going to happen? Couldn't we have stopped it? Sam shook his head. He had weighed up the pros and cons, and there was no way they could have saved the leaders of the Rostock League, or even the city of Deepforge. It was far too south, protected by other city-states in the Rostock League faction, and they wouldn't have been able to get there in time without causing many more deaths. Besides, going there could have tipped off the emissaries and made them more cautious. Sam knew they had to be extremely calculated in the moment they chose to take on the emissaries. The harsh, unfortunate reality of Sam's mission from the goddess meant making hard decisions. He couldn't stop every single unfair death if he wanted to save the entire world. And besides, the Rostock League were far from innocent. Most scholars of the Dwarven Civil War saw the Rostock League as the aggressor, who started the entire bloodbath that had overtaken the entire Dwarven Mountains. The Rostock League had been a small faction to begin with, and then slowly started claiming more territory as their own. They were fighting under the belief that the other Dwarven factions were purposefully trying to hold them back from fulfilling their grand potential. Whether it was true or not, the Rostock League had gone too far, shedding more bloodshed than was necessary. Now their goals had corrupted from whatever they had initially wanted, and now they had hoped to take over the Snow Peak Mountains and have everyone bend to their faction. They were far from the good guys. In fact, as far as Sam saw it, letting history play out to this point was a good thing for his mission and goals. It was best to let their enemies tear each other to bits, weakening one another, before Sam and his allies stepped in to avoid historical tragedies. All of these thoughts swirled in Sam's head, and he didn't know the best way to put them into words, especially with so many other important onlookers nearby. We don't have time to litigate this, said Sam. What's done is done. I agree, said one of the Dwarven council members. The Rostock League was far from an ally, and, even if I hate the emissaries of the Fallen more, I'm still not going to shed a tear over that murderous, power-hungry faction that forcefully plunged all of our lives into this awful civil war. Sam nodded to the nearby dwarf. I'm glad you agree, said Sam. There was nothing we could do to help the Rostock League, but there's still a lot we can still do to save the rest of the Snow Peak Mountains. I know where Theron Silverblood and his army of cultists and Tainted are heading next. If everyone follows my instructions closely, not only will we be able to stop them, we'll be able to end the Dwarven Civil War once and for all. And where is the cult leader heading exactly? Said another dwarf council member, crossing his arms with disbelief. The city of Ironhold. Ulfgar kept his arms crossed and stared at the young human traveler named Sam. The boy was commanding everyone's attention. He seemed to know things that no one else did, things that didn't quite seem possible for anyone to know. It was truly remarkable. He was both impressed and fearful of this young man. "I hate to be the one to ask this," said one of the Dwarven council members, "but how do we know we can trust this kid?" Ulfgar had seen Sam prove himself multiple times. First, when fighting the cultist assassins at the Love Spells Day Ball, or when fighting the spirit warriors in the ancient Carvasi ruins. But now the young man wanted to send the entire army of the Dwarven Union to Ironhold, one of the Rostock League's strongest and most well-defended cities within their control. It was a big ask. He wasn't surprised that other council members doubted him. The adept tier traveler and captain of the human travelers, Olivia Reeves, stepped forward to answer the council member's question. "I ask that question constantly, and the annoying twerp makes me look foolish every single time. It's best to just go with it." Ulfgar inhaled deeply through his thick, dwarvish nostrils and let out a sigh. "I agree," said Ulfgar. "This young man has done nothing but save my life multiple times. I have complete faith in him." Ulfgar's words held a lot of power and sway, and soon the other council members were in agreement. "All right," Sam grinned. "We don't have a lot of time. We have 30 minutes to get ready, and then we have to move out towards Ironhold." The final showdown between the Dwarven Union, the Rostock League, and the emissaries of the Fallen was getting closer and closer. 115. Far away from the Dwarven Union's capital of Oldstone, across the stretches of underground tunnels, valleys, and lakes that made up the subterranean world of the Snow Peak Mountains, was the city of Deepforge. In that city, at one of the many pubs, sat a mercenary named Mick. Mick was enjoying some well-earned time off with his third tankard of ale. Like the majority of citizens in Deepforge, he worked for the Rostock League on a for-hire basis. His most recent jobs had included the assassination of powerful merchants in the Dwarven Union and the hunting down of traitors to the Rostock League. It was classic mercenary work. Blood-soaked jobs that nobles and other powers that be didn't want to get their hands dirty with, so Mick did it for them. As Mick took another sip of ale, he noticed a pretty young dwarvish mother and her son were heading down the street, getting closer and closer to Mick on his bench outside the pub. He mustered a smile at the incoming woman, but instead she ignored him and shuffled her son onto the far side of the street. Figures, Mick thought, taking a large gulp of his ale. His reputation as an evil, merciless mercenary preceded him. It was enough to make him angry and upset. He watched the woman and son walk by as he finished his tankard. He hadn't done anything specifically to them to cause them to be afraid of him. Mick stood up and began to slowly follow behind them. He snickered to himself. "If you're afraid of me so badly, well then I'll show you something to be afraid of." He followed the mother and son for around a block, when suddenly a bright light shot out high above the entire city. A huge, glowing white orb hung over everyone. It was so strange, terrifying, and out of the ordinary that Mick lost sight of the woman and son he'd been stalking. "What the heck is that?" Lormet led a group of cultists outside the city gates of Deepforge. He stayed focused on the mission Theorin had assigned to them. "Look," whispered the others behind Lormet. Lormet knew what was about to befall the city of Deepforge. It was why Theorin had told the majority of emissaries to evacuate the city and begin heading towards Ironhold. But the other, less senior cultists had no idea. That was, until now. Lormet turned around to see a massive white orb hanging over the rooftops of the city, just beneath the stone sky. "Incredible," said one of the younger cultists. "Can't we stay to see the end?" Lormet shook his head. "No, it's not our time yet. Our leader still needs our help in our current form. Come on, we must move quickly towards Ironhold." The young cultists pulled their attention from the magnificent and eerie orb floating over Deepforge and began heading down one of the many tunnels that led to the dwarven city of Ironhold. Theorin Silverblood, the leader of the emissaries of the Fallen, stood on a roof in Deepforge, admiring the giant orb he had created that now loomed over the entire city. Years of study and training with his experimenter class had allowed him to create this orb, this bomb composed out of the very nature of the dungeon gates themselves. Finally, I get to see all my hard work begin to pay off, Theorin thought to himself. The final experiment gets to begin. The dwarven cult leader snapped his fingers, and the bright orb above the city exploded in a giant, all-encompassing beam of light. All across the city of Deepforge, the light of the exploding orb took over, covering every nook and cranny of the city. Mercenary Mick's entire vision went white. He never saw anything again after that. At least not Mercenary Mick, anyway. The evil dwarven mercenary's consciousness was no more. He waddled forward completely mindless, hungering for violence, blood, and flesh. The hunger gnawed at him. Everyone in the city now waddled forward just like Mick, even the mother and son he'd been following before. The entire population of Deepforge had been transformed into tainted. Theorin grinned as he saw all of the newly created mindless tainted waddling down across the city streets of Deepforge. Every street he looked down on, he could see new tainted of all shapes and sizes. Perfect, he grinned to himself. His overarching plan was finally coming to fruition. He had his powerful experimenter class to thank for everything he'd done so far. Not only had his ability to distill and fuse essences allowed him to create powerful crafted items, such as the orb bomb that turned people into tainted, but he also had many other inventions. He had a crafted spell shield that kept him invulnerable to the effects of his dungeon gate orb bomb, meaning he didn't have to fear turning into a tainted himself. Beyond that, he also had powerful tools to manipulate the mindless tainted. He materialized those now. He had created a powerful item that through sound waves manipulated the tainted, urging them to move in certain directions. Theorin began sending the tainted through the city streets of Deepforge to the gates and through multiple tunnels, leading his new army of undead dwarves to the central city that connected to all areas of the subterranean world of the Snow Peak Mountains. Ironhold. Sam hurried down the dwarven tunnel with great intensity. His heart raced. His throat burned. His eyes stayed narrow and focused on the path ahead of him. Based on his calculations from what he knew from his previous timeline, they didn't have a lot of time. It was about a full day's travel through the ancient underground networks to get from Oldestone to Ironhold. They couldn't waste a second. He could hear his heart pounding in his chest, but louder than his own heartbeat were the marching sounds of his allies behind him. The entire dwarven envoy and his traveler colleagues were with him, rushing towards the central dwarven city of the Snow Peak Mountains. Sam knew that Theorin Silverblood and his army of cultists and tainted would be coming from the opposite direction to take over the city. Sam would have to get there before him if he hoped to stop the dwarven cataclysm from becoming a reality in this new second timeline. Even now, Sam only had a handle partially on the details. The dwarven cataclysm, as it came to be known in his first timeline, had always been shrouded in mystery. The dwarves had just disappeared one day. The gates to the Snow Peak Mountains all shut, and no one ever saw them again for years and years. At first, no one really noticed. The dwarves were a private race, after all. The other races of Westria, the humans, the elves, the orcs, they didn't pay the situation much heed. Why would they? The dwarves liked their privacy, so the world left them alone. But then a group of scholars began to question the dwarves' eerie silence. It seemed more unfriendly than their normal demeanor. The dwarves still liked to keep contact for trading purposes and other diplomatic reasons. They knew just as well as everyone that it was good to keep close ties with one's neighbors, even if they didn't particularly like their neighbors that much. Eventually, a group of human scholars and travelers began to come up with theories to explain the dwarves' silence. First, it was believed that there must have been some kind of encounter near one of the gates between a group of elves or humans with a dwarven faction. Some kind of altercation that left a sour taste in the dwarves' mouth. A kind of altercation that was so despicable, the news of which spread quickly throughout the Snow Peak Mountains and created a general ill feeling for the outside world among the different dwarven factions. After years of fighting in a civil war, their ultimate disavowal of the world outside became the one thing that united them, and they closed their gates forever. That was one of the original theories. Eventually, however, a lost and fragile version of the truth was uncovered. A team of powerful human travelers, archaeologists, and scholars adventured to the Snow Peak Mountains and figured out a way to enter the mountainscape that forever had been seen as impenetrable outside of the great dwarven doorways. That expedition became famous in Sam's original timeline for uncovering and piecing together evidence of what they believed had happened. The adventurers had published their experience and discoveries in multiple volumes that Sam remembered reading. He remembered the fear and trepidation of those scholars as they broke through the tops of the mountain and with ropes and ladders descended down into the Snow Peak Mountains subterranean world that had forever been the home of the dwarves. It was cold, dark, and damp as they had entered this isolated world. More than that, it was silent. That was what all the travelers, scholars, and adventurers wrote in their different articles and books. They all couldn't get over the silence, the empty ruins of great, grandiose dwarven cities. On top of all of the great wonders of the dwarven cities, they found the same thing everywhere they went. Femurs, skulls, piles upon piles of bones, and entire civilizations worth of skeletons everywhere they went. The adventurers wrote of their repulsion and the psychological torture of traversing the labyrinthine underground tunnels while crackling the bones of so many dead dwarves with every step that they took. The expedition, which had been once fueled by curiosity and a willingness to connect with the dwarven race, resulted in an absolute nightmare of visiting the remains of total and utter destruction. The group had been able to deduce a few things from their discovery. They were able to piece together via evidence a sketch of events that led to the dwarven cataclysm. It started with the southern city of Deepforge being taken over by the emissaries of the Fallen, but that was only the beginning. The real destruction happened at the central city-state known as Ironhold. Sam knew this. Ironhold was the place where the dwarven cataclysm truly occurred. Ironhold was where they had to get to if they wanted to stop it. Ironhold was where Theorin and his army would be heading next, just like they had done in Sam's previous life. Except this time, Sam and his companions would be there to stop him. 117 hours later, Sam skidded down a long, steep tunnel pass and landed in a valley at the end of which he could make out the silhouette of a great wall and towers and rooftops beyond it. They had made it. The great dwarven city of Ironhold stood before them. Ironhold, the center of dwarven civilization, the great nexus point that all roads and tunnels in the Snow Peak Mountains led to. Ironhold, the most important city in the entire Snow Peak Mountains. The location that truly initiated the entire end of dwarven existence that came to be known in Sam's previous timeline as the Dwarven Cataclysm. Sam crept slowly forward and then waited for the others to join behind him. Scouts who were part of the Dwarven Union Army looked forward to take in the defenses ahead of them. Even though they were there to save Ironhold, it was still currently occupied by the Rostock League, and they would attack any enemy who approached, be it the Dwarven Union or a group of humans, and most especially the one random elf who was there. That would definitely make them mad. They would have to be very careful with how they proceeded here. Yes, technically the Dwarven Union and the Rostock League were still bitter enemies, but what was about to happen was going to change all of that. Sam spoke with his fellow party members and the Dwarven Union at large. They would head towards the central city with caution, and they had to make sure they didn't harm anyone in the Rostock League too grievously. They could knock them out, maybe bruise them up a little, but they certainly couldn't kill them. And that was for one simple reason. They'll be our allies soon enough. As Sam and his team pushed forward towards the great city, Sam felt the nerves in his body begin to twitch slightly. This was such a delicate part of the plan. If they caused harm to the guards of Ironhold and started a fight with the Rostock League, that would only add chaos and confusion to the incoming onslaught on the city by the hands of the Tainted. Sam had to make sure that despite the incoming chaotic energy, that there was an understanding, a narrative of who the enemy was. If Sam and his crew of allies attacked too soon, it would unravel that plan, and then they'd all end up killing each other by accident. He couldn't let that happen. That was why they were approaching the capital now, slowly. Everything had to be meticulously timed. That was what made Sam's eyes widen with terror and frustration when he saw a guard on the wall suddenly point at Sam and his crew on the approach. Except before the guards rang any alarm bells or horns, a larger sound echoed from far across the city at the other end. Perfect timing, thought Sam. The guards all disappeared from the front wall and didn't come back. There was clearly a call for arms at the southern end of the city. It looks like Theorin Silverblood and his army of cultists and undead dwarves had arrived Ironhold at the same time as Sam and his crew. Theorin grinned as he walked through his horde of undead dwarves. They didn't dare touch him or attempt to eat him like any other living being. That was because he had invented special sonic waves that he had attached to all of his equipment that kept the tainted from even wanting to touch or look at him. That's right, thought the cult leader. Ignore me, your creator, and stay focused on the task at hand. Capturing Ironhold. Theorin and his undead allies marched through the tunnels until they reached an opening. The southern walls of the great city of Ironhold came into view. There it is, Theorin grinned. It's all coming together now. Sam and his allies rushed towards the northern wall of Ironhold, throwing caution to the wind. All of the Rostock League guards had rushed to fend off the tainted threat coming through on the other side of the city, leaving it wide open for Sam and his pals to enter with ease. Even still, they didn't want to fight even the last remaining guard on duty at the gate, so they decided to take a less than straightforward approach into the city. They had Ulfgar Stonebrow and his earth magic abilities to thank for that. The senior dwarven diplomat triggered his earthquake ability and destroyed the foundations of a section of Ironhold with all of his might, until a little hill of crumbly rocks lay in front of them. The group quickly climbed over the remains of the destroyed wall and entered the city that they'd been racing towards for the last few hours. We're in, Sam thought. Now it's time to stop the dwarven cataclysm. The tainted lumbered slowly but surely towards the southern wall of Ironhold. Within minutes, the wall was surrounded by a horde of groaning and hungry, flesh-eating undead dwarves. Guards on the wall shot flaming arrows towards them, shouting, "Die, tainted scum!" But it wasn't enough. There were simply too many tainted for the guards to kill. The tainted banged their fists, and some of them knocked their heads against the walled gate. They pushed and banged, and eventually they got through, running straight into a regiment of guards. All carnage erupted at the southern gate of Ironhold. Undead dwarves climbed on top of each other, one by one, so that they could reach the turrets of the walls and get up on there and start eating the dwarven guards alive, ripping out their flesh and guts, staining their faces red. The tainted had entered Ironhold, and in the confusion, chaos, and terror of the fighting, so too did Theorin Silverblood, the cult leader and engineer of all this misery. He entered the city, hidden within the tidal wave of destruction that he had orchestrated. The guards were too preoccupied with the flesh-eating tainted to notice the arbiter of all of their troubles walk right by them into the city at large. As he walked right past the distracted guards, Theorin grinned to himself. Almost in position. It's almost all over now. Sam turned a corner on a street of Ironhold. It was desolate. Everyone was either hiding in their homes or fighting the tainted at the southern wall. The empty streets made Sam and his allies' job a heck of a lot easier. "Where do we go from here?" asked Toby. "Should we head to the southern wall and help the Rostock League?" asked Clara. Everyone else was watching their conversation, curious and concerned about what their next move should be. Sam scanned the rooftops of the city. He knew that Theorin would want to reach a high place in the city before launching his orb bomb that could turn them all into tainted. Sam scanned the buildings to get a good idea of where Theorin would want to go. That was when he spotted a very tall bell tower in the distance. There, Sam pointed to the tower. That was where they needed to go. They headed through the desolate streets of Ironhold. Theorin Silverblood thought he had a whole master plan that no one realized was about to happen. Sam was going to prove the arrogant cult leader wrong by showing up at the very place he had hoped to enact his master plan. He would show up there and stop him. Theorin moved through the chaos of the city. He was a ghost, hidden behind all the undead dwarves fighting and devouring Rostock League guards and soldiers. He grinned, happy to see his plan all coming together. Happy to see the end times that he had always prophesied beginning to come true. He was so close. Eventually, the chaos all around him died down. He was in the empty streets of Ironhold, beyond all the fighting. Theorin Silverblood, the #1 most wanted dwarf in the entirety of the Snow Peak Mountains, walked right into Ironhold without anyone trying to stop him. He headed towards a bell tower at the center of the city. He'd looked over the city's schematics weeks before when planning this attack. The bell tower was the perfect location to launch his orb bomb that would turn the entire populace of the city into tainted. It was going to be glorious. It was going to be 10 times as devastating as his bomb in Deepforge. That had been a deadly attack, but this one would be far worse, especially because of its implications to the rest of the Snow Peak Mountains. Deepforge wasn't very well connected as a city, so the massive amount of tainted Theorin had created there with his bomb couldn't be as effective as he wanted them to be. But that wasn't the case in Ironhold. If he turned all of Ironhold into tainted, then the Snow Peak Mountains and Dwarven civilization, as it was known, was done for. Everyone and everything would be wiped off the map. The entirety of the Snow Peak Mountains would be hollowed out and be nothing more than a graveyard of destruction, a graveyard of Theorin's making. It gave him great pleasure to think about. Ironhold was just so well connected to the rest of the Snow Peak Mountains that the tainted would flood the rest of the cities with ease. They would traverse through all the tunnels and make the Snow Peak Mountains an uninhabitable place for everyone and everything. Theorin turned a corner and could see the bell tower and some of his cultist allies enter it to clear it out. He grinned with pleasure, but then something made him cautious. He recalled the Dwarven Union had sent an envoy to the human kingdom of Volsungar looking for help. He had sent some of his cultists out there to murder them, and he never heard back, making him believe the mission was a failure. Of course, he didn't think the Volsungar nation or anyone would be able to stop them, but there were aspects to his plan that had gone unchecked. He couldn't afford to get careless now. So that was why, despite everything seeming to be going his way according to his well-thought-out plan, Theorin triggered his monosense just to be extra cautious. His eyes widened at what he saw. So, they're coming after me, huh? He saw a huge amount of monocores coming towards the bell tower. I don't know how they knew I would be heading to the bell tower, but I guess this other building will have to do. Theorin stepped into a nearby building and saw a terrified family of dwarves cower in the corner. "Please don't hurt us," they cried. "Never." Theorin grinned. "I have more important things to do than slaughter the likes of you. Your time is almost over anyway. Enjoy it while it lasts." He completely ignored them and headed towards the building's roof. He stepped out onto it and looked up to the stone sky overhead. He then laughed as he saw a group of travelers surround the nearby bell tower. "Fools," he muttered. "I can enact my plan from right here. I don't care." He then materialized his orb bomb and whipped it out with all of his strength into the air and city in front of him. The giant orb flew across the rooftops of the city and then grew into a massive orb of light hovering across the entire city. Sam caught his breath and looked up with deep concern. Above the rooftops of the city of Ironhold was a giant white orb. Crud, Sam thought to himself. Sam had studied the patchwork history of the Dwarven Cataclysm enough to know that that giant orb of light was what ultimately caused people to turn into tainted. Sam had been hoping to stop Theorin before he had unleashed that orb, but it was too late for that now. He'd have to break the orb before it unleashed its powerful, all-encompassing attack on the city. If he didn't, they would all turn into tainted. Clara, Toby, Olivia, Brock, Curtis, Ulfgar, and the rest of the dwarves, and even himself. The world's only hope to stop the Demon King would then die years before the evil being and its army showed up in Westria and laid waste to them all. "Come on, everyone," said Sam, looking up at the white orb of light. "We got a lot of work to do." From what Sam knew about Theron Silverblood's power set and creations, they had 10 minutes to stop that orb from turning them all into flesh-hungry, undead beings. The giant white orb floated high above the dwarven metropolis. Just looking at the white orb was enough to strike terror in anyone's hearts. Though the orb's power was mysterious to the majority of those who could see it, its true destructive nature was less of a mystery. It had the air of a watchful and punitive eye, staring down and watching all of them. Many across the city who looked up to it when it first appeared now averted their gaze and didn't look up a second time in fear of a wrathful reprisal from the mysterious and terrifying orb that loomed over them with horror. Everyone avoided its gaze except for one person, Sam. He narrowed his eyes and took in the orb. He wasn't afraid of it, not in the slightest. He was simply calculating what needed to be done in order to stop it. While he had hoped to stop Theron before he launched this orb, he was very much prepared in the event of Theron succeeding at launching the orb over all of Ironhold. From his historical research into Theron Silverblood's mythic rarity experimenter class, Sam knew much about how the orb worked. The main fact was that they didn't have very long to cancel the orb's power. Sam was prepared for this, however, and it would take more than a normal spell cancel attack to deal with the problem. First thing Sam needed to do was get to a high enough place to initiate his plan to stop the orb. Fortunately for him, he was standing right in front of the tallest building in Ironhold, the bell tower. Unfortunately for him, a massive squad of death cultists streamed out of the tower from the front doorway. "So I was right about the fact that Theron was going to come to this tower," Sam mused. He must have used his mana sense and altered his plan when he saw we were approaching the tower. "All right, we got to get to the top of that tower," said Sam. "On it!" shouted Clara, who rushed forward, materializing her spear. The other melee fighters rushed right behind her. First Brock, then Olivia, and then Sam as well. Clara landed the first hit. As soon as she was in range, she triggered her warrior class's novice tier ability, Attack Burst. A bright white light of energy shot out from her spear thrust with enough power and force to knock back the enemy cultist, sending his body right into the walls of the tower, breaking many of the man's bones in the process. Brock was right beside her, creating large gashes in the cultists' heads with his mighty battle-axe attacks. Just to the side was Olivia, slicing up a few more cultists with her silver blade. In the end, it took them less than a minute to defeat the squad of cultists. They just had so much power and talent on their side. Sam pushed ahead and started running up the stairwell to get to the top. Only 7 more minutes to stop the widespread destruction of the orb attack. Sam rushed up the stairwell, going up 3 staircases at a time. He was making good headway when 2 more cultists scurried down the steps before him. "You gotta be kidding me," Sam thought. He materialized his demonic rune blade and thrust it upwards at the incoming warrior-class cultist. The man was swinging down at him with a battle-axe. But the swing never made it very far as Sam's demonic rune blade thrust through the man's stomach and ended his life within milliseconds. As the first cultist toppled to the floor, the other one quickly retreated up the stairs, only to fling arrows at Sam with her bow. Sam rushed forwards, not hesitating in his fight against the ranger cultist. The ranger might have had a height advantage on him, but Sam's battle skills were just far superior. As he ran, he played with the ranger's expectations. He made it seem like he was moving one way, and by the time the ranger let go of her arrow and sent it flying in his direction, he had already altered his path and was far from getting hit by the ranger's arrow. Within a few more seconds, Sam had closed the gap with the second cultist and sliced the evildoer in half. Sam stepped over the blood-soaked remains and kept rushing up to the top of the tower. He eventually reached the final room right before the very top, where he found a squad of 4 cultists waiting for him. Sam wasted no time. He triggered his Blood Knight class's signature and novice tier ability, Pain Ring. A bright crimson light shot out from Sam's chest and created a circular radius across the room in the tower. The painful, gnawing teeth of his silver dragon armor set quickly began feeding his pain ring ability and giving him more energy, power, and strength to fight with. Sam quickly moved across the room, slicing each cultist in the stomach with his demonic rune blade. As blood splattered on the floor from each of his enemies, Sam then triggered his blood flame ability. The cultists all went up in flames, roasting alive. They were dead in less than a second, leaving them no time to even scream. Their bodies collapsed onto the ground. Brock arrived at the tower room a second later. "Holy mackerel," said Brock. "Leave some cultists for the rest of us." Sam rushed up the final flight of stairs and arrived at the top of the bell tower. Theorin's deadly white orb looked even larger and more fearsome at this new vantage point. They only had one more minute to stop the attack.
120. There was 59 seconds now on the clock. Sam had less than a minute to destroy the white orb that threatened to transform the entire populace of Ironhold, including himself and all of his friends, into flesh-eating, mindless monsters. If he failed, the dwarven cataclysm would take place, and just like in Sam's previous timeline, the entire dwarven kingdom would get overrun and destroyed. The entire dwarven race, from its people to its history to its great buildings, would all be undone in less than a minute, unless Sam stopped it. As soon as he stepped out onto the bell tower, Sam got to work. He ran and jumped onto the ledge and then prepared himself to jump once more. He materialized a vial of blood in each of his hands and smashed one. With blood and glass leaking all over his palms, he triggered the level 2 evolution of his blood flame spell. A crimson flame ball formed in his hand. Next, he whipped the remaining vial high in the air, right in the direction of the orb. Right behind his first throw, he sent his flame ball hurling right after it. The flame ball eventually caught up with the glass vial and smashed it right in the middle of the sky above the rooftops of Ironhold. Sam then triggered his blood teleport ability and reappeared right in the air. He needed to jump 3 more times to get properly close to the giant, deadly white orb. He materialized another vial and quickly got to work. Sam only had 30 seconds left to stop them all from turning into tainted. Toby rushed up the tower stairwell and eventually reached the top. His mentor and ally, Curtis, was right behind him. "As we planned," shouted the elf, flinging out a lightning projectile in the direction of Sam's thrown vial of blood. If Sam didn't have to worry about smashing the vial himself, it made his aerial teleporting significantly easier. Curtis's lightning attack smashed right into Sam's thrown vial, creating another burst of blood in the middle of the air. The burst of blood was quickly followed by Sam disappearing and reappearing in the air where the explosion of blood had been created. Toby was following up Curtis's projectile with a water blast of his own. He held on to the powerful blast of water, just waiting for Sam to throw out another vial of blood. The black-haired traveler, falling in the middle of the air, did exactly that, and Toby whipped his magic projectile right in its direction. The water blast landed and smashed right into Sam's vial, creating another explosion of blood in the air. Sam triggered his blood teleport ability once more, disappearing and then reappearing, now incredibly up close and personal with the giant white orb Theorin Silverblood had created. "All right," thought Toby. "It's now up to Sam to destroy that thing." He only had 10 seconds left. Many weeks earlier, before Sam had left to train in the secret spirit pond of the Snow Peak Mountains, he had asked Clara and Toby that during their training they needed to gather a whole bunch of special rocks that could be found all around the city of Oldestone, known as cool-down stones. They were an ingredient in an incredibly powerful crafting recipe. Sam had given Clara and Toby firm instructions to collect as many cool-down stones as possible, and then to take it to a smithy, where they could refine the stones down into just a powdery dust. "Why do you need all of this?" asked Toby. "Hopefully you will never have to know," said Sam with a grin. "But if I do have to use it, it will be a powerful spell cancel ability on a scale you've never seen before." Sam materialized the pouch of crumbled down cool-down stones. He whipped them at the giant white orb that he was now floating high above in the air. As the crumbled stone powder reached the white orb, Sam created another blood flame ball in his hand
and whipped it down at the orb. A huge explosion went off across the entire city of Ironhold. Everyone looked on with awe as the white orb that had loomed over the city quickly flickered out of existence, almost like it had never been there in the first place. The white orb that in Sam's previous timeline had turned all of Ironhold into a massive population of flesh-eating monsters had been destroyed. Sam had done it again. He had successfully changed history. 121 dwarven soldiers at the southern gate of Ironhold could only focus on one thing: fighting the hordes of undead tainted clambering up the walls and coming through the gates to eat them alive. One dwarven fighter chopped off the head of a tainted with his large greatsword. He noticed the giant white orb that had been high above them in the sky flicker away out of existence. Huh? The white orb's appearance and then disappearance all added to the strange mystery of the day's events. First, they were being attacked by a horde of tainted. Then a terrifying and strange white orb appeared above the city. What the heck was going on? The tainted, the white orb, this all felt like the work of one terrible organization, the emissaries of the fallen. The death cult had already taken over the city of Deepforge and murdered the senior leadership of the Rostock League. It looked like the remaining members of Rostock League at Ironhold would have to take on the emissaries of the fallen and their army of undead all on their own. It would put their longtime enemy and rival, the Dwarven Union, in a prime position to swoop in and take advantage of the situation. They'd probably be able to take over and claim Ironhold as their own territory after all of this. That was if the Rostock League could even survive this deadly onslaught. The dwarven soldier thrust his blade into the neck of an undead dwarf and sliced upwards, cutting through the jaw and between the eyes and through the brain. Separating the head from the body seemed like the best strategy against the tainted. The warrior was doing just fine, but after a moment to catch his breath, he realized he'd been pushed into a corner. He was surrounded by tainted from all sides. He slashed his sword outward, dealing loads of damage to the surrounding undead horde. But it didn't matter if he slayed the 5 tainted coming towards him. There were just countless more ready to replace them right behind them. It was never ending. The warrior realized he was eventually going to get tired. He wasn't going to be able to fight like this forever. The tainted's strongest asset was their sheer number. He was absolutely doomed. He would keep fighting, but he didn't know how much longer he could last. He accepted that the best fate would be to keep battling for as long as possible. For as long as he fought, he was still conscious and alive, and could remember his wife and his kids. And even their memory, even with the sadness of knowing he wouldn't be able to see them again, was worth staying alive for, even if it was just another few minutes. He sliced off another tainted's head and sent it hurtling through the air and into the massive horde of undead dwarves. A tainted then managed to grab onto his arm, and the dwarven soldier kicked it away. But they were inching closer and closer. This is it, the soldier realized. This is how it all comes to an end. Just as the tainted were about to descend upon the soldier and eat him alive, limb from limb, something unexpected happened. The ground at his feet shook, and then stones shot out from the ground, impaling the tainted and knocking them back. The soldier blinked, confused. What's happening? Suddenly, he heard a battle cry, and then the soldier couldn't believe what he saw. Is that Ulfgar Stonebrow, leader of the Dwarven Union? A whole group of Dwarven Union soldiers rushed forward and started chopping off the heads of the undead army. The Dwarven Union has come to rescue us? To help out? The soldier blinked in shock. He couldn't believe his eyes. After decades of fighting and bloodshed, the hatred between the two sides of the Civil War ran deep. The bitterness was entrenched. And yet, here they were. The Dwarven Union, their sworn enemy, fighting on their side. After decades of violence, the soldier saw the possibility of monumental forgiveness from either side for wrongs that they had done. He felt hope. More than this, the soldier felt a sense of camaraderie. It felt right. Even with years of fighting in the Civil War, he couldn't explain it. They were meant to fight together. The dwarves were meant to be united. In that moment, all across the battlefield, it was clear to the dwarves of the Dwarven Union and the Rostock League who their real enemy was. Theorin stood on the rooftop and scowled at the empty stone sky where his white orb bomb had been. He felt an anger surge through his body, anger and frustration. How did this happen? Theorin had been working towards this plan for years, and suddenly some upstart human showed up and thwarted his entire agenda. It was ridiculous. He'd make sure he killed that kid and everyone close to him. But first, Theorin had to focus on his backup plan. He hadn't worked towards this day without some semblance of a plan B if things were to go awry. Nope. He had plenty of preparations in place for this exact scenario. The emissaries of the fallen would achieve their goals no matter what. He scurried back down from the roof and out in the city streets. He had to get to a better location, and then the backup plan could truly begin. Sam fell through the air as the white orb flickered and disappeared above him. The ground rushed towards him. His stomach lurched. If he didn't do something quick, he'd land and splatter on the ground like a blood-soaked pancake. Luckily, Sam was getting used to free-falling in the air, thanks to his blood teleport ability. Sam focused his thoughts and channeled his mana towards his feet, with enough intensity that when he hit the ground, the mana was able to absorb the sheer intensity of the fall without injuring himself. He caught his breath quickly and looked around. Screams, clangs of weaponry, and explosions of magical projectiles echoed all around him. They were surrounded by violence and bloodshed. Sam gripped his demonic rune blade, ready to keep fighting as well. With the white orb in the sky destroyed, Sam had rewritten history. The major event that had caused the Dwarven cataclysm in his previous timeline had been averted. Now, a new moment in history was being written, its fate and outcome still unknown. Now the battle for Ironhold was about to begin. The Tainted had completely swarmed and surrounded the southern wall and gates to the city. They were slowly streaming in through any way the deadly, yet mindless flesh-eaters could stumble themselves into. The Tainted could smell the flesh and blood that they so desperately hungered for on the other side of the wall. They were carnivorous addicts whose sole purpose in life was to eat other living creatures. One Tainted found himself climbing over others and arriving on the turrets of the southern wall. There were dead bodies all around, dead Tainted and dead dwarves. The Tainted went and grabbed a fallen over dwarf body and dug into its flesh. Scrumptious. Blood filled its mouth. It was as satisfying as it had expected. It wanted more. More Tainted clambered onto the wall. More pushed through the gates. They were a never-ending wave of destruction, flooding into all of Ironhold. They would not rest until they ate every last bit of living flesh there. Guards fighting for the Rostock League had already lost the southern wall and gate. They were slowly retreating backwards. They were trying to hold the line, but they were failing miserably. What they wanted was to push forward, take back the wall, take back the gate, seal the evil Tainted flesh-eaters outside the city once and for all. "Come on, men," said one guard. He thrust his spear forward, stabbing a Tainted right in the forehead. The undead dwarf fell backwards, only to be replaced by another hungry flesh-eater. "We just need to keep fighting," said the guard. "Hold the line." The guard and his squad pushed forward, attacking together in a rhythm. "If we swing at the same time and kill, we can all move forward together," shouted the guard. "The key is to not panic. Attack, kill, move forward. Slowly we can take it back. That's the one thing we have over these bloody Tainted. We can think for ourselves. We can strategize. All they can do is overwhelm us." "I refuse to be overwhelmed." "Aye, aye, Captain," shouted the guards. A sense of renewed morale and strength filled the squad, and they all began fighting in tandem. 7 Tainted were all at once stabbed in the brain and destroyed. The captain and his guards all then stepped forward, before readying themselves for another synchronized attack. Lormut and his crew of cultists had rushed through the tunnel complex towards Ironhold. They'd gone a different route from the horde of tainted that Theron had sent in the direction of the southern gate. This was all according to their great leader's instructions. They had been hiding out near the western wall of the city, staking it out, waiting for the signal from their fearless leader. The signal never came. "The white orb was supposed to blow up, wasn't it?" said one of Lormit's cultist underlings. Lormit felt a fury on behalf of his leader. Someone was tampering with their plans. But that was precisely why Lormit and his companions had been hiding out. They were in position in case things went wrong. This was the perfect opportunity for them to prove themselves to their leader and fight for the final plight of the emissaries of the fallen. "Let's go," said Lormit. They rushed towards the eastern gate. It was completely undefended. Their wizard-class member wielding fire quickly burnt the gate down to the ground, and the cultists entered the city. Then, rushing behind Lormit and his crew, were hundreds more cultists that had been hiding in the tunnels just behind them. They were all here now. The tainted. The army of cultists. They all were descending upon Ironhold. No one would escape the carnage. Leandra Rockhaven had been hiding in her home ever since the alarm bells had run out across the city. She had hidden in her closet and stayed there, breathing as quietly as she could. But then she heard a smashing of glass and the crack of wood. Then footsteps echoed all around in her home, just below her bedroom. Her heart raced as she heard the footsteps get louder and louder. She put a hand over her mouth to steady and quiet her breathing. She wasn't sure who was attacking the city right now. Was it those darn hypocrites over in the Dwarven Union? Or those crazies in the emissaries of the fallen? Or was it the worst option of all, the mysterious and mindless flesh-eaters known as the Tainted? The footsteps got louder and louder until her bedroom door swung open violently, smashing into the wall with a bang. From the crack in her closet, Leandra made out the sight of a large, pale-skinned dwarf with a bluish hue to its skin. It tumbled around, smashing stuff. Its nostrils flared, sniffing. It was looking for something. It must be able to smell Leandra. It must sense where she was hidden. The Tainted stumbled towards her and swung open the closet door. "Ah!" screamed Leandra, kicking the Tainted right in the stomach, sending it hurtling backwards onto her bed. She jumped out of her closet and rushed out towards the stairwell. 3 more Tainted lumbered towards her. Crap, 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 the words raced through her mind. She then turned back to her bedroom. The Tainted was getting up off the floor. Leandra picked up a piece of broken wood that the Tainted had created when it had first come in and smashed up the room. She then proceeded to stab the Tainted right in the head with the pointy scrap of wood. She then hurried over to her windowsill. The streets were flooded with these terrifying flesh-eaters. She could see her fellow citizens running every which way. There seemed to be no escape. She then noticed the roofs were empty. Leandra then opened up her windowsill and pushed it open. She then climbed out and placed her feet on the windowsill and pulled herself up onto the roof. She climbed up onto the slates and caught her breath. She had survived for the time being. But for how much longer could she and the rest of her city last in this deadly onslaught? 123. Sam headed back to the bell tower where he knew his allies were. They didn't have a lot of time to waste, but it would still be good for them to check in, strategize, and set their priorities going forward. He found his party of travelers all together, fighting a squad of cultists. The cultists were all destroyed by the time Sam caught up with them. "Sam!" they all shouted. "Well done taking out that orb," said Toby. "Hey, I couldn't have done it without all of your help," Sam grinned. "This is no time for modesty," said Olivia. "We're officially in a war zone. What exactly is the plan?" They all turned to Sam, waiting to hear what he had to say. Sam believed he had a pretty good understanding of what was going on. Now that they had stopped Theron's initial attempt to turn all of Ironhold into Tainted, Theron would be turning to a new, alternative plan. First, he would let the army of Tainted and cultists overrun and destroy the city as much as they could. In the meantime, he would hide out and defend himself until he could use another one of his white orb bombs. Even powerful items that someone with the experimenter class could craft still came with special limitations that kept from being too easily exploitable. In this case, Theron's white orb would take 30 minutes for him to use again, which gave Sam and his crew 30 minutes to stop him. "Here's what I propose," said Sam. "The city needs our help. We need to help push back both the cultist and tainted threat. Then there's Theron. That means we need to split up. I'll go take on Theron while the rest of you guys break into 2 squads and take on the other threats." "Are you sure you can handle taking Theron Silverblood on your own?" asked Olivia. Sam had been training and working towards this single fight for almost the last year. He was more prepared than ever to take the evil man on. "Yep," said Sam. "Don't worry about me." Everyone then split into groups. Sam would head off on his own. Olivia, Clara, and Toby would fight together. Brock, Curtis, and Shredder would then fight as a squad. They then all nodded their heads. "We don't have time for goodbyes," said Sam. "See you on the other side of this." He then hurried off in the direction of where he believed Theron was, and didn't look back once. Olivia rushed forward with Toby and Clara running behind her at her side. They had a long and grueling battle ahead of them. She hoped Sam knew what he was doing. "We either all see each other at the end of this," thought Olivia, "or we all end up dead." Sam rushed forward in the direction of the eastern end of the dwarven central city. He kept his eyes focused on a large building at the far end. That looked like the perfect place for Theron to hide out while his ability recharged. It was far from the fighting, easy to defend with loads of cultists, and then had a rooftop with pretty good height for him to unleash his second white orb for when he got a second chance. "But I'm not going to let him take that second chance," Sam thought, gritting his teeth. Sam turned a corner and found a squad of 5 cultists blocking the path ahead of him. He rushed towards them and triggered his pain ring ability. A crimson light shot out from his chest and created a large radius around both him and his enemies. The cultists whipped out lightning and fireballs at him that he dodged with speed and dexterity. He stabbed the closest cultist in the gut and wrenched his demonic rune blade free. Flesh and blood fell to the cobblestone streets. Sam immediately triggered level 2 of Blood Flame and created a ball of crimson fire that he whipped right at the head of the central cultists. The man's head and hooded cloak caught on fire. The cultist flailed his arm in a panic and created chaos in the squad of emissaries. Sam took total advantage of the chaos. As the cultists tripped over each other, he sliced one of them in half with his demonic rune blade. He felt his strength and power increasing rapidly both from his pain ring and silver dragon armor set combo, but also from the demonic rune blade's kill stacker ability. He sliced through the 3 remaining cultists as if they were nothing but butter. He hurried forward, leaving the remains of the dead cultists in a bloody pile. To stop Theron's second attempt at turning them all into tainted, Sam had only 25 more minutes remaining. 124. Toby rushed behind Olivia and Clara. His heart raced, his throat burned. Screams of terror echoed all around them. Toby bristled at the sounds and stayed focused on sticking with his squad. The terror he was witnessing all around him reminded him of the battle for Resfall from a year ago. The same chaos that had descended on their home. It was awful. He wouldn't have wished it upon anyone else. He was glad he was here now, helping out the dwarves. He knew firsthand that no one, especially innocent civilians who weren't trained in magic or had no idea how to fight, deserved to undergo something so horrifying as a siege on one's home. Toby and his crew turned a corner, only for an arrow to fly right towards them. "Incoming!" shouted Olivia. "Look, on the rooftops!" A squad of cultists were on the roof, firing arrows down at them. Toby gripped his scepter of the tides and channeled mana into his hand. A deadly swirling ball of tidal waves and destruction formed in his hand. He whipped the ball at the cultist up top. The ball hit them with enough force that it sent 2 of them falling to the ground. Olivia sliced the falling cultists before they even hit the streets. They had successfully taken out 1 set of cultists on one side of the building, but there were 3 more up top. Toby conjured another water ball and threw it up at them.
These cultists were smarter and better prepared. They ducked and dodged the attack.
"Stay on them,"
said Olivia.
"Keep them occupied while we go up and take them out."
Toby nodded. Clara and Olivia rushed forward into the building and started hurrying up the stairwell. Toby jumped out of the way as a volley of arrows flew down towards him. Close call, he thought to himself. He then quickly retaliated. He dematerialized his wizarding staff and brought both of his hands together. With his palms wide open, he unleashed the powerful level 2 version of his water conjuring spell. "Tsunami blast!" shouted Toby as a gushing torrent of water shot out of his palms and towards the enemies on the rooftop. The cultists ducked and then didn't emerge from their cover. Toby understood their plan. They were waiting for his tsunami blast attack to die down. Then they'd come back at him with a retaliation of their own. There was just one problem with the cultists' plan. They didn't just have Toby to contend with. Just as the tsunami blast died down and the 3 cultists lifted their heads up to send a ranged attack his way, a spear went through one of their heads. A sword sliced through the stomach of another. The 3rd cultist managed to get his attack off, a wimpy fireball that didn't even come close to hitting anywhere near Toby. The 3rd cultist had been too distracted, and Olivia had finished him off with ease. "Good work, Tobes," said Clara. "We're coming back down." Toby caught his breath and waited for his allies. Olivia and Clara were soon back with him. "Come on, we need to take back control of the western gate," said Olivia. "We need to push back the cultist threat." They were about to hurry forward when, coming in from all 4 roads of the intersection, were a large group of cultists. "Oh my," said Toby. "That is a lot of bad guys. We can't take all of them on our own." There were just so many of them. They reached a point where sheer numbers could overwhelm skill, talent, and dedication. Toby would have voted for them to run away, but they had nowhere to go. "This is not good," he thought to himself with deep concern. "Okay," said Clara. "Here's the plan. Olivia, use your divine inspiration and then grab cover, and I'm going to draw them in directly towards me. Got it?" Toby looked at Clara like she was crazy. "Are you sure?" he said. "This sounds like you're about to do a suicide mission." He thought about all the great memories he had shared with Clara, all the great daydreams and possibilities that lay in their future. They still hadn't even shared their first kiss. He wasn't going to let Clara end her life here just for that. "Trust me, Tobes," said Clara. "I got this." Many weeks earlier, all Clara did was train. She joined a squad of dwarven travelers and helped out on missions in nearby novice-tier gates that emerged within the vicinity of Oldstone. When she wasn't fighting monsters in dungeon gates, she was training her spear technique with Brock. Sam's instructions before leaving them was to train as hard they could, and she wasn't going to let her friend down. Her entire focus was on raising her strength stat. Unlike more complicated classes, Warrior was quite simple in how it ranked up from novice tier to apprentice tier. All that was required was getting one's strength stat up to 31 or higher. As the weeks went by, she felt as if the stat wasn't rising fast enough. After defeating novice-tier dungeon gates with a squad of travelers, she'd stay behind in the gate and exercise before the gate closed up and disappeared forever. Doing one-hand push-ups and lifting weights. Working out in a more mana-dense environment demanded more strength and pressure on one's body, which was exactly what she needed. She needed to push herself to the limit. Finally, with only a few more days until Sam was supposed to return, Clara pushed herself extra hard, lifting up massive rocks she could find inside the dungeon world. After lifting up one gigantic rock above her head and then dropping it down, she collapsed in agony. She was out of breath. Her heart hurt. Her whole body ached. But then, in the corner of her eye, she saw a message appear in her retina. "Congratulations! You've reached apprentice tier." She couldn't believe it. She'd actually done it in time. She'd ranked up. And with that came a brand new ability. She was stunned when she saw the new power listed in her profile. The cultists began to get closer and closer until Clara leaped in the air. With the velocity of the big jump, Clara pointed Sariel's Spear of the Sea towards the mass of cultists flooding into the square.
Her whole spear began to spiral with different colored flames all around it. There were blue and purple tendrils of flame all around her weapon. Toby's eyes widened, as did Olivia's. "Is that?" said Toby. "It must be," said Olivia. They both looked on with amazement. This must have been the thing she had succeeded at doing during their month of training in Oldstone. She had hit apprentice tier with her warrior class, and this was her new class ability. As Clara fell towards the group of cultists, she yelled out with a violent fury, "Starfire Spear!" 125, Clara crashed down into the swarm of cultists with an explosive fury. The starfire from her spear shredded through the group of cultists like a contagion. Their hoods and cloaks were all aflame. Those right in the center were obliterated by the power of her spear. Many of the cultists went hurling backwards. The attack laid enough waste that Toby and Olivia were able to quickly come and back her up. They soon created a hole in the surrounding squad of cultists and could push forward to a less disadvantageous position. "That was amazing," said Toby. "Well done on hitting apprentice tier, Clara," said Olivia. "I didn't realize you had done so." Clara grinned. It had been her absolute focus to hit apprentice tier while training at Oldstone. She was already self-conscious about how far ahead Sam was of both her and Toby, and she definitely wanted to catch up. She didn't want to be one of those travelers who got left behind. She was super pleased with what apprentice tier brought to her warrior class. Apprentice tier abilities were all based on a warrior's weapon specialization. So at apprentice tier 1 unlocked a powerful, unique special ability that only a warrior and their specialized weapon could do. Clara's specialized weapon was a spear, and her new unique weapon ability was Starfire Spear. She was incredibly pleased with the increase in power. Everyone else had more magical style abilities, wielding all sorts of cool attacks, and while her attack burst ability was incredibly handy, it felt a bit basic compared to everyone else's. Now, with Starfire Spear, she had her own flashy move. And it wasn't just the flash, it was the raw power it brought as well. The surviving cultists chased after them from behind as they hurried forward towards the western gate. They needed to not just slay more cultists trying to take over the city, they needed to stop them from spreading further and letting any more of them enter Ironhold. Clara looked out towards the other end of the city, where she imagined Sam was heading towards to face Theorin. They had only 20 minutes left, according to Sam's calculations. "Come on, Sam," Clara thought. "I believe in you. We'll do our job. Now you do yours." The trio then turned a corner and came across another wave of cultists. Except this time, the western gate was now in view. "We're almost there," Clara realized. The only thing that separated them and the western gate was a huge regiment of cultists. Way more cultists than Clara and her Starfire Spear could deal with. "Follow me," said Olivia. "We got nothing to fear." Clara and Toby both nodded her heads. Olivia was an incredibly talented traveler with a boatload of powers and abilities. If she was confident in the face of so many enemies, then they should be too. Olivia had triggered her divine inspiration ability, which meant they had increased power, defense, and luck on their side. Olivia rushed forward to the giant squad of cultists and raised her silver sword high in the air. "Pillar of light!" she yelled. Her silver sword glowed a bright white light before all above them, glowing silver swords fell down like a storm of swords on the street. The silver swords crashed down into the skulls and chests of the large squad of cultists, crushing them, slicing them, and utterly destroying them. Within seconds, Olivia had cleared a path to the western gate of the city. "Come on," she said. "We're almost there." 126. Curtis ran through the city of Ironhold with Brock and his brother. They were a roving, destructive force of mayhem. Shredder's Bard abilities increased both Brock and Curtis's damage output, making their attacks hit that much harder. They were turning a corner, heading in the direction of the southern gate, when a loud scream echoed nearby. Curtis's ears bristled at the sound. He was then surprised to see that both Brock and Shredder paid the scream no heed.
Shouldn't we go see what's the matter? Said Curtis.
What are you talking about? Said Brock.
There's screams echoing in every direction. Why is this screen called out to you more than the others?
Curtis understood Brock's point. They were in a war zone, and they each had their role to play. But there was something about that scream. The terror, the fear, the helplessness.
You guys go on ahead, said Curtis. I'll meet up with you later.
All right, you crazy elf, said Brock. Don't die out there. And with that, Curtis peeled off from the party and headed in the direction of the scream. 14-year-old Arnold Forgerstone was rushing through the streets from a group of hooded death cultists who wanted to kill him and his friends. The fighting had started while Arnold and his pals had been playing ball out in the streets far from where they lived. Next thing they knew, everywhere they turned, there were either undead tainted who wanted to eat them alive, or malicious psychopathic cultists who wanted to kill them for the sheer fun of it all.
Come back here,
yelled the cultists.
We just want to have a little word with you.
Arnold and his friends knew better than to believe the cultists. They had bad news written all over their sickly, fanatical faces. They ran with all of their might, and soon enough they found themselves in one of Ironhold's market squares. They hurried towards the other end.
If we can get there, Arnold thought, we'll reach the lanes, and then we'll be home free. The lanes were a neighborhood of Ironhold that was made up of very thin and narrow alleyways and streets. The cultists wouldn't be able to find them after they got into the lanes. They were so close to getting to the other end of the market square when the worst thing that could happen happened. A squad of cultists showed up right in front of them. Oh no, thought Arnold. This wasn't good. This was very bad. He looked over his shoulders, and he could see the cultists who had been chasing him and his friends had slowed down to just a walk. They knew they were trapped. They were snickering to themselves maliciously. "Why don't you just leave us alone?" shouted Arnold. "What's your problem?" "We got no problem," snickered one of the cultists. "We're just agents of chaos, that's all. We're the emissaries of the fallen. The end times are upon us. In fact, by killing you kids now, we'd be doing you a favor. In less than 20 minutes, we'll all be dead anyway." The guy smiled at Arnold. This man is truly crazy. He really believed what was happening. He was a fanatic and welcomed all of this pain, destruction, and misery. "Please don't kill us," said one of Arnold's younger friends. He was crying. "I don't want to die." "Don't worry," said the leader of the gang of cultists. "I'll save you for last." He materialized a long sword and walked towards the kids. Arnold felt his stomach lurch. His heart raced, his throat burned, his eyes watered with tears. He couldn't believe what was happening. He didn't want to die, not yet. He hadn't even graduated from school yet. He hadn't gone to go work at the forge with his brothers and father. He hadn't met a cute dwarf girl who might end up becoming his life. They say when you're about to die, your life flashes before your eyes. But that's not what happened to Arnold. Instead, it was his future. The millions of possibilities. So many days, experiences, truths, feelings, all disappearing in a snap. It wasn't fair. He looked around for something to fight back with. "Don't even try, kid," said the gang leader, raising his blade above him. "It's over." Arnold began to cry and shake his head. "Please, no, this isn't fit." A bright, crackling blue light of electricity shot right through the squad leader's chest. The leader's eyes bulged with pain. Blood soaked the cultist's cloak. The sharp blue light wrenched out from the squad leader's stomach, leaving a gaping hole. The man fell over, his sword clanging on the ground. Arnold's eyes widened as he saw a mysterious figure at the other end of the market. It was a tall, skinny man with pointed ears. No, thought Arnold. It couldn't be. The man swung his chain lightning and used it to quickly dispose of the other cultists surrounding the endangered dwarven kids. Once the cultists had all fallen on the ground, the man rushed over to them and held out a hand. "You kids okay?" The dwarven children all looked to each other. Whoa, Arnold thought to himself. Maybe elves aren't as terrible as we think they are? 127. Toby rushed behind Olivia and Clara as they hurried towards the western gate. He felt his heart heaving in his chest. There was just so much chaos all around him. It was overwhelming. He looked over his shoulder to the eastern part of the city, where Sam had been heading. Only 10 minutes left, according to Sam's calculation. Come on, Sam, Toby thought. You can do this. He then focused back on the present as they ran towards the western gate of Ironhold. They all had their part to play, not just Sam. There was work to be done. As more of the city's western wall came into view, another group of 10 cultists ran to meet them in the streets head-on. Since the cultists were still far away from them, Toby knew it was his moment to step up, as out of the trio, he was the only one with long-range spells. "Take a step to the side, ladies," said Toby as he triggered level 2 of his wizard class's water blast ability. It was time to unleash Tsunami Blast. A huge amount of mana formed in the palm of his hands, and he shot out the beam of swirling, powerful water, heading right in the direction of the incoming cultists. A cultist triggered an ability of his own, creating a white shield of mana in front of the whole group. Toby's eyes widened. A shield spell. He hadn't been expecting that. "Don't worry, Tobes," said Clara. "You got them on their toes now. Let the close-range fighters finish them off. They won't have time for their shield spell when they're distracted by us." Clara and Olivia rushed forward. Olivia triggered her divine inspiration ability. A coating of silver light took over all of them, granting them greater power, defense, and luck. Toby could feel the ability sink in through his skin. He suddenly felt light on his feet, a positive euphoria raising his morale in the heat of battle. He could see the same effect happening on Clara. She was running with greater speed and determination. Clara leaped forward with her Serial's Spear of the Sea pointed at her enemies. She was like a meteor. She came flying down towards the huddle of cultists as she triggered her new apprentice-tier warrior ability, Starfire Spear. Tendrils of bright purple and blue flames swirled around her as she descended towards the group of cultists. Right as she was about to smash into them, the same cultist who had blocked Toby's Tsunami Blast attack lifted up his arms and triggered his block attack once again. Clara bounced off of his attack, backflipping through the air and skidding backwards across the thoroughfare as she landed on her feet. Toby gritted his teeth. How are we going to deal with this shield guy? Olivia answered his own thoughts in a single strike. The Paladin-class traveler triggered her Divine Blade ability, her silver sword becoming a bright white light that could be stretched out. While the one shield spell cultist was blocking Clara's Starfire Spear attack, Olivia stretched out her Divine Blade so far that it went right through the cultist's back and out the other side. Then Toby saw 3 cultists sneak up on Olivia from behind. "Olivia, watch out!" Toby yelled, conjuring up a water ball in his hand and whipping it at Olivia's incoming attackers. The water ball smashed into one, sending him hurtling backwards into a wall where he collapsed on the ground unconscious. Unfortunately, the 2 other cultists managed to get behind Olivia and use the butt of their swords to knock her out with a blow to the back of the head and pinned her down to the ground. Toby's heart throbbed. This was not good. "Olivia!" yelled Clara, who rushed to take on her attackers. She triggered Attack Burst and stabbed at one of the men pinning down her ally. She got him right in the throat, and he stumbled backwards trying to block the fountain of blood spurting out his neck. He was soon down on the ground, dead and destroyed. Clara then started swinging her spear with a violent rage at the other cultist pinning down Olivia. "Get your hands off my friend," she yelled. Before she could land the attack, a warrior cultist knocked her back onto the ground with a deadly slash, leaving a large, bloody wound on Clara's stomach. Suddenly, the situation had gone from bad to worse. Olivia was knocked out, and Clara was severely injured and surrounded. The cultists all snickered as they gathered around the 2 defenseless women. "Time to finish you off, then," hissed one of the cultists. "Who wants to do the honor of slaying these pretty young women?" Clara looked around fearfully. "Please," she cried. "I don't want to die. Toby, help!" Toby knew he needed to act. A few weeks earlier, Toby was training his hardest along with everybody else. Everyone seemed to be improving their stats, pushing forward, running around doing missions and clearing dungeon gates, except for him. He knew what he needed to do. He needed to raise his magic affinity stat to 31 so he could hit apprentice tier with his wizard class. So every day he stayed put and meditated and channeled his mana core. It was all going fairly easy until he hit stat 30. He knew then that he had to face the first threshold if he wanted to progress. Sam had told him it was the worst, most agonizing pain one could ever experience. His friend had given him a pill to mitigate that pain, but even then, Sam had explained, it would still hurt. Toby gulped before swallowing the Faraday pill and channeling his mana to the point that he came up against the first threshold. A few minutes later, all across the palace people shook with fright as they heard a terrifying scream reverberate through the walls. A group of guards broke down the palace suite to check in on the person screaming. When they arrived, their eyes widened at the sight of the young man with brown hair. Green flames shot out all around him. It was the power of apprentice-tier mana. Olivia squirmed beneath the grip of the powerful cultist pinning her down. She couldn't understand why she couldn't remove herself from her grip. He didn't look like a spell wielder, so how the heck did he have a paralysis ability? Olivia figured it must come down to his gloves. They must be granting him some kind of paralyze ability to anything he pinned down or touched. Olivia did not like this situation in the slightest. Clara was surrounded. It all came down to Toby. Would the young man be able to save them? To undo this miserable spot they'd found themselves in? She looked over and saw the boy's face filled with rage. "Stay away from Clara!" he roared. Mana swirled all around him with such intensity that his hair swirled above his ears, shooting upward. He then clutched the air and began initiating a spell. What is he about to do? Olivia watched on with bated breath. Suddenly, a huge ground swell of water formed right beside Clara and closer to the incoming cultists. Toby screamed, "Geyser blast!" A huge burst of water shot out from the ground, blasting and knocking out the whole group of cultists, sending them flying. Is that his new apprentice-tier wizard ability? It was incredible. A deadly ranged area of effect spell that spurted out of the ground. But it then proved to be even more powerful. The scars, wounds, and bruises on both Olivia's and Clara's bodies began to fade away. It could heal as well. Olivia looked at Toby, the energy swirling around him. She thought about the frightened, paranoid boy she had met when she first saw him at the Travelers Guild. Look at what he's becoming. His progress was truly amazing. 128. Across the city, Brock swung his battle axe with such fury that he decapitated not just one, but 3 tainted, all waddling forward in a row. Shredder was right behind him, playing a solo on his mana-powered guitar to add strength and speed-enhancing buffs to him and his brother. "Nice slaying, little bro," said Shredder as he played a solo on his mana-generated guitar, creating magical projectiles out of each note that shot down and took out a wave of more tainted coming their way. "You've clearly improved your fighting prowess in our years apart." "Don't patronize me," shouted Brock. "We're twins. We're the same age." Brock swung down with such fury on the incoming tainted that he managed to slice the undead dwarf completely in half. The devastating attack had everything to do with the anger Shredder inspired in him. In fact, as he sliced the tainted in half, he was actually imagining it was Shredder. "Whatever you say, little bro," said Shredder. "All I want you to know is that I'm proud of you." "You are so annoying," shouted Brock, red in the face, slashing more and more tainted, blasting through a group of them with his special axe abilities. They were almost at the southern gate. There they would be able to join the other factions and push back the tainted threat. But suddenly, a huge number of cultists emerged, standing in Brock and Shredder's way. "Stop!" shouted the cultists. "Accept your fate. The final day is upon us." "No way, you fanatics!" shouted Brock, rushing forward with his axe. The cultists rushed towards him and Brock triggered his warrior class's ability, Attack Burst. A huge, energizing force emerged from his attack swing, cutting through countless numbers of cultists. Right behind him, Shredder swung his mana-generated axe guitar to slice off the heads of a few cultists coming at him and his brother from the side. "There's too many of them, little bro," said Shredder. "We need to work together." Like old times, before everything changed. Brock bristled at his brother's words. Many decades ago, when Brock and Shredder were two little young dwarves living in the Snow Peak Mountains, they liked to play music together. Shredder would play on a small guitar their parents had got him for Hearthmas, while Brock would bang on a little drum set he had received. They started a band called the Rocking Boulder Brothers. They even played a few gigs around Oldestone and developed a following. "You two sound incredible," said their mother. "You two are some real rock and rollers." Their father was just as supportive. Brock and Shredder's parents were odd for a dwarven couple. Neither one of them had typical dwarven jobs like working in a forge or fighting in the army. Instead, they made handcrafted goods which they sold at the market in Oldestone. They were also involved in political affairs as leaders of the biggest pacifist group in the Snow Peak Mountains. They believed the dwarven civil war wouldn't be resolved with violence and bloodshed. One day, the couple went out to protest the war and got caught in a surprise attack by the emissaries of the fallen and were killed in the fighting. Brock and Shredder never saw their mom and dad again. "This is total garbage," yelled Brock. "We need to go and do something. We need to make the emissaries of the fallen pay for what they've done." Shredder shook his head, hugging his guitar tightly to his chest. The young boy couldn't explain it, but he felt that if he let go of the guitar, he'd be letting go of his parents once and for all. He wasn't ready to do that. Neither of them were. Still, the harsh reality of the world was forcing them to. "That's not what Mom and Dad would have wanted," said Shredder. "They didn't believe in fighting. They believed in music and peace." "And what good did that do them?" said Brock. He threw his drumsticks on the ground and walked out the door. He never picked up a drumstick ever again. Over the years, Shredder and Brock grew further and further apart. Finally, years later, when the dungeon gates first appeared, Brock was one of the first dwarven soldiers to enter the White Gate and unlock a class. Back then, the dwarves viewed the dungeon gates as cursed and saw anyone who entered them as cursed as well. When Brock came back from the White Gate with a new traveler class and powers, he was banished from the Snow Peak Mountains. He left and traveled alone for many months, until eventually he found acceptance in the Resfall Travelers Guild. As he grew close to his squad and developed a new family there, his mind still occasionally wandered to his mom and dad, and, most of all, his brother Shredder and the rock and roll band they once played in together. Helga Mountainborn shivered with fear in the shadows of the attic she and her friends were hiding in. They stayed huddled in a group between the dust and cobwebs of the secret top room of the house. From the shadows, they could still see out of the lone circular window at the edge of the crawlspace. They could see hooded cultists rushing through, causing chaos and mayhem, followed by the hordes of Tainted, destroying everything in their path. "Why is this happening?" cried one of the innocent dwarves. None of them could say why. The civil war between the dwarven factions had raged for years, and while there had been bloodshed, there had been nothing on this apocalyptic scale in the entire decades of fighting that had gone on before. Then, in that exact moment of utter bleak hopelessness, a sound broke through the screams of terror that filled the streets of Ironhold. The sound made it all the way through the window and wooden walls of the attic that Helga and her friends were hiding in. It was the sound of a mana-generated guitar, creating an incredible heavy metal riff. And then, out of nowhere, the guitar began to be accompanied by an odd drum beat. The percussion wasn't a normal drum set, but rather the sound of an axe rhythmically smashing against stone and skull. It was a song that had once been popular across the Snow Peak Mountains. It was the classic single of the Rocking Boulder Brothers. As Shredder performed on his mana-generated guitar, creating a powerful sonic attack with his Bard class ability, Brock's addition of his axe percussion section gave the attack extra special effects. The sound waves from the song shot forward, obliterating all the enemy cultists nearby. After years apart, Brock and Shredder Skidmore had finally started their reunion tour. 129. All across the city of Ironhold, the fighting raged on. Ulfgar Stonebrow and the soldiers of the Dwarven Union fought alongside the soldiers of the Rostock League, taking on the horde of undead tainted swarming into the city. Brock and Shredder settled their differences, unleashing a powerful musical combo ability that took out whole swaths of emissaries of the fallen. Curtis continued to protect innocent dwarves with his lightning magic at whoever came to face them, be it cultist or tainted. Olivia and Clara were then back on their feet and rushing to the western gate with Toby right behind them. All the groups were fighting with all of their might, all doing their part. In the back of their heads, they were all thinking the same thing. Time was running out. It all came down to one person to bring this horrible battle to a close. The same thought ran through every single traveler's heads. "Come on, Sam," they thought. "I believe in you." It was all in the young man's hands now. Sam rushed forward. With every step on the ground, he pushed with all of his might to move forward faster and harder. Almost there, he thought to himself. He had to get to Theorin's hideout. He had less than 5 minutes before the leader of the emissaries of the fallen would unleash his white orb on the city once again and try and transform them all into tainted. He couldn't let that happen. If Theorin succeeded in his second attempt, it would mean that Sam's initial averting of the Dwarven cataclysm would be for naught. The timeline would course correct and continue on like Sam's actions had never even happened. The Dwarven cataclysm would destroy them all. Sam would have failed at his mission from the goddess. They would all be dead. And in a few more years, so would all of Westria at the hands of the Demon King. He turned a corner and saw the building where he believed Theorin was hiding out in. There was just one problem. The entire street was filled with tainted. Sam stepped forward and materialized his demonic rune blade and fiery flame sword and rushed directly into the crowd of tainted. He swirled and danced between the groaning mass of flesh-eaters. Heads went flying, ricocheting off others. He cut through limbs and bones, all while moving forward across the street completely filled with destructive undead monsters. One managed to grab his arm, and Sam quickly kicked it in the gut and sent him hurtling backwards in the mass of creatures. He continued to slash through the horde of undead with utter ease. The process only got easier as Sam's demonic rune blade's kill stacker ability continued to grant him more and more power. At one point, the tainted were able to push forward, almost by accident. They ended up using their dead brethren as meat shields against Sam's attacks. It was a particularly thorny moment. Sam then triggered his Silver Dragon armor set's ability, Dragon Shield. The sharp teeth that were gnawing on his skin shot outward for a moment, stabbing all the tainted who had gotten close to him, including in their weak spot, the head. Sam swirled with the sharpened teeth poking out of his body like he was some kind of monstrous porcupine. Shredding through the surrounding tainted, he managed to push forward and arrive at the end of the street. He looked up and saw the building he had been trying to get to. He had finally arrived at Theorin Silverblood's hideout. He bashed through the front door, ready to take on a whole host of cultists. They greeted him with a flurry of hostile projectiles. Sam rolled right into the center of the room and triggered his Pain Ring ability. A bright crimson light shot out from his chest and created a large radius around the room. His Silver Dragon armor set's teeth were now back to gnawing on his flesh, and now with the aid of the Pain Ring, increasing his power and strength by the second. He quickly discerned how many hostile enemies were in the room. 5. The majority of them spell-wielders. They were all confined into this small room. None of them had anywhere to hide, and the biggest weakness for most spell-wielding travelers was close combat, which just so happened to be where Sam's abilities and skills excelled best. He rushed forward to a cultist in the corner and slashed his demonic rune blade, separating the man's chest from the top of his legs. Sam rushed forward to the remaining cultists, triggering level 2 of his blood flame spell, harnessing a blood flame ball in his free hand. He whipped it at a group of 3 cultists who were huddled together. They all jumped to dodge the attack. Meanwhile, the cultist Sam hadn't targeted with his blood flame ball was targeted by Sam's sword instead. Sam skewered the cultist against the wall and then turned to the remaining three. They tried to scurry away, but now there was so much blood pooling on the ground in the room, they truly had nowhere to escape to. Sam triggered his blood teleport ability, appearing right in front of them as they scurried away. With a flurry of stabs and slices, the three remaining cultists were nothing but a pile of flesh on the ground. Sam quickly caught his breath and headed for the stairwell. "Theorin," he thought, "I'm coming for you." The final battle was about to begin. 130. Sam rushed up the stairwell and soon found himself on the roof. Theorin Silverblood stood across from him on the other side. The cult leader's eyes narrowed as they locked on to Sam's. "So you're the one who's been foiling all my plans," said the evil cult leader. "That's right," said Sam. "I refuse to let you succeed at what you're doing." Theorin took on a fighting position. "That's too bad for you," said the cult leader, "because I plan on succeeding." Then the two figures rushed forward towards one another. Sam swung his sword down and it clashed against Theorin's shining orange blade. Incredible, Sam thought. He knew the powers that Theorin could wield, but to see it in the flesh was truly impressive. The dwarven death cult leader was wielding a sword that he had crafted out of the mana of an adept tier dungeon gate. That was truly an insane level of power to wield. With their blades locked in a mighty clash, Sam triggered Pain Ring. A bright, crimson light shot out from his chest and surrounded the rooftop-turned battle arena. The gnawing teeth of his silver dragon armor set began to feed him more power, energy, and strength by the second. He needed that increased power desperately. This was going to be a long and grueling fight. Their blades pulled away, and Sam managed to swerve and slash his demonic rune blade right in Theorin's chest. It was proof that Sam was indeed the better sword fighter between the two of them. But it didn't matter. Sam's attack might as well have been against a steel wall. That was how little damage or effect his slice into Theorin's ribs caused. This was precisely why he needed his Pain Ring ability active. If he was going to have any hope in stopping Theorin Silverblood, he was going to have to raise his strength to a whole new level. "Just give up, kid," snickered Theorin. "As you can see, it doesn't even matter if you land a hit on me. You're too weak to defeat me."
You're what?
"Apprentice tier. I'm 2 tiers above you at adept tier. There's just simply no way you can defeat me." Sam ignored the man's taunts and swung his sword right back at him. Theorin blocked it with his bright orange blade. Sam pushed against the man's sword in a test of wills. He then felt Theorin push back with enough strength to send Sam flying. Sam flew through the air and then landed on his feet back at the edge of the roof. He caught his breath and rushed back at Theorin. Sam knew he just had to keep fighting. For one thing, he had to keep Theorin distracted. If he gave him too much of a free moment, he would trigger his white orb ability to try and destroy the entire city. Secondly, Sam needed to bide his time so that Pain Ring would increase his power. His entire strategy involved staying alive for long enough for Pain Ring to hit its level 3 evolution. Until then, it was just a game of survival. Their swords clashed once more. As their swords were locked in battle, Sam materialized a vial of blood in his free hand. He smashed it with his hand and quickly triggered level 2 of his blood flame ability. His palm, that was full of shards of glass and drenched in blood, suddenly became alight with a ball of crimson fire. Sam whipped the ball at Theorin's undefended face. Theorin moved his blade to slash and cancel the spell attack, leaving him wide open for another slash with Sam's sword. The dwarven cult leader jumped away to dodge the attack entirely. Sam's eyes narrowed. My previous attack didn't even leave a dent in the man, and yet he jumps away at my attacks? Did Theorin understand how his Pain Ring ability worked? Sam doubted it, but he figured Theorin must believe that Sam had something up his sleeve. Otherwise, why would an apprentice tier take on an adept tier on his own? "Just give up," spat Theorin. Sam shook his head. "I'll never give up when scum like you are still trying to run this world." Sam rushed forward, gripping his demonic rune blade tightly. He swerved around Theorin and managed to slash the man's arm. The attack left a small scratch. It was better than what his attacks had done before. It was all thanks to the increasing power of his pain ring ability, not to mention all the extra power gained from his demonic rune blade's kill stacker ability. Every second Sam's power was getting closer to where it needed to be to take Theorin's Silverblood on properly. Come on, Sam thought. Just a little bit longer now.
131.
Sam swung his sword viciously at Theorin. The dwarf cult leader raised his glowing orange blade to meet Sam's attacks and managed to continuously block them. It doesn't matter if he's adept tier and I'm apprentice tier, Sam mused. I'm in control of the battle right now. Sam was oppressing Theorin with his swordsmanship skills, and the evil cult leader simply couldn't keep up. So long as he kept Theorin on the back foot, Sam's increased power would get to a point where he'd be able to defeat the cult leader with ease. Sam continued to swing his blade with a violent fury at Theorin, pushing the dwarf closer and closer to the edge of the roof. Then, suddenly, Theorin's face went red with rage. "Enough toying around," he shouted. He reached out and grabbed Sam's demonic rune blade with his own hand. He clutched down on it, and with the sheer strength of his adept tier body, and from what looked like powerful specialized gloves, he could grip onto Sam's sword without feeling any pain. "This ends now," said Theorin. Theorin's eyes narrowed at the shaggy, black-haired kid in front of him. He held the boy's sword in his grip. He had to evaluate his options in this fight. The kid was good with the sword, there was no doubt about that. They would continue this never-ending dance if he kept trying to fight the kid on his clearly specialized turf. It was certainly an impressive display for an apprentice-tier traveler. There was something strange about this kid, though. It was like he fought with more experience and wisdom than his age accounted for. Impressive though it may be, Theorin knew it was time this battle came to an end. He had the destruction of the entire dwarven civilization to attend to. Theorin let go of Sam's sword and leaped away from the kid, creating some distance between them. No more sword fighting, Theorin thought. He dematerialized his sword and placed both his hands on the rooftop. It was time to make use of his experimenter class's abilities. Quickly using his distill and fusion abilities, he began to create giant spikes out of the rooftop that shot out towards the young black-haired traveler, throwing him off balance. Whatever control the kid had had over the fight momentarily was gone within a second. "This battle is now under my control," Theorin grinned to himself. He then heard a shattering of glass across the roof. His eyes then widened. The kid had disappeared. Where the heck did he go? Then Theorin sensed a presence right behind him. He spun around and found the young man's blade coming right towards his forehead. Theorin leaped back, successfully dodging the attack. The cult leader narrowed his eyes at the kid. This traveler was full of surprises. He should only have 2 basic abilities at apprentice tier. Yet the boy seemed to be displaying one special attack after another. That strange ring that wrapped around the entire battlefield. The blood flame magic. And now this teleportation ability. This didn't add up. What kind of traveler class was this? Could it be another mythic rarity class like his own? He needed to stop underestimating this kid pronto. He moved across the rooftop, getting out of range of the kid's sword. It's time to finish this, he thought. Theorin's experimenter class allowed him to have far more than the average set of abilities a typical traveler might have. The mythically rare class had allowed him to create items and abilities that gave him a whole never-ending arsenal of attacks. It was time to use one of his biggest moves. He materialized from his inventory a whole bunch of different vials of ingredients. He then used his essence pull and fused abilities and whipped the concoction right at the black-haired boy. A massive volcanic explosion of magma erupted right where the boy was standing. 132. There's no way the kid could survive that, Theorin snickered. He should have started the fight with an ability like that. He was mad at himself for wasting as much as he had on the kid. But the kid had been impressive, and that surprised him. Good thing it was all over now. The magma began to fade away, leaving behind only a bright cloud of smoke. Theorin waited to see the young boy's corpse, or whatever burnt remains of it that survived the blast. As the smoke began to clear, however, a figure emerged. What? Theron thought. Impossible. The black-haired kid with red eyes had survived the blast. Sam caught his breath. The powerful magma explosion had been unexpected. It forced Sam to use his one and only life-saving trump card. He had triggered his Silver Dragon armor set's ability to hold an entire blast of pain. Otherwise, he wasn't sure he would have been able to survive such an attack. He walked towards Theron, who was looking at him with an angry scowl. He felt pain ache across his body, but Sam knew he had to keep fighting. He wouldn't let the aches, pains, bruises, or the trauma of being nearly exploded by volcanic magma slow him down. He would keep fighting. He would keep surviving. Because it was his mission. And also, because he knew that he just needed to survive until the new Level 3 evolution of Pain Ring came into being. He just needed to survive long enough for that to happen. And in his wobbly vision, he saw Theron's back glow out to him. So his weak spot is his back, huh? Figures. Pain Ring had already reached Level 2 of its evolution, granting Sam battle awareness that told him where Theron was weakest. He was getting ever closer to reaching Level 3 of Pain Ring, and when that happened, he knew his power levels would be up for the job of defeating this evil death cult leader. He took another step towards Theron and held on to his demonic rune blade tightly. Just need to keep surviving, Sam told himself as he walked with determination back into the heat of battle. Theron stared at the boy walking towards him. The kid was battered, bruised, and limping, and yet he still moved towards him like a sick puppy that didn't know when to give up on its own abusive master. It was time to finish this. Theron lifted up his hands, quickly conjuring more vials and materials that he could then fuse into a powerful attack. He held out his palms and unleashed a huge burst of light. He was triggering his most powerful attack. Sunbeam. A bright light filled the entire area, blinding both Theron's vision and Sam's. "There's no way you can survive this," Theron screamed with rage as he unleashed his powerful sunbeam attack on the little pipsqueak of a traveler. The surrounding area became entirely white in Theron's vision. His body ached and surged with adrenaline from all the power and energy it took to unleash such a powerful attack. "Die, you weakling scum!" shouted Theron. There was no way the puny little apprentice-tier traveler was going to be able to survive that last attack. Theron lowered his arms, exhausted from the powerful and devastating attack. The light from the beam faded away, and the rooftop was full of holes and pieces of flaming shrapnel. There were no remains of his opponent. The sunbeam had completely obliterated him into nothing. The boy had been blown completely out of existence. Theron began to walk to the edge of the roof. He could finally materialize his white orb and lay waste to this entire city and the dwarven civilization as a whole. His great plan could now finally commence. That was when he heard a groan behind him. 133. Sam pulled himself back up onto the rooftop arena where he and Theron had been duking it out. His heart was racing just from witnessing the sheer destructive power of Theron Silverblood's sunbeam attack. Theron scowled with shock and anger at the sight of him. The only reason Sam had survived the sunbeam was that at the last second he had triggered his blood teleport ability, sending himself across the rooftop, where he hung for dear life on the edge as Theron unleashed his truly devastating attack. There was no way Sam could have survived that attack head-on, especially since he had already used his Silver Dragon armor's pain-withholding ability on the magma blast. For a brief second, he had considered using his arcane Aegis shield, but because Theron's abilities weren't actually magic in the conventional sense, it felt too risky to try blocking the attack with the rare enchanted shield. He went for the quickest and easiest way to escape that he had available to him. Back on his feet, Sam was ready to now continue the fight. He took solace in the fact that he'd taken so much pain at that point. His attacks should be able to deal the damage necessary to break through Theron's adept-tier defenses. Sam moved towards his opponent. His leg limped and spasmed as it moved. There was just one problem. Sam might have the strength and power to inflict incredible damage on Theron now, but he no longer had the speed and dexterity in his body necessary to get in a position to deal those blows. "I'm just going to have to figure out a way," Sam thought, gritting his teeth and trying to push back the pain that was beginning to overwhelm his entire consciousness. He just needed to survive a little while longer for level 3 of Pain Ring to come to effect. Just a little longer now. Theron shook his head with disgust at Sam. "Enough of this," said the evil cult leader. He rematerialized his sword. "I had decided I wouldn't fight you in the domain you were strongest in," said the cult leader. "But seeing as you can barely walk, this seems like the most fitting way to kill you." Theron rushed forward with his glowing sword, just as the man was getting closer and closer to dealing the ultimate death blow on Sam. Something happened, and Sam grinned. "Gotcha." Suddenly, as Theron rushed towards Sam, the man split in two in Sam's vision. There was Theron the man in the present, and then another slightly faded version of Theron in the future. He knew where Theron was going before even Theron knew exactly himself. Level 3 of Pain Ring had finally triggered. The new evolution of Pain Ring was an evolution of the battle awareness that Sam gained while fighting within the Pain Ring for a longer period of time. This new evolution of battle awareness granted Sam something called split-second vision, which allowed him to see a few seconds ahead of his opponent's actions. Just as Theron was descending on Sam in a death blow, Sam sidestepped the evil dwarf cult leader, completely dodging the attack and leaving Theron totally wide open for retaliation. Then, unleashing all the pain he'd received from the magma blast, Sam screamed with rage and agony as so much pain and power swirled in his body. Sam stabbed Theron right in the back and through the evil dwarf's thick stomach. "How?" The dwarf gurgled up blood and collapsed on the ground. Theron Silverblood, the evil cult leader of the emissaries of the Fallen and the architect of the Dwarven Cataclysm, had finally been defeated. 134. As Sam watched Theron Silverblood collapse to the ground in death, he too found himself falling onto his back. His whole body ached with intense pain. His vision blurred as he stared up to the stone sky. He'd given everything he had to defeat Theron Silverblood, and his body was now paying the price. He materialized a healing potion in his hand. Sam only had a few seconds to live in that moment. Using his last remaining strength, he uncorked the potion and brought it to his lips. He felt death overtaking him, until the sweet healing nourishment of the health potion began to flow down his throat and enter the rest of his body. He sighed with relief and stared up to the stone sky high above him. Sam would live to see another day. Ulfgar Stonebrow gripped his stone battle axe and was about to swing it right into the forehead of an incoming Tainted when something peculiar happened. The Tainted blinked and screamed in terror. Its skin lost its bluish pallor. Ulfgar stopped his swing at the last minute from killing the man. Impossible. Ulfgar's eyes widened as he looked around. All across the battle, formerly destructive Tainted were cowering on the ground in tears, asking for forgiveness and mercy. Ulfgar looked over to the eastern side of the city and rubbed his eyes with amazement. The kid, he thought. Sam. He must have done it. Brock and Shredder were performing their deadly musical combo attacks, obliterating a wave of cultists. The battle was going well when suddenly from another street came a roving mass of Tainted. "Oh, that's not good," said Shredder. "We got some Tainted incoming, little bro." Brock frowned at the sight of the incoming horde of undead dwarves. There was simply no way they would be able to fight both cultists and Tainted coming at them from either side. They were going to have to retreat. Except then something strange happened. Life returned to the Tainted's faces. They had transformed back into normal dwarves, and they looked incredibly angry. "Die!" The horde of former Tainted screamed as they rushed past Brock and Shredder and attacked the cultists with a violent fury and vengeance. The tide of the battle had begun to change. Curtis whipped his lightning chain across the market square, obliterating multiple cultists at once. The emissaries of the Fallen kept streaming into the square, not giving Curtis a second to catch his breath.
"More are coming!"
cried a young dwarf boy that Curtis was protecting. Curtis couldn't see any more hostiles coming to him in the immediate vicinity. He triggered his mana sense to see if any more hostiles were coming their way. Before his mana sense picked up anything, his ear twitched at the sounds of an army of marching feet coming towards them. It sounded like a stampede. What the heck is going on? Has a fourth army suddenly shown up? Curtis blinked in shock when the culprit behind all the noise revealed itself in the market square. Toby, Clara, and Olivia were fighting their way forward, trying to push back the cultist threat at the western gate, when suddenly they heard a huge commotion behind them. They saw Ulfgar, Brock, Shredder, and Curtis all leading a massive army of dwarves behind them. Where did all these reinforcements come from? Suddenly the hundreds of dwarven cultists paled in comparison to the massive army of united dwarves. Toby and Clara looked to the east where Sam was meant to be. "He must have done it," they cheered. "Amazing," Toby thought. "Well done, Sam." And Sam had clearly more than just defeated Theron Silverblood. All of these dwarves now fighting on their side must have been former tainted. That meant that the spell that had turned them into undead flesh-eaters had brought them back to life when Theron had finally been defeated. Incredible, Toby thought. It's a miracle. So many lives saved. The united dwarven army rushed forward and pushed back the cultist threat with utter ease. Ironhold was retaken from the jaws of defeat. The dwarven cataclysm had been truly averted. The united dwarves and the travelers of Resfall had won. The Battle of Ironhold was officially over. 135. A few days after the battle for Ironhold, dwarves from all over the Snow Peak Mountains came to the city to help out and rebuild the underground metropolis. There was a change in the air after the great battle for Ironhold. Dwarves, who were formerly a part of the Rostock League faction, worked alongside those from the Dwarven Union. Labels and groups died away. There were no more dwarven factions, just one united dwarven civilization. And it was more than just a feeling. The different councils and leadership committees across the different dwarven factions agreed that it was time that they were all united under one kingdom. It was what the dwarven citizenry wanted. It was what the different leaders and politicians wanted as well. Even the mountain squirrels had come out of their hiding places and were pleased to see the dwarves getting along in a way that they hadn't done for so many years. The time for fighting was over. The only question left was who would be crowned the leader of this new, united dwarven civilization. After a week of deliberations, the dwarves held a coronation for their new leader outside the ancient central palace in Ironhold. Arnold Forgerstone dribbled the football between his feet. He moved the ball past his friend Helga, pushing himself closer to a position to score. "Here we come," he shouted with glee as he pulled back his foot to shoot off his goal-scoring shot on his friend. He was seconds away from glorious triumph when a rush of people came through the alley. "You kids get out of the way now," said the dwarves rushing through the alley of Ironhold. "Today is a momentous day. You really shouldn't be playing games at all." Arnold picked up the ball with a sigh and slumped over to the edge of the alleyway with the rest of his friends as they watched the crowd stream by. "What's going on anyway?" said Arthur, turning to Helga. "It's the official coronation of the new king of the united dwarven civilization," answered Helga, crossing her arms. "Not that I care, to be honest with you. All those grown-ups are all the same. A bunch of phonies, if you ask me. Politicians got us into that mess with the Civil War and are now pushing this new United Kingdom baloney. It's all down to whatever way they think they can make a buck. You won't see me going there to the coronation." But before Helga could finish her cynical tirade, she saw that her friend Arnold and the rest of them were following the crowd that had interrupted their football game. It looked like she was going to see the coronation after all, even if it was begrudgingly. The entire central palace of Ironhold was in a panic. One council member was pacing back and forth in one hallway, muttering to himself. "We're not ready," he kept saying over and over. "The new king isn't ready. Nothing is ready. This goes against years of tradition. This is going to cause a riot." The council member was worried about more than a riot, to be honest. The last week and a half had been maybe the most wonderful week the dwarves had experienced in a very long time. Everyone was getting along. Peace was in the air. Now this coronation of a new king had the potential to screw everything up. I guess good things aren't meant to last, the council member sighed to himself. The council member stopped pacing and went to the nearest door he'd been crisscrossing outside of for the last 15 minutes. He pulled the door open and stepped inside the room. A dwarf was standing near a mirror, getting dressed in traditional dwarven royal finery. "Come on now," said the council member. "It's time." Arnold, Helga, and the rest of their friends streamed into the massive crowd gathered outside the palace in central Ironhold. The area was packed with people. There were merchants selling bottles of water, beer, and other refreshments. They were savvily taking advantage of the large crowd of people to sell things too. "Does anyone even know who the new king is going to be?" asked Arnold. Helga shook her head. "It's been a tightly held secret. I think that's why there's such a big crowd here. Otherwise, I don't know if anyone would care." Arnold smirked. As much as he empathized and agreed with a lot of Helga's thinking, he still saw that this was a momentous event in dwarven history. The crowd suddenly went quiet in a rapid hush. 2 guards stepped out from the palace, holding the door open. The new king would step out and speak to the united dwarven people any second now. A figure emerged from the palace doorway. Everyone gasped. Stepping out from the palace was none other than Ulfgar Stonebrow, one of the leaders of the Dwarven Union, the man who had fought valiantly against the multiple enemies that had attacked Ironhold, the man who had saved countless lives from the very same faction that had tried to kill him countless times, the man who brought the human travelers and the great elf savior Curtis to help them all in their greatest moment of plight. Arnold was blown away to see Ulfgar standing before them as their new king. Everyone in the crowd was. No one could think of anyone more deserving of the role than Ulfgar Stonebrow. "I'm happy to serve him as king," said Arnold enthusiastically. Helga blubbered something incomprehensible. Arnold had expected his friend to say something cynical, but when he turned to look at his friend, even she was crying tears of joy and happiness. Arnold, along with everyone else in that crowd, knew that today was a day that they would remember for the rest of their lives. Ulfgar looked out to the crowd and at the sea of hopeful faces. He couldn't believe he was standing there. They had all done it together. The violence and bloodshed of the Dwarven Civil War had finally come to an end. Standing up there, he knew he truly had achieved his dream. Not to become king of the dwarves, though he wouldn't complain about that. No, he was just so happy to have helped usher in this new era of peace. Meanwhile, far away from the celebratory events happening in the underground world of the Snow Peak Mountains, Edgar Redfield was going over some administrative papers for the Resfall Travelers Guild. It was boring, uninteresting work, and Edgar was not enjoying it. It was made worse by the heat brought on by the beginning of summer, marked by the start of the month of June. "When are those dumb kids going to return and liven up the place?" he grumbled to himself. "It's been boring around here without them." "Still missing your favorite recruits, Guildmaster?" asked a clerk, who had suddenly appeared at the front door to his office. The clerks had been continuously teasing the Guildmaster that he was clearly missing the travelers he'd sent off to the Snow Peak Mountains. "Because you know, you're not supposed to have favorites, Guildmaster," chided the clerk. "Pfft, I don't have favorites," said the Guildmaster, trying to deny it. If those kids really were his favorites, why did he send them all on such a dangerous journey then? Surely whoever were his favorites, he'd keep closer to his side. That was what a more selfish Guildmaster would have done for sure. Favorites, he thought to himself. I've never heard of anything more absurd. A couple of orphans that included a traveler savant, a bossy warrior, and a neurotic maniac. A bloodlusting dwarf. A know-it-all elf and a secret drunk captain. Outrageous. "Well, if they're not your favorites," said the clerk, "then I guess you won't care to read whatever's in this letter we just received from them, then." Edgar's eyes widened. "Letter?" he said, smashing his hands on the desk. "You've heard from them. Let me see. Are they all right?" The clerk smirked and came over and placed the letter on his desk. "You wear your heart too clearly on your sleeve, Guildmaster," said the clerk. "I'll leave you with the letter." The clerk walked away and closed the door. By the time the door was shut, Guildmaster Redfield had already torn open the envelope and was reading the letter inside. It was from Captain Olivia. They were all alive and all right. They had saved the dwarves and stopped the emissaries of the fallen. Edgar clutched the letter with so much intensity, he was surprised he hadn't ripped it in two. Droplets of water fell on the note. Edgar's eyes were filled with tears. They did it, he thought. They really did it. His heart filled with pride. He was so happy to know that his favorite recruits were all right. Later that day, Edgar requested a meeting with Queen Alice Grace. It was important to keep her informed about what the travelers were getting up to, and the news he'd received from Captain Olivia Reeves. It turns out the Queen had received a letter as well. "The Dwarven Civil War has come to an end," said the Queen, "and they've sent us a letter, thanking us for our part in bringing about that peace.